of the America First Policy Institute Summit. Good morning, everybody. So we're fresh off the road from
Arizona.
I had to think for a second. It seems like we've crossed this country many times, but fresh off that to another great event here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I love Washington, D.C. Even though I don't live here anymore, I consider it my home, my adult home. It's the place I've lived the longest, so it's always fun to come back and see it. It's certainly a little bit different under Biden than it was under Trump when I lived here. But
we could do an entire segment just on how the city is different under the Trump administration.
It is different under the Trump administration. We went to dinner last night and walked past the homeless tents that I don't remember seeing, at least in that area when I lived here just a few months ago. And that's certainly Mayor Muriel Bowser, handling or governing the city, but it's taken a turn.
Right. But we're here, and this is day one of this America First Policy Institute Summit. And what this is, and we're going to have Mark Lauder here join us in a few minutes. This is a 2-day event that is really to be an educational summit, if you will, about the America First policy agenda. There's 9 pillars, and Mark will go over those 9 pillars. But these are these are principles that they feel like should be the basis of the Conservative Party moving forward.
Right. So the America First Policy Institute is an organization. Many Trump officials from the White House came over and helped to start this. This is a separate organization, and they have put forward what they believe to be the policy stance that America First policies need to project. So I'm very curious and excited to see what they have and what they believe the policy should be going forward.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of people attending. I'm going to go ahead and read off a quick list here. Former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich. We've got House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. We have 8 former cabinet officials, and Linda McMahon, Rick Perry as one. Matter of fact, I believe Rick Perry later this morning. We'll talk about the energy thing. So we've got kind of a rock star lineup of the who's who in the Conservative Party, and they're all going to be here. Now, this is an invite-only deal. This is not something that's not a rally. It's not open to the public, but this is an educational summit on the pillars of the Conservative Party.
Right. It's certainly an effort to highlight and make sure that America First Policy Institute highlights what their policies are, what they believe America First policies should be, and to really educate the public, largely through media, as this is a private event. It's not something where they're trying to pack numbers and make it a rally. It really is an educational and a thinking event for people that work on policy here in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. And it's everything from immigration, education, social policies, foreign policy. And so it's really it's a full 360 around how do you approach some of the issues that we have today. And let's talk about maybe coming up is the gas prices and how we went from being completely energy independent under the previous administration to what we have now. And so that is a big topic of discussion, as it has affected everyone watching us right now. And we'll talk a little bit more about that today. But we're so glad you're joining us. We do want to mention, though, right now, wherever you're watching us, whatever platform, here later today at around 3:30, we will be cutting all of the other platforms that we're streaming on, except for Rumble, our app, and our website. So rsbnetwork.com, go get our app on your Android, your Apple phone, and of course you can watch us on Rumble as well. And that's what we've been doing the last couple of weeks. Now, our numbers in Arizona last week it just keeps growing and growing. And when we made this transition over from the other platforms on exclusively to Rumble, a lot of people said, well, are people going to make that transition? Are they going to do that? Because people are creatures of habit. And the answer is yes, they have done it, and the numbers show it. And so we want to remind everybody, 3:30 Eastern time, we will be cutting every other stream and going exclusively on those 3 platforms.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what this AFPI luncheon holds, and then the events coming up forward. So just to give you a sneak peek into what's going to happen today, because this is a 2-day event, certainly culminating with President Trump speaking tomorrow evening. But what you can expect over the next couple hours, there will be a luncheon where Brooke Rollins, who was the former assistant to the president for domestic policy at the White House, she will be speaking, and she's also the president and CEO of the America First Policy Institute. She'll be speaking. And then Scott Turner, the AFPI chair for the Center of Education Opportunity, will be speaking. It'll be a luncheon where they'll kind of give an overview of what they plan on discussing throughout the the meeting today and tomorrow. But for the rest of this afternoon, you'll hear from Rick Scott, you'll hear from Richard Hudson, you'll hear from August Pfluger, and then Rick Perry, of course, on energy independence. That will be the afternoon session. And then the next topic will be providing a safe and secure community to all Americans so they can live their life in peace. And Matthew Whitaker, the former acting attorney general, will be speaking during that. Delivering peace through strength and American leadership is another topic this afternoon. And then restoring American historic commitment to freedom, equality, and self-governance. So that'll round out this afternoon's session.
Full day. And then, of course, tomorrow, President Trump speaks here at the summit. And that is, of course, we'll have that to you as well. But we're glad you're joining us. It's about 6 minutes past the hour here. Here in about 5 minutes, communications director here, Mark Lauder, will join us here on the set to kind of give us a better overview of what we can expect today. And a lot of people, we've covered the speaker series for AFPI. We had the Fight for Life that we did. We had the food crisis thing, what's going on in the Ukraine. We just previously did that one. So a lot of viewers that may be new to AFPI and their purpose will welcome back, and we'll have Mark to be able to tell us a little bit more about that as well. So, but let's get some of the other stuff out of the way. Also, social media. If you want to follow Christina Bobb, it's Christina_Bobb, BOBB. And you can follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV across the board. And, we've been talking about social media and how important it is. I know that they're going to talk about censorship.
Yes, that's
big
a big
tech
topic.
censorship. Yeah.
Yeah, censorship certainly is a big topic for conservatives. And it's interesting because conservatives have been complaining for years about censorship, saying that Google and some of the larger platforms are censoring conservatives online. And there have been many congressional hearings where those companies tried to persuade people that they were not censoring people, that liberals seem to just react differently. And so it was just an appearance. But I think we're at a point where in this day and age, people just don't buy that. They believe they're being censored. There's some clear signs of censorship. So I think that will certainly be a hot topic that we'll hear from.
I think so too. And of course, we've heard President Trump mention both rallies, the last two, and about True Social and how, he tells everybody to sign up for True Social. And that's one of the ways that he is, put together to get his message out there as well. So we certainly invite everybody to follow us across all of our social media platforms as well. We'll be trying to do a little bit of behind the scenes coverage here. And this is a big event. I mean, look behind me. There's about 600, I've been told about 600 people expected in this conference room behind us. And of course, tomorrow it shifts over to the one next door to us right now. Different room, different speaker, right?
Different speaker.
Different presence here, as you would expect when you have the 45th president of the United States making an appearance in your hotel. It's always going to be a good show. And of course, you can feel the sense of security around this property as well. And note, this is the first time, Christina, that President Trump has been back to D.C.
Yes, which
is hard to believe.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, given the political landscape that we're facing. But like you, I'm very interested to see the response inside the meeting here and then also on the street, as you were talking about earlier. At President Trump's rallies, where he often has thousands or tens of thousands of people attending his rallies, it's largely people who want to go see President Trump, and they're usually in locations where you have to kind of drive a little bit to get there. It's not in the heart of the nation's capital. And so it'll be interesting to see the different dynamic, to see if there's any counter protesting or, how that plays out, because his presence is certainly felt.
And of course, we covered all of the Supreme Court stuff here with Roe v. Wade, and we saw a lot of the pushback, obviously, and we saw it in front of the Supreme Court Justice's house. We saw that. But we also saw it in front of the Supreme Court. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll have something tomorrow. Maybe we have something today. I don't know. Hopefully, we pray that there's no, violence or anything like that. I think, you have the right to peacefully protest. Absolutely. That's that's what our God-given rights, right? But we want to make aware that that's probably, could happen here at this facility.
But it's possible, but I also think it's noteworthy that at President Trump's rallies, where there's tens of thousands of people, there's no violence. There's no violence.
Isn't that interesting?
Incidents.
Yeah.
It's very peaceful. It's a very energizing, exciting environment where people enjoy coming. Families bring children. We saw a father, yesterday we were talking about the father that had kids on his shoulder, and it was just a very loving, exciting atmosphere. And so I don't expect any violence or any disturbance, of course, from people coming to see President Trump.
It is interesting in the security that's provided at the rallies. And you think to yourself, well, we're all this, God-fearing, country-loving people. Like, we're not violent by nature at all. But anyway, coming up, we do have Mark Lauder. He will join us here on stage. But I want to first talk about our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Now, with this Biden economy, off the stage here. Once he wraps up his conversation, we'll bring him on over here, and we'll bring in a familiar face with all of us here as far as friends of AFPI, and he's able to really bring us in and give us a 360 view of what's going on. So I'll go ahead and bring Mark up now. Come on up, my friend.
Everybody's excited to hear from you.
Everyone's excited to see what get a preview of today and what's going on, because we walked in here last night, Mark, and we walked around this place, and I would never have thought that within minutes or hours, rather, that this facility would be turned into such a beautiful event stage.
It was an empty room when we came in here last night, and now all of this. It's a great team we have. They started at midnight. They worked all night long to build this room, the outer areas, and then also the room next door where President Trump will be speaking. It's just going to be a great event, and so excited to see. It's a reunion. Many people are seeing old friends and things we haven't seen for a while.
And AFPI started right after the Trump administration, and you guys have been working hard on America First policies. What's the purpose of the event today and tomorrow, and what is it that you guys hope to accomplish?
Well, I think, the one thing that we know is that the policies that we see today aren't working,
right.
Whether it's high gas prices, inflation, out of control crime, the southern border. And we know the policies that were supported by the Trump administration worked, the America First policy. So what we're trying to do, we're going to highlight all of those 10 major areas, things that are really matter to the American people. We'll do the deep dive discussions today. You'll have former cabinet officials, former senior White House officials from AFPI, but you're also going to have members of Congress and leaders in Congress that are going to be here joining those discussions. And then tomorrow afternoon, you'll see the former president, put a cap on it where he talks about the policy we need to get behind to win, not just in 2024, but win in 2022. Take it to the state houses in all the states, and then we'll set the stage for 2024.
And you make a really good point. America First, now that's part of the name of your organization, America First Policy Institute, but the idea of America First really has taken on a life of its own. And even at the rally this weekend, President Trump kind of said, wow, that was a great idea. We didn't even realize that we were coming up with such a great idea by calling it America First. With that as part of your name, what kind of feedback do you get from the public? And when you do your outreach, what does the name America First signify to people? And what do we want from that?
Well, I think the one thing that President Trump really tapped into with that was that by and large, Americans want our leaders to put America first. I mean, you are elected to be a leader of this nation. Now, It does not mean that it's America alone. It doesn't mean that we don't take steps to obviously work with our neighbors, our allies, confront our opponents. But everything that every leader in America should do is what's in the best interest of our country. What's the best interest for American workers or American companies, American communities. And then we can see how we can broaden that out so the success is also translated to our allies, our friends, and those around the world.
One of the things we talked about, Mark, about doing this event and streaming it live was to be able to tell people at home maybe watching us at home, watching us at work, that might have political aspirations. They want to get involved in their city council or maybe run for, state representative. Who knows? Maybe run for governor. But this is a good educational process that's for everyone at home to watch so that they know what an America First agenda looks like, those 9 pillars.
Yeah, and really that's one of the key differences with us, with the America First Policy Institute, is that we are not just federally focused. So many of the other organizations are basically just focused on Washington, D.C. We want these policies to translate all the way through from the state house to the White House. So if you're running for city council or county commissioner or state representative, you can take a look at those 10 pillars. Yeah. And you can look at the research, look at the academic and the thought behind it, and then go, how can I translate that to my campaign, my community, my locality? Because these policies are not just for Congress and for the national discussion. It really is at every level of government.
And I think that's a really important point that as a nation, I think we've overlooked for a long period of time. I think the 2020 election and the aftermath really highlighted the significance and importance that state and local leaders have. It came out through election integrity from my perspective, but we also started to see how governors and secretaries of state and local leaders can impact the border and educational decisions. 2021 had a big impact on education. What are some of the policies that you guys are putting forward that really can be implemented and focused on at the local level so viewers can say, I can get involved in that?
Well, first and foremost, I think you've got law and order. And I worked in state and local government for most of my career before becoming to the national stage. And really, people want to be safe. They want to be safe at home. And so I think it starts with restoring law and order in our communities, in our homes. And what we've seen going on in so many Democrat-run cities is out of control crime. So let's start with that. But then also when you talk about the economy, yes, we can impact national economic policy at the national level and even at the state level. But when you're at home, you're worried about your job. You're worried about the company you work for or your neighbors or your family members. So having that strong national economy, that strong state economy translates into good economic policy at home. And thinking again, what do we have to do to put American workers first and the American people first?
We're about a few minutes away from the first segment to get kicked off here. Just give us a preview real quickly. I know we got Linda McMahon scheduled to speak for a few minutes, Brooke Rollins as well, but what can we expect here in a few minutes?
Basically, it's a who's who of the America First movement. Obviously, you've got Brooke Rollins, you've got you've got Linda McMahon. Larry Kudlow will be here joining us later. You're going to have Newt Gingrich here. You're going to have Lindsey Graham. You're going to have Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. It is going to be a who's who. Matt Whitaker and Pam Bondi will be talking about restoring law and order to our communities. Kevin Hassett, who is the former National Economic Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, will be here. It's really, I think we have 9 former cabinet level officials. I think we have 9 former senior White House staffers just on that stage. We have 3 governors. We have, I think, 3 or 4 statewide elected officials like attorneys general. So it's really just a who's who of and it's going to be a great day.
And you've got lunch behind us as well. You got some good food. Well, we certainly appreciate your time. We know you're busy, and we'll be popping in and out of here as throughout the day, but we encourage everyone to follow on social media. How do they follow you guys?
You can follow us at americafirstpolicy.com. On Twitter, we're at A1Policy, and we're on all the social media platforms. We're streaming this, as you know. You guys are streaming it. Thank you so much for your partnership. If you can't be here, watch it.
You got to watch. You got to be informed. We talked about this before. You can't have educational debates against somebody unless you have the information. So we've got the information. You can go have the debates and the discussion in your own world and hopefully change some minds. That's exactly what it's all about.
I think the more and more we talk about the policies, the more and more we win, because people know it's not working right now. And it did just a few years ago. Let's get back to it. And I think if we have those conversations, as I used to say on the campaign in 2020, the people who are watching, you are more important than anything I could ever say or any interview that we will do or anything that we will cover. Because when you talk to your neighbors, when you talk to people at church, at work, at school, or your children's school, they trust you. Yeah. And your words carry more than anything that we could ever do. So if you watch, you listen, you learn maybe a little bit, then take it out to your community, because that's where we truly change hearts and minds.
Great point there. Well, we appreciate you, John. I'll let you make a little exit. Thank you very much. Mark Lauder here at American First Policy Institute. Good stuff there. And he kind of gave us an overview of why people should be watching right now, because this is an educational summit. And so it's a Monday. I know it. We just brushed off the weekend. But put those AirPods on while you're at work, or if you're at home, watch us and take it all in. And matter of fact, tell a friend.
Yeah, and I think what he was saying at the end is really important, that these information sessions are really important for the viewers to understand, not just to watch the speakers and see if you like the speakers, if they're dynamic or not, but I would imagine that the viewers are watching because they want to be educated and they want to understand the policies and they want to understand how they can impact their local communities. And we're seeing that draining the swamp and getting rid of the corruption in this country starts at the local communities. It starts at the school board level. It starts at city council level. And so watching this, taking the information, and it's going to be the viewers, it's going to be American people who go and save their communities. And as everyone saves their communities, that is what drains the swamp, because it filters up, and it's going to be a bottom-up movement. And then, of course, President Trump coming from the top down.
That is a great point. And you and I have talked about this several times off camera as we traveled all over, is we're on a journey to save America.
Yeah.
I mean, Christina, you're an attorney, you're a journalist, you're dedicated to this cause, as am I, and we continue to cover events like this. The federal case in Arizona that we went out to, that's huge. The developing situation in Wisconsin, I don't know if we have a few minutes, but maybe you might want to touch on that.
Sure.
Or we can save it for another segment. But, you and I will continue to be on this as we're trying to save America literally one day at a time.
Yeah, and I think it's important that the viewers understand that we really are trying to pick topics and people and events that we think will educate communities on how to save America, because ultimately saving America comes from communities. It's going to come at the local levels, and it's going to come from people who get involved and just choose to make that change in their community. And of course, they need information and education and knowledge to be able to do that. And that, I really believe, is what you as a programming director try to put forward on Bright Side. And to touch on the information in Wisconsin, we probably won't have time to cover the whole thing, but to start, Janelle Brandtjen, the chairwoman of the election committee, is a phenomenal patriot and fighter, and she has filed a lawsuit against the Wisconsin Election Commission. This is the same commission that the Racine sheriff said violated the law in a number of ways, particularly with the instruction that they gave to counties. Well, they're at it again. Courts have said that they are not allowed to allow clerks to correct ballots on their own. There's a certain procedure for correcting ballots that have problems, and that's a court order. And the Wisconsin Election Commission issued guidance to tell the clerks to correct ballots in violation of this court order. So Janelle Brandtjen, being the stalwart patriot that she is, said, not on my watch, and filed a suit to say that is a violation of a court order. It's a violation of Wisconsin law, and it should not be happening in Wisconsin.
Don't you love the fact that a lot of people, even civilians, are waking up to election laws and procedures that were broken during the 2020 election? And it seems like you've got more everyday people that are stepping up. You got sheriffs that are stepping up and being courageous. You've got everyday people that are filing lawsuits and just saying, look, this is a violation of our U.S. Constitution, and we can't do that. We have to have law and order. And that's what it's going to take. People like watch us right now that are fed up with what's going on in this country, and you're going to stand up and fight for it and get the information that you need.
You're exactly right. And I think that that's why election integrity has taken such a prominent role in our country at the moment. I don't think most Americans are particularly interested in elections or election integrity, but they realize that that's the backbone to every other issue. So if you don't like the high gas prices, if you don't like the critical race theory, if you don't like what they're teaching in schools, if you don't like the economy, if you don't like the direction of this country, it's changed through our elections. That's the way our country was designed. It's the way it's developed. And if we can't trust our elections, we're going to lose on all of those other issues. And so I think that's why election integrity has become such a prominent issue, because Americans care about all of the other issues, and it's through our elections that we change it.
Yeah. Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn joining you live here in the nation's capital at the Marriott Marquis, beautiful hotel. Side note, it's the largest hotel in D.C., which
Very
is pretty
nice.
cool. Very nice. Perfect place to have this. We're glad you're joining us, and we've got a full day coverage here. We'll break it all down here for you shortly. Plus, tomorrow, President Trump speaks at this event. We'll have that for you live as well. But let's go ahead and recap real quickly. Arizona, great crowd there, great rally.
It's great.
And of course, that was rescheduled from the week prior.
Yeah, and I think that's important to note that it was rescheduled, and it was rescheduled from a Saturday to the following Friday. So there may have been a little bit of confusion about what day it was on, and it was on a Friday, which means people had to work all day, so they weren't able to go, stand out and wait. But yet there was still a large, significant crowd.
Yeah, I failed to ask people if anybody was playing hooky, if anybody called into work, sick that couldn't make it.
Right.
So I should have asked people that. But to your point, people showed up, and we also saw that after 5 o'clock, more people filled in that arena.
They got big.
So despite what you might see out in the news, that it was not a full crowd, that is lies.
Oh no, it was absolutely
full,
packed.
yeah.
And you can check our Instagram accounts and our social media accounts where we posted videos. It looks like all of those seats were full.
Yeah. All right, they just made an announcement over the speaker here that we're just a few minutes away from this program speaks. We're glad you're joining us, and once again, we remind everybody a little bit later today, there'll be a countdown clock on your screen. We'll be cutting all the feeds that you're watching us on right now and going exclusively to the Rumble, our app, and our website. So make sure you download that. A good time to do it is right now, before don't get left in the dark. And all of a sudden you're watching us on these other platforms and it goes to black and you're like, what happened? So go download our app, go make sure you subscribe to us on Rumble, and then definitely go check out our website. But we're so glad you're joining us, and it's great. Today's going to be 2 days of information. When you're watching that, we're going to be sitting down off stage, taking it all in and coming back in between panels, Christina, and maybe breaking down what we heard, what we liked about it, and then previewing the previous segment. So that's what we're going to be doing throughout the show.
Yeah, and they really have it packed out with a lot of different speakers on a lot of different topics. The next topic coming up, it's a luncheon, so it's going to be kind of an overview of everything. But they've really gone through and picked out the policies or the issues that I think Americans care the most about. And of course, they're starting with energy independence because everyone cares about the skyrocketing gas prices. And I think that's what Americans are feeling the pinch at the most right now.
Yeah, and I didn't see what it was like what the gas was here in the D.C. area, but we had just left Arizona, and it was over the $4 mark, if I'm not mistaken.
High fours, not quite
even.
$5.
Yeah, not quite $5, but when you go up to these outer areas, you probably do get $5. But it still hits everybody. And I know with your power, your electric bill at home, when you get that in, mine's 4 times the amount that it usually is. And of course, I'm sure they're going to talk a little bit about there. But we're going to talk about how to get this economy back in the right direction and get from out. I mean, we would have never thought that the Biden economy would be so destructive to what's
as bad.
Absolutely.
That's right. And Blake Masters actually opened his speech at the Arizona rally running for U.S. Senate in Arizona. He opened his remarks with, I knew the Biden administration was going to be bad, but I am shocked. I didn't know it was going to be this bad. And I think a lot of Americans feel that way.
And it's almost like it was on purpose in a way. I mean, you can't destructively pinpoint and you can't target so many different things. You got foreign policy, you got the economy, you got immigration, which is everything that we're going to talk about today.
Yep.
I mean, how do you undo so much in so little time?
Yeah.
That's
it does. It certainly has the appearance of being intentional because it's unraveled so quickly. And we've had other national leaders say that they think that the United States can only self-destruct, which it appears that that's what's happening. So it certainly appears to be intentional, or just the agenda the Democrats have picked up is so bad and so destructive that it can't do anything to serve this nation.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Democrats do as they scramble to try to go to their very weak bench of leaders to step forward. I mean, I said this a while back, and I still feel like it could be true. I think Gavin Newsom out of the Democrats might be the person that they push forward to be a part of the represent. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
Big state California is the only thing I'm thinking too.
Right. I don't know that. I don't know that people like Gavin Newsom. I mean, he faced a recall election in Florida, but to your point, I don't think that there's anybody better on the Democrat side. I actually would be more concerned if Democrats pivoted, if they said, you know what, we recognize that the nation doesn't like what we're doing, so we're going to go back to energy independence, and we're going to, if they reverse course and align more with America First policies. Of course, they can't say that's what they're doing, but if they actually did it,
they would never admit that what they're doing.
They would never admit that that's what they're doing. But if they actually did and started changing things, I think a lot of people wanted to identify as Democrats. They wanted to feel, because the Democrat message has been, we're the kind party, we're the nice party, and then Republicans are evil.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people that just wanted to be nice and wanted to feel like they were socially responsible. And they're looking around at what is happening going, okay, this isn't what I signed up for.
Yeah, when the climate extremists would be all over that, by the way. I mean, they're one of the greatest threat, I think, to a lot of the moderate Democrats, is that the Green New Deal is such a big agenda that they're willing to basically torch anybody that stands in the way of preventing that. So to your point, if we had a moderate Democrat come out to say we want to be energy independent, they would be it's like walking into a den of snakes.
Right.
They would want nothing of that.
That's true. But I think there's very few, if I don't even want to call them Democrats, liberal activists that actually feel that way. I don't think the majority of America feels that way. And so, yes, they would get a lot of hate and vitriol spewed their way, but by a very small group of people.
True.
And those people happen to control the media.
I was just going to say.
So they have a very, very large voice.
Yeah.
But I don't think I think they would win over actual Americans if they did that.
Yeah. 11:30 here locally, here in D.C. The show is scheduled to start here any second. There we go. Let's go to the program.
We are about to begin today's program.
There we go. It takes 3 announcements here to get people to take their seats. Well, because they're visiting, right? They're socializing. Because like you said, it's the who's who of D.C. And so there's a lot of people here, obviously. But when this program kicks off, we'll go to a luncheon panel. There'll be a slight break, and then Christine and I will jump in. We've got some few guests coming up.
Yeah.
We're hoping to get Rick Perry to spend a few minutes with us after that. We have Chad Wolf, I believe, that's going to spend a few minutes with us on that. I would love to get Linda McMahon. Now, I know she's not scheduled to come and do anything with us, but I had a few minutes before this program started to say hi to her, a longtime friend, Linda McMahon, and I would love to have a few minutes with her on the air here. So if any of the AFPI people are watching right now, let's see if we can make that happen.
Corral that.
And it's kind of interesting. You've seen some good friends here, some people that you've worked with.
Former colleagues,
and it's just great. This is kind of like a nice little social bunch here.
Yeah, it is. It's people who want to be part of the America First movement. They want to be part of what the America First Policy Institute is doing, and certainly the issues are the issues that the American people care about. And so, trying to connect with other people who are working on the same things you're working. It's a networking event. It's an opportunity to kind of compare notes and see, what are you working on? I'm working on election integrity, and I know America First Policy Institute also is working on election integrity. So let's compare notes and talk about it and see what they're doing. So
and so much develops. I mean, it seems like we went to Arizona real quickly when that judge was going to look at that case, and of course the Wisconsin news break it, and we'll recap a little bit of that later in the show if you missed that. But there's always things developing, and that we appreciate all the work that you do, and really a lot of fighters across this country that are pushing for justice.
There are a lot of great fighters pushing for justice, and this happens to be the who's who of people, in the community, according to Mark Lauder, working on this. But I think it's great to see a lot of the grassroots. We would not have this big push for America First policy if the grassroots hadn't been doing what they're doing, which is getting people in your community involved, reaching out, whether it's on election integrity or the economy or something you're concerned about with law enforcement, and supporting law enforcement or supporting veterans. We've seen a real push on America First issues and initiatives from the grassroots, and I think those people deserve a lot of credit and recognition that you guys really are carrying the weight of making this change in the nation.
I've also saw Father Frank Pavone for Priests for Life walking around here just a few minutes ago, and hoping we can spend a moment with him as well as we get into this program. But it's a spiritual warfare as well, and he's been on the front of that, because no doubt there's evil forces against us now. The music has stopped a little bit. I'm trying to see if anybody's approaching the podium behind me, but might be just a few minutes out here getting live. But when you talk about warriors being in the front lines with election integrity, but it's a spiritual warfare as well. Yeah,
absolutely. And it's interesting that Priests for Life is an organization. You would think that priests would stand for life, but there's really a pull.
Interesting point.
to shift away from the Judeo-Christian values that our nation was founded on.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it is. I mean, think about our founding fathers. I mean, what do they look to put some of these moral compass in our U.S. Constitution? Well, it was the Bible. It was Judeo-Christian values is what they based our civilization on. And if I'm not mistaken, Christina, we are the only country in the world who bases their government and their guidelines and their bylaws from a Judeo-Christian perspective on what's good, what's evil, what's right, what's wrong.
Nope.
The other side was riding high and flush with victory. The Biden administration was declaring a quick end to the pandemic. The media elites were predicting a new era.
The end of this Trump era.
The Silicon Valley was sure that big tech would reign unchallenged. The Washington elites were confident that the America First movement was done. It was over and it was finished. Of course, the America First Policy Institute did not exist. The team which fostered a renaissance in American prosperity, managed a resurgence of peace abroad, and expanded the American dream came to a realization: our job is unfinished.
Nothing worth doing ever came easy.
With America still in need and with a dangerous world at our doorstep, we had a duty to come together and to continue the fight. That group of American patriots came together to deliver a promise to the American people, a promise to put America first always. And on April 13th, 2021, the America First Policy Institute was born.
Former Trump administration officials are launching the America First Policy Institute.
Our mission started not a moment too soon. In just over a year, the left has traded peace and prosperity for defeat and destruction. In just over a year, from defeat in Afghanistan and the war in Europe, to a blundered pandemic response and historic inflation, to big tech censorship and collusion, even something as sacred as parental choice has been put in jeopardy by the radical left. But there is good news. AFPI is not waiting for the left to leave. We're not waiting for the end of their term. We are fighting back now. We are delivering on our promise to fill the leadership void left by the Biden administration, the promise to put America first always. The America First movement needed a permanent home, and 1 year ago, it got one, right here at the America First Policy Institute. We built the largest conservative coalition on record with the Save America Coalition and beat back the big government socialism bill pushed by the Biden administration and the radical left in Congress. We brought together 373 economists to underscore the threat posed by the Biden administration's reckless spending programs. AFPI nurtured the movement to empower parents by fighting for school choice and launching a school board effort on patriotic education to drive transparency and accountability. Through our constitutional litigation partnership, we advanced a groundbreaking big tech case, collecting over 100,000 tech censorship stories from across this great nation. We fought the Biden vaccine mandates all the way to the Supreme Court and won. Now we are fighting the Biden administration again by filing the largest religious liberty vaccine case in the country. We are fighting on behalf of Air Force members facing discharge from the military because they won't get the vaccine. Our Center for Election Integrity is holding the line against the radical left's freedom to cheat voting bill and website-led efforts in 15 states to make it easy to vote, but impossible to cheat. Hardly a day goes by without an AFPI leader being seen on national television or being quoted in the news. In fact, we secured nearly 1,500 mentions in the media in just our first year. There's a lot of work supporting America First policies and building our brand.
AFPI, you guys rock.
Our efforts did not stop there. Last fall, we launched our sister C4 organization, America First Works, to advance policy at all levels of government and engage the American people in their government. The best part? We're only just beginning. This year, we will advance policies that serve families and all Americans not the elites and government bureaucrats. We will firmly cement ourselves as the home of the America First movement and work at every level of government to make sure that we put American jobs, American freedom, and American security first. We know these policies already work because we've done them once before. Let's return the greatest economy in the world and make the Trump tax cuts permanent. Let's make America energy independent again and lower energy costs and improve energy reliability for all hardworking Americans. Let's improve our health outcomes, offering more choice and lowering costs in our broken healthcare system. Let's finish the wall and secure the homeland. Let's advance real school choice and really empower our parents and our students and ensure that those same students know the true American story. Let's fund our police and return law and orders to our cities. Let's make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Let's defend our American values like religious freedom and the Second Amendment. Let's drain the swamp and hold the administrative state accountable. And let's remember the time-honored policy of
peace requires strength.
Join our mission today. Help us grow this movement. We will put America first, always.
It's going to be only America first. America first.
Collins.
Well, good afternoon, America First Patriots. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. My name is Brooke Rollins. I have the extraordinary honor and blessing and privilege of serving the America First Policy Institute as its president and CEO. And what an honor to be here with all of you today. We have so many of you who have traveled from so many parts of this country to be with us. We have over 1,200 registrants over these 2 days. When we first sort of envisioned this event, we were hoping that maybe a couple hundred of you would come. And instead, we had to stop registration at 1,200. So God bless you. And thank you so much for being here. There is no question that we convene at a time of crisis in our country, truly a time for choosing, a moment where action will be required by those in this room to right the decisions of an administration and of far left radicals bent on remaking the very fabric of our country. In their crosshairs, though, are the Constitution, our faith, and our way of life, and all of you, and the stakes could not be higher. Fortunately, the American people have never been one to back down from a fight. Americans love the fight for freedom because we know for whom we fight. It is for our families, for our God, and for our future. You see, we the people have for nearly 250 years proven time and time again that there is no challenge too big to conquer for the United States of America. And that's a good thing because the challenges that we face today are big indeed. Abroad, we face an aggressive, totalitarian, communist Chinese regime which threatens our very way of life. A Russia threatening the peace of the world, and an Iranian regime threatening America and Israel alike with a nuclear holocaust. But perhaps the threats abroad are actually less dire than the threats coming from within, right here at home in our beloved country. We have schools teaching our children that America is an inherently, irredeemably evil nation. We have a White House that is allowing oil from our strategic petroleum reserve to go to foreign adversaries during a time of crisis and losing our energy independence. We have the highest inflation in 40 years, where people are literally having to choose between eating and heating, or air conditioning as it may be today. We have an attack on religious and civil liberties unlike any we have ever seen before. We have a humanitarian and a security crisis at our southern border. We have soaring crime in our inner cities, exacerbated by an all-out war on our law enforcement and on our Second Amendment. Our external vulnerabilities reflect our internal divisions, and we ignore them at our peril. And that's why we are here today in our nation's capital. At the very first America First Agenda Summit, we will hear from the sharpest minds, the best hearts, and the strongest voices in the America First movement for liberty and for freedom. Over the course of the next 2 days together, we will tackle the most important issues facing our country, discuss those solutions, and most importantly, chart the future ahead. But first, I really want to take a minute just to say thank you. It has only been a little over a year since AFPI was launched, which is a little hard to believe, although for all the staff that have worked 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, it may seem like 20 years since we launched, but truly it's only been about 15 months. In that time, we have built a team of the best 150 American patriots in our 22 policy centers. And I'll introduce our policy chairs after we pray. We've taken on big tech. We have sued Twitter, sued Facebook, sued YouTube for their censorship and silencing of the American people. We have put boots on the ground in 32 states around this country on key America First agenda issues, from election integrity to school choice and patriotic education, to healthcare transparency, to taxes and spending, to fatherhood initiatives, to border security, to big tech censorship. The list goes on. The AFPI team was in full force in the states over these last 15 months. We fought on behalf of American businesses and workers against Biden's vaccine mandates all the way to the Supreme Court, and we won. We launched our sister C4 organization, America First Works, to ensure that the America First agenda continues unabated in the states as well as in Washington, D.C. We launched the Save America Coalition, which was used to educate the American people on the dangers of the $5 trillion Build Back Better bill coming out of this White House and ultimately, hopefully, leading to its defeat, and so much more. But now, as we move forward, that brings us to why we are here today. Over the next 2 days, we will be laying the groundwork for the return of the America First agenda, the agenda that puts our people first, with the hope of America First leaders returning to the White House, to Congress, and to the state houses. But to start our program, a few remarks and receive a blessing on our meal today. My great friend Scott Turner, a former Texas state legislator, a former superstar in the NFL, a pastor in Texas. He is a remarkable man. His love of God, his love of country, and his love for others will shine through, as you will soon see if you've not seen Scott before. He, during our last White House, led the Opportunity and Revitalization Council and took the message of the America First policies directly to the communities that needed those the most. Please help me welcome my brother and dear friend, Scotty Turner.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to see you. Are y'all happy to see each other? Well, the Bible says this is the day that the Lord has made. So let us rejoice and be glad in it. Amen. You know, I'm encouraged to be here with you, and I thank Brooke, who is my dear sister, and I thank God for her and the leadership at AFPI. I thank him that we're all gathered to hear like-minded people coming together for a purpose, to put the American people first, to glorify God, and to get our country back. Amen. And so I'm glad to be here with you all today. And I want to encourage you, as you are here, to get engaged, to get involved, to pray while you're here, to see what you can do so that America can be the place that God has called it to be. This is unprecedented. The times we're living in are, yes, they're unprecedented, but look around and see who's here. That means we're winning, but the battle is still yet to be fought. And I thank you that you're willing to fight with us. And so if you can stand, I want you to stand in the presence of the Lord. We're going to pray and ask God to bless our meal and bless this event. Come on up here with me, Brooke. Let's pray together. Father, we thank you that you've given us this opportunity to come together as like-minded people. Father, we humble ourselves before you in your presence. We thank you that this is the day that you have made, and Father, we will rejoice and we will be glad in it. We thank you, Jesus, that you came not to be served, but to serve. Father, help each of us, every man and woman, help us to have the heart of a servant. Father, help us to lay our life down for our brothers and our sisters. And Father, we thank you for Brooke and the leadership team and the AFPI staff. Thank you, God, for all the work that has gone into putting this event together. But Father, let not this be a check the box event. Father, let this be a transformational time together where we come together, Father God, with American people first on our mind and our heart, the policies that go forth, Father, to bless every family, both now and for generations to come. Lord, I thank you for wisdom and clarity for all of those who will speak. I thank you, God, as Speaker Newt comes, Father, you would anoint his lips as he shares the message you've put before him. And God, I pray that you would lead us, Father, guide us. Father, there are people here, every scenario is different. There are those that are here, Father, who need healing. Father, I pray that you will be a healer. There are those here who need reconciliation in relationship. Father, you are the God who can bring them together. There are those here, Father, who need provision in their family. You are Jehovah Jireh, God, our provider, and we thank you. And Lord God, we thank you that you are the great I am. And we lift you up this day. We thank you that the joy of the Lord is our strength. Bless this food to nourish our bodies. And Father, bless the hands that prepared it and those that are serving. Father, we praise you. We honor you. And everybody say it in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. How about a round of applause for that prayer? Wow. You just thought you were coming to a policy event, but it's like a revival here, everybody. A revival for America. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back with the extraordinary Newt Gingrich in just a few minutes. Thank y'all.
joining you live here in our nation's capital as we continue to cover all things America First. And that's exactly what they do here.
That's exactly what they're doing. Obviously, they're enjoying their luncheon now, where there's a lot of networking happening about America First policy and what it is that needs to be implemented in our nation. Of course, the first topic, the opening topic that we'll hear after the luncheon is on energy independence, because everybody's concerned about the rising gas prices and energy prices of heating homes or cooling homes in the summer. And so that is first and foremost on the agenda.
And it's easy to talk about gas, Christina, because whenever President Trump left the White House, we had gas prices at around $1.87. I think what it was.
Rally,
But don't you remember back during the campaign, President Trump would say, "Hey, if the radical Democrats getting involved with everything, you're going to see $4, $5, $6, $7 gas." And I remember at the time saying that's impossible.
It seemed crazy. And the first time that the gas prices hit, there was the highest gas prices in the nation were in a remote gas station in California, and they hit $8, 8 months ago or so. And I remember reporting on that, and I got so much flack from people in California saying that's not true. It's not true. And even in San Diego, a local reporter in San Diego even said it actually is true that gas station, because it's so remote, it's hard to get to.
It's in thermal California, I think, like Death Valley, I think, had the highest gas prices.
And people just didn't believe it. And then it trickled into the rest of society, and people are looking around going, oh, the gas prices actually are that high.
It is that high. And of course, when you go along regions of our country, like the Gulf Coast states, where that's where a lot of the refineries are located. Gas, even in those areas, were well above the national average. So gas has hit everybody. And of course, it trickles down, because when you look at the price of gas, Christina, that's going to affect the cost of goods on the shelf.
Right.
Food.
Transportation. Yep. And the supply chain issues that we've seen be such a huge problem. You had the shortage of baby formula, and then you've got businesses having trouble getting some of their supplies. We're seeing car prices. The price of used cars and brand new cars is going up. People are having a hard time getting new cars because a lot of the computer chips and the newer manufacturing parts are not made in America, which is American manufacturing, which is something that President Trump made a priority. And Dr. Peter Navarro was so big on making sure that manufacturing was done here in America. Well, that's not the Biden administration's agenda, and we're now seeing people having a hard time getting cars and products that are not made here in America.
We have shifted so much of our attention over to China, and of course, the Biden administration did that, and even before Trump, even the Obama administration, they have shifted so much interest in China. Because Christina, if we made those integrated circuits, those ICs here in this country, and we had control over them, there would not be this extreme shortage of circuits that go into these cars. Because face it, the cars of today are very different than the car 20 years ago. These are basically computers on tires, really. And so when that stops, so does everything else. But if you look at the food, I mean, poultry prices are up, meat prices are up, produce prices are up, and across the board. And Christina, they did the 9.1% inflationary rate. Okay, but if you actually look at what the real inflationary rate is in this country, to you and I, we're all consumers here, it's in the 30s. It's 32, 34% inflation rate.
And just making sure that the American people understand that the 9.1 inflationary rate comes from the U.S. Department of Labor, which is overseen by a Biden appointee. So that is the Biden administration acknowledging that there's 9.1% inflation.
So what do you think?
What is it actually?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. What is the actual? And there's also, I think it's a PPO, which is the price production. It's like what the wholesale cost of making something is at least 10% up. So the manufacturers, they're hit with their wholesale costs of production of 10%. Therefore, they pass that along to the consumer. So when you get that 34% inflationary rate increase, that's a big deal. That hits American families hard. And Christina, it really hits the lower middle class and lower class people economically. These people that have been challenges, that do live from paycheck to paycheck, they're taking the heat of most of this.
Certainly for employees and also for small business owners. Small businesses are really struggling under this economic model of the Biden administration. They're having a hard time not just selling their products because people feel the pinch and can't necessarily afford maybe some of their disposable income products that they are used to buying, but just getting the products, the supply chain issues, the port in California, our largest port that is struggling to, offload.
Do you remember that? All those cargo ships off the coast of Long Beach, California, and Pete Buttigieg, the Secretary of Transportation, was out on maternity leave while all this was going down. And it was amazing how President Biden said, well, we're going to extend the hours that these longshoremen can work to offload these containers.
Well, and what he did not tell people is that the Long Beach port is completely automated. It is all machine computer robots that go and get the containers off of the ship. And yes, of course, there are people that work the port, but they're not the ones moving the container. You can sit, and if you can even look it up online and see the automated movement is actually very sophisticated, and I'm quite proud of it. But then to say you're going to solve the problem by having people work longer hours, that's not the problem.
That's not the problem. Then you had all these trucks that were backloaded.
When you can't, sorry, I get excited about this one.
Go ahead.
When you can't offload the cargo onto either trucks or rail or ship it from the port into the interior of the United States, which is where we need all of our supplies, the port gets backed up and they don't have enough space to store all of this.
Once again, go ahead.
And why, sorry, I get excited.
I love it.
And why one of the reasons why the truckers are having such a hard time going in and offloading the cargo is because the taxes in California, Gavin Newsom has raised the taxes and implemented policies that are too expensive for trucking companies to actually drive into the state of California to pick up the goods and then leave California and distribute it to the rest of the United States. It's not worth it. It's too expensive. They end up losing money on those hauls. And so it's hard to find trucking companies that want to go into California and pull those hauls.
Yeah, and the thing about this, Christina, during the Trump administration, gas, the price of oil, they were actually paying companies to keep their oil because we have too much of it. We don't have anywhere to put it. Who would ever imagine that we get to the point today
so quickly
where we're going over to foreign countries that don't agree with our ideology or they don't agree with us philosophy, as far as how we lay out our government. We're begging them to sell oil to us to solve the problem that we created. Try to figure that one out. It's bizarre.
It is so bizarre, and I don't understand, and we talked about this in the earlier segment, I don't understand why Democrats don't just change their policy. They don't have to say, you know what, we're going with America first, and we're going to try to become energy independent, but just open the Keystone Pipeline. Just allow American energy production to actually occur. You do not have to acknowledge it as America first priority, but then they will win people over just by showing that they're actually trying to lower the gas price. And imagine this, we not only were we energy independent under the Trump administration, but we also were exporting. We were selling our oil.
Yes.
And so that was actually revenue and income for us. So we weren't spending money on oil. We were receiving money on oil, which is why the gas prices are so high right now, because we're spending more money to get oil that we actually have here if they would just allow the production for it.
And a step further, we're buying oil from Russia, which means we're funding, in a way, a lot of the war efforts in that part of the world. I mean, we're buying oil from countries that really are going to rally against us and just
don't support our values.
They don't support our values. So none of this makes sense at all. And then if you want to go even to the latest development, as President Biden is selling off our oil reserves, selling them to get, wait for this, China. So China's buying our oil reserves, which means when we go to replace that oil, Christina, we're replacing that oil at much higher rates than we did when we replaced that oil back when oil was below $30 a barrel. We did it more efficiently.
Right. That's right. And why is he selling it to China? We have a program in the United States, and it's more geared towards like land assets. China's buying up a lot of our farmland, and we have a program called CFIUS, and it's part of the Department of Homeland Homeland Security that is supposed to look at any foreign investments in the United States. Are they buying certain land near our Department of Defense, near certain military bases? Are they trying to gain intelligence? We actually have a program in the United States to look at what foreign assets are buying land in the United States to protect us, to make sure that we're not selling land or that there's not some transaction taking place that could actually harm Americans. And yet we have China buying up all our farmland. We're selling our oil to them, our reserves to them. And yet nobody in the Biden administration is taking a closer look at CFIUS and looking at those programs to protect us. Why not? Why are we allowing China, who has been so adamantly against the United States, why are we allowing them to profit or worse, not just profit, but put us in a more vulnerable position?
Yeah, we are previewing the topic that will happen after this lunch break, and that is about energy. So we're going to talk about some of the things there. And also to your point, the arrogance of many on the left that will claim that, well, the higher the gas prices go, the more pain that you and I will feel at the pump, which makes us more maybe willing to go to this Green New Deal and alternative energies. That was the words literally out of Pete Buttigieg's mouth the other day. It was about, well, the more pain you feel at the pump, Christina, the more you're going to go along with our agenda of abandoning fossil fuels.
Well, that is what Democrats run on. How painful can we make it for you? We're going to destroy your cities. We're going to defund the police. We're going to make your existence as painful as possible to try to force you into submission. That is their mindset. And that is the initiative that they are pushing to try to get Americans to comply. They're about compliance. They're not about freedom. They're not about empowering people to live their best lives and live the way that they choose to live and want to live. It's all about compliance, forced compliance to do what they want to do, which we now see as a very destructive agenda with critical race theory and transgender ideology and gender misidentification or whatever they're doing with these gender policies. They're pushing these really weird, radical policies that they know they can only accomplish through compliance. And so they have to get us used to complying in every area in order to push this crazy radical agenda.
That's a great point. And it kind of all started with, we go back in March of 2020 about, let's just give us 2 weeks to stop the spread, to lower the curve, all that. That's where it started. And then it went to the mask mandate, just in these certain areas. And you can't, but they quickly went to, okay, if you don't get the vaccine, you're going to lose your job. But we'll talk about all of that, because that is one of the topics they're going to talk about today about that. But, if you even go to, I think the greatest threat right now in this country is these climate extremists. They really are. They're willing to do anything.
Well, you say that, and it reminds me, maybe Democrats actually were telling the truth when they say the greatest threat to this nation is climate change. You're actually agreeing with that
right now. You're absolutely right.
It's just their agenda.
It's just their agenda, but and they're willing to, and Joe Biden has said this. They're going to push this through, whether or not you like it or not. They're going to push it through. So if you're looking for any kind of temporary relief at the pump, I think we're seeing it pull down slightly, but it's never going to go back to where it was, because the premise of it, the structure of it, isn't where it was before under the Trump administration. So we can't expect those prices to go back to that level. It's not going to happen.
I would actually expect it to go the other direction and go worse than it was before, because they just have to get us to the point where we stop complaining about it, and then they start going a little further and try to get us to tolerate a little bit more.
So what is our tolerance level on gasoline? Maybe that's a question we put on social media. What is the tolerance level where you live? Where is the price point where it gets to where you have to decide whether or not I'm going to cut back on my groceries, or maybe I'm going to cut back on doing extra things, movies, things like that, extracurricular activities to be able to pay for gas. Where is that price point?
That's a really interesting question. I'd love to hear from the viewers where it's at. I think at this point, and I'm hopeful that the viewers recognize it's not, hopefully, a dollar amount, but it's about the policies that are in place for our energy, not just gas, but energy independence and electricity and all of it.
Yeah.
But I think Americans are getting engaged, and they're starting to say, you know what, I don't like the direction of this country, and I'm going to vote new people into office. I'm going to make sure that my state and local leaders are actually on to America First policies, working for what's best for me and my community. And certainly energy independence and negotiating with foreign nations for oil is something that happens at the federal level, here in Washington, D.C. with the president. And those are presidential policies that impact every American. However, you can put state and local leaders on to pressure the presidential administration and say, in energy producing states saying, hey, we want to drill, we want to be able to frack, we want to be able to produce energy in our state for our own constituents. For example, this is actually a great topic in Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is an energy producing state. Governor Wolf there has put penalties in place for companies that frack and companies that produce their own oil, and has disincentivized and made it so painful that those companies can't operate in Pennsylvania anymore, or at least can't operate the way that they want to. So getting someone like Doug Mastriano into the governor's seat to make sure that those are opened up and allowed is going to lower gas prices in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, talking about Doug Mastriano, we were talking about him on Friday at the rally in Arizona. He was messaging us, kind of watching the rally, and we not to shift a little bit, but you got to have these leaders in these states that know what drives the revenue and the jobs. The state of Texas, and we've heard President Trump talk about this before. Imagine the Biden administration or Beto or anybody else who's trying to, get their feet in the ground in Texas, telling Texans that they're going to stop drilling oil, stop fracking, we're going to remove that entire industry from our state. I want fighters, I want leaders within those states to fight for the jobs. I want to put Texas first. Doug's going to put Pennsylvania first. You want leaders to put their economy first, instead of destroying it and laying off thousands of people and really putting a deficit in as far as a revenue stream in your state.
That's exactly right. And that's why I think we're seeing such an emergence of grassroots candidates. I think more so than any other election, at least in my lifetime, we're seeing more grassroots candidates really rise to the forefront. Michigan was a great example. You had Matt DePerno, who's running for Attorney General, Trump endorsed, and Christina Caramo, who's running for Secretary of State in Michigan. Both of them had historic victories in their primaries where they became, they won their primaries, their Republican primaries for Attorney General and Secretary of State against more establishment type candidates, which is, I don't know that it's ever been done in the history of Michigan before. And you're seeing grassroots candidates like that become successful because the more traditional establishment candidates and politicians are not actually working for the benefit of their state. They're not doing what's best for the people in their state. So you're seeing this emergence of a new breed of candidates come forward. And I think it's really exciting. It's exciting to see what's happening. Carrie Lake is a great example in Arizona. You're seeing candidates step up who really haven't been in politics before, haven't necessarily had a desire to be in politics, but they're saying, I don't like what's happening. And the people who are currently in politics aren't doing their job.
Christina, Bob, Brian Glenn broadcasting live from the Marriott Marquis here in Washington, D.C. for day one of the America First Policy Institute. We're glad you're joining us. To your point, Mark Robinson, Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina, one of my favorite people in this whole political world that we live in. Here's a guy that went to a city council meeting just several years ago, stood up and defended your rights to your Second Amendment and said, you know what, guys, the only people that are using guns in this way are the bad guys. I'm not giving up my gun. I'm a good guy, and I'm not going to give up my gun so that a bad guy could do harm against me and my family. Well, that viral video really just launched his career into public service, and now he's a lieutenant governor of North Carolina.
That's a great example. And on the topic of gun rights, we see the mass shootings take place. The majority of them take place at schools. And why do they take place at schools? Because it's a gun-free zone, because they know that there's not going to be enough people there. There's not going to be anybody there to really fight back against an armed shooter. And so that's why they attack gun-free zones. And Democrats want to make the entire country a gun-free zone, which means we will all be under attack. I think, the Second Amendment certainly is a hot topic right now. It's something that people care a lot about. I expect to see something about that here at the AFPI, America First Policy Institute meetings over this week.
Yeah, well, law and order is on that list there. That's definitely law enforcement, the support of law enforcement. I know that President Trump talks about it a lot at his rallies about law and order and how we've got to have and support the men and women of law enforcement, our military.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about the foreign policy here as well. So you talk about the military, how President Trump grew our military to a superior level that it has, because the Obama administration literally ran it into the ground.
Right.
And so he's been able to do that as well. So all kinds of topics today, and we're happy that you're joining us. And this is day one. Now, day two, we're going to kind of do this all over again, but we have a very special speaker towards the end of the day.
I am excited to see President Donald Trump, speak here at the America First Policy Institute on America First policies. This is a different type of event than what we're used to seeing Donald Trump at recently anyway. He certainly does rallies, and that's always a big party, rowdy crowd. This is more of an exclusive type, invite-only event that, we'll see how his delivery, how his remarks are a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a little different event. If you're just now joining us, this is a 2-day conference. It's more of a learning experience, and it's laying out the 9 pillars of the America First policy agenda. And so you've got former cabinet members here. You have dozens of Congress people. You got senators. You've got just a group of people here in Washington that have a hand in making policy. And these are things, Christina, we've talked about before. Policies affect people. Personalities do not. And I found that a lot of times people that pushed back on the Trump administration, it was based, when you kind of pull back the curtain on why they didn't support for President Trump for whatever reason, it came down to his personality. They just didn't, for some reason, they rubbed him the wrong way. And I would quickly say that's irrelevant in this conversation. President Trump's policies made in the America First agenda made this America great. That's what you vote for.
Or they believe what the media says about Donald Trump.
And that's what it is. That's what it is.
It's funny because, why you don't believe the media about anything else. And most people that would say they don't like Donald Trump say they don't believe the media, yet they believe the media about Donald Trump. So I think people need to consider that some of the press surrounding Donald Trump might not be exactly accurate.
Now, I'm so glad you brought that up, because we know President Trump, and he is the exact opposite of how the media portrays him. And a lot of people will say things about him, and quite honestly, you can debunk all of that by facts and accurate reporting. So, but the policies is what makes this country great, and that's why this event is so important, because there's a lot of people behind us that have a heavy hand in these policies.
They do, and I'm looking forward to listening to the speakers, and I'm looking forward to seeing the reaction from the viewers and from the people watching this event, because some of the speakers, we've heard that Kevin McCarthy is going to be here and Senator Lindsey Graham will be here. They've come under fire from the MAGA crowd, the more grassroots crowd, for not being America First enough. And so I want to see what they have to say, hear their remarks, and then see how the grassroots actually respond to them, because I'm curious to know if there is some daylight between where the real MAGA movement is with some of the speakers.
That's a great point, because when they brought that name up, there might have been a few people inside of here that said, wait a minute, that's not, we've got some questions about that.
Policy.
It's an educational process. So perhaps I'm looking forward to hearing from those two individuals and others. I'm totally open to hearing about it. And it's just like we all should be open to hear about it. Let's talk about press here for a second. There is some press coverage here at this event. Of course, we are pretty much the main exclusive streaming platform, which is very nice. Right Side is very honored to be providing this coverage to you. And we've got a beautiful set here they've built for us right off from the main press riders to my right, your left. And so we're honored to be here. But there are some other publications here that are also covering this event. Now, it's going to be really interesting to see how accurate the reporting is from what the policies laid out here. And that would probably resonate with millions of Americans.
Right.
But they're going to perhaps only share the information that will, stir up some controversy.
If they even share it in a way that people have access to. Like, a lot of times stories like this will get buried. It won't be something that they necessarily put on the homepage if it's a website, or if it's a broadcast network. It might be a comment by the anchor. So we'll see how much coverage it gets. But I'm so grateful for Right Side and giving me the opportunity to work with you on this one, because the way that Right Side does their broadcasting, I think, is really unique, and I think it's exciting. From network news, you see a lot of like clip stories, like fast stories, but Right Side really allows a long form coverage that I think is really great.
There we go. All right, there we go. Let's continue our coverage here at America First Policy Institute.
All right, so I hope y'all enjoyed that time of visiting, because that's probably the most visiting time you're going to get. We're going to have to start moving along. And tomorrow, did anybody hear that a former president may be returning to Washington? I don't know. That's the word on the street. So a couple of quick introductions, everyone. We've got some very special friends here. Senator Rick Scott. Where are you, Senator Scott? You are, oh, there he is. Hello. Thank you for being here. I'm going to go quickly because we've got a lot of amazing people. Chairwoman Ronna McDaniel is here. Thank you, Ronna, for joining us. We've got some amazing attorneys general from around this country who are part of the panels over the next couple of days. AG Leslie Rutledge, AG Sean Reyes, AG Jeff Landry from Louisiana, AG Todd Rokita, and Assistant AG Brent Webster. Please help me welcome them to Washington. The attorneys general are truly the guardians at the gate. I often say it's the governors, but it's really our state AG. So thank you. We also have some very special people here with us today. For those of you that have followed some of the vaccination cases, one of the cases that the AFPI constitutional litigation team filed under the amazing leadership of Pam Bondi, who is here as well. I'll introduce her in a second. But one of those was representing some extraordinary patriots who have served their life, given their time and their treasure and their sacred honor in our military. They chose not to take the vaccine, and as a result, they were stripped of their service, of their office, of their pay, of their benefits. So we've got several of those plaintiffs here today. I'm not sure that anyone deserves a warmer welcome into the America First family than Jen Horton, Tanner Roth, his wife Amanda, their baby Seela, and Tristan Freeze. They're all here today. Please stand up and let us thank you for your incredible service to America and for standing on what is right. We are so grateful, and we will never stop fighting for your right, for Jen, for Tanner, for Amanda, for Tristan, and maybe and perhaps most importantly, baby Seela. The America First movement will always fight for freedom and your opportunity to make your own decisions without the government deciding for you. So thank you all for being here. Our amazing board of directors at the America First Policy Institute: Linda McMahon, Larry Kudlow, Trish Duggan, Newt Gingrich, Kevin Hassett, Babu Nanwe, Tim Dunn, Cody Campbell, and Trish Duggan, you're so amazing. You're on my list twice. So there are two Trish Duggans. Anyway, please help me thank our incredible board of directors, the leaders of our organization. Thank you. And last but not least, I want to introduce the chairs of the America First Policy Institute, whom many I was talking to January 21st, January 22nd, right after we left the White House. And we all said, we've got to keep this team together, the patriots and the thinkers and the doers of the America First movement. Bob Lighthizer, Scott Turner, Jack Brewer, Kellyanne Conway, Chad Wolf, General Keith Kellogg, John Ratcliffe, Ken Blackwell, Steve Yates, David Bernhardt, Coach Lou Holtz, Pastor Paula White, Matt Whitaker, Dr. Alveda King, Governor Rick Perry, Governor Bobby Jindal, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Steve Moore, Governor Phil Bryant, Fred Fleitz, and Robert Wilkie. If y'all would stand, you're going to hear from them over the next few days, but these are the leadership of the America First movement. And we are so grateful. So incredibly grateful. With all that is going on in America, many are left wondering, how will we return to the America that we found just a couple of years ago, have since lost, but has truly been the shining city on the hill for the last 250 years? How will we return to the America that the last administration left our country with peace abroad and prosperity at home? First, power in America
must be returned to the Americans. That was the secret of the Trump presidency, is moving the power out of Washington, D.C. But second, we need a playbook, a roadmap, a compass that is unapologetically of and by and for the American people. We're going to call it the America First Agenda. You know the story, but it bears repeating, that in 1994, Speaker Gingrich and his colleagues led the revolutionary reclamation of the House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years. They did this through a promise called the Contract with America. Men and women vying for seats in Congress ran on a specific, actionable program instead of vague political rhetoric. 367 candidates for office gathered on the steps of the United States Capitol on September 27th, 1994, and pledged, if we break this contract, throw us out. And a resounding victory followed. That's the template that we now look to, and that's what we'll be hearing from our keynote speaker in just a few minutes. The America First Policy Institute, along with a lot of our friends out in the movement, has spent the last 15 months revisiting and refining what was to be the second term agenda of the last administration to create the agenda for reclaiming America. To create this playbook, we went directly to the people without regard or concern for the Washington, D.C. establishment. We then took the top issues, including the economy, integrity in our election system, national security, and education, and crafted policies that would put America first. Ladies and gentlemen, today in your seats, you will find a booklet. There's more to come, but a booklet that we proudly present to you called the America First Agenda, a 10-pillar policy plan to unite America, not divide, but to unite, not just in preparation for the new Congress in January, not just for the next White House in 2025, or really not just for the following 10 White Houses that will follow, but also for the state houses, for local governments, for school boards, on and on and on for the next 100 years. Each of the 10 issues enjoys at least an 80% popularity amongst the American people. No matter whether you are Republican or Democrat, blue, brown, white, or green, no matter what the size of your checkbook is, almost every American agrees that the greatest economy and returning to it has to work for all Americans, that we have to put patients and doctors back in charge of our healthcare system, that we must restore our America's commitment to freedom, to equality, and to self-governance, that we have to give parents control over their child's education and what they're learning in the classroom, that we have to finish the wall, Chad Wolf, and end human trafficking and defeat the drug cartels, that we have to deliver peace through strength and through American leadership, John Ratcliffe and Keith Kellogg and Robert Wilkie and Fred Fleitz and the whole team, that we have to make Rick Perry, America energy independent again. That we have to make it, Ken Blackwell and Hogan Gidley, easy to vote, but hard to cheat. That we have to, Matt Whitaker and Pam Bondi, provide safe and secure communities in all Americans, so all Americans can live their lives in peace, draining the swamp that is out there in all of our nation and state capital, number 10, David Bernhardt, and so many of our former administration officials. But most importantly, again, putting the American people first. And that's what makes us different than the other side. At Mar-a-Lago in November of 2021, many of you were with us. We celebrated the prior 4 years of America First policy, giving historic wins to the American people, and introduced the America First Policy Institute to the country, laying the foundation for the future. In Atlanta, many of you were with us in just April. We took an honest look at where we as a nation stood and discussed what needed to be done to combat America's current crisis. And today and tomorrow, we convene in the nation's capital with what's next: proven solutions and a vision for America and her future. Now it is really my honor. Together, we will restore the promise of America, but we couldn't do it without a lady who has been by my side from moment one,
whom I didn't know, although I sat next to her sometimes in cabinet meetings, talked about America being great. But when we talked about who would be the right chairman for this organization to lead the way, everyone said Linda McMahon. She is a woman that has achieved success that most would only dream of, from the president and CEO of the World Wrestling Entertainment to President Trump's cabinet as the administrator of the Small Business Administration. But to know those of us who have had the incredible gift of getting to know her personally over the last couple of years, they know that she is so much more. Some 20 months ago, I went to Linda with this crazy idea. Again, it was the first time we had really formally talked. I walked her through the blueprint of building an organization that I believed and we believed would be the hallmark, the linchpin for securing freedom in this country, not for 2 years or 4 years, but for 100 years. And she will tell you that while she has done some extraordinary things, her family most important, her business, her private sector work second, but that this work to save the country is now at the top of her list. She could be playing a lot of tennis and reading a lot of books, but instead she is in our office working every day to make America first again and put America first always. Please help me welcome Linda McMahon.
Thank you. Thank you. Please sit. That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Brooke. Gosh, what, how can you beat that? Walking out being, to that kind of an announcement, that's pretty hard to live up to. But I have to tell you that Brooke Rollins, the president and CEO of AFPI, I don't have to tell you what a wonderful job she's doing. You can see it just when she walks out here and talks to you. That lady's rocking. Thank you again so very, very much. I'll repeat what Brooke said in coming today and sharing this with us. It's wonderful to see so many leaders in our movement in one place for an exciting couple of days. I know that everyone is excited to hear from so many incredible and accomplished individuals, conservative leaders such as Speaker Newt Gingrich, Leader McCarthy, dozens of governors and members of Congress, and of course, our country's 45th president, Donald J. Trump, who will join us tomorrow. But let me give you, yes, that deserves, I think we're all looking forward to that. Let me give you a little bit of the background of America First Policy Institute and the inspiration, for this event. You heard Brooke talk a little bit about talking to me and Larry Kudlow and others about stepping in and forming this America First Policy Institute. So Brooke and Larry and I discussed the future of the America First movement. And in these conversations, America First Policy Institute was born. We agreed that the central focus of AFPI should be to promote policies that advance the causes and the interests of the American people and put them first. And that's what we're going to do in everything we do, and that's what the prior administration did as well. The wonderful thing was that we kind of had it laid out already because President Trump had campaigned and governed as an American First leader. Just to remind you about some of the things of his administration, led the building of an unprecedented economic boom and provided tax relief for the middle class. It's often forgotten that the most of those among us who benefited from the tax relief programs were those of lower and middle income. He ended the regulatory assault on America and business and workers. Now, I was the administrator for SBA at the time, and I can tell you that I witnessed that firsthand. He took strong and decisive actions to confront unfair trade practices. He unleashed America's oil and natural gas potential, achieving energy independence, something I think we'd all like to see again. Invested in American families and expanded educational opportunity. He secured our southern border. He appointed an historic number of federal judges. He rebuilt our military while serving and protecting our veterans. He fought for life and stood up for religious liberty. And that's kind of just scratching the surface. I mean, we were there. We saw all the things that were accomplished with that policy. But we knew that the accomplishments of those 4 years were only the beginning. So for the past 18 months, we've been building an organization that continues to put the American people first. Our guiding principles are liberty, free enterprise, national greatness, American military superiority, foreign policy engagement in the American interest, and the primacy of American workers, families, and communities in all we do. And with thanks to the support from great patriots like yourselves, those of you who are sitting here today who have been supporting us, what we have dreamed of is now a reality. And AFPI has already had many remarkable accomplishments. In spite of just being a year old, you heard Brooke speak about some of them. We launched a school effort on patriotic education to drive transparency on curricula and accountability with our local school leaders. We created the Save America Coalition, where we partnered with more than 65 conservative organizations to educate Americans on the egregious policies that the Biden administration's Build Back Better policy was all about. We've taken the fight for election integrity to the states, where we've been leaders in the movement for honest elections in states like Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. They've had several victories there over the last few weeks. We were leaders in the legal fight against the Biden's regime's unconstitutional vaccine mandate from OSHA and the successful defense of Coach Kennedy, whose First Amendment rights have been stripped of him through terminating him from kneeling and praying on the field just on his own after the games. Most importantly, we have built a home, and this is important. We have built a home for the America First movement. With over 150 talented and accomplished individuals on our team. And we built that team in just a little over a year. We've built over 20 policy centers chaired by former cabinet secretaries. You heard Brooke go through the list, governors, members of Congress, professional athletes, and more. Each of these centers is dedicated to specific ways we can put the America people first. And that's what leads us to where we are today. We wanted these 2 days to showcase America's first policies with our great country's best and brightest minds. We want these experts to educate the nation on ways to restore American greatness, making America energy independent. Let's do these things all over again. We want to fight government corruption. We want to make it easy to vote, but hard to cheat. We want to give parents more control over their children's education. And we want to, and we must, and we have to secure our border and protect our homeland. And yes, that deserves an applause. And making the economy work for all Americans again. And of course, we are thrilled and honored to welcome President Trump back tomorrow afternoon, as he will be returning to Washington for the first time since he left office. So we're very proud to be able to do that. But we know that AFPI's work so far, including this exciting event today, is only the beginning. If a year and a half ago, the Biden administration certainly has shown us what they have going to accomplish, and that's been very little. We have so much work left to do to fix our country. And I now have the privilege of introducing someone who knows a little bit about fixing a country, Speaker Newt Gingrich. Speaker Gingrich first became a household name when he led the Republicans to victory in the House of Representatives for the first time in 40 years with his contract with America. But he didn't just write the contract with America. He ensured that Congress kept its promise to the American people, from welfare reform to balancing the federal budget, and he did it with a Democratic president. The legislation he championed served to better Americans' lives for generations to come. And at the core of each of his actions, he underscored that the American people must be put first always. And that's exactly what we do each day at the America First Policy Institute. And that is why we are honored to have Speaker Newt Gingrich on our board. And with that, please join me in welcoming Speaker Newt Gingrich.
Well, I want to thank Keith. I want to thank all of you, and I want to thank Linda for that introduction. I've really enjoyed watching her work and the leadership she's done. And I have to say, and she agrees with me on this totally, neither of us have ever worked with anyone more systematically effective than Brooke Rollins. She is an astonishing leader. And I think the America First Policy Institute is going to do for the next few years what the Heritage Foundation did in 1979, 1980. I keep on my desk a copy of the 1,093-page report that the Heritage Foundation wrote for Ronald Reagan. 250 experts, each took their area. They wrote the report. Reagan got elected, and at the first cabinet meeting, Ed Meese put a copy of the report on the table and said to the cabinet, "This is the policy of this administration." And they hired most of the 250 people who had written the report to go actually execute the report. I think because of the experience of the 4 years under President Trump, we have a seasoned enough cadre that if we work at it methodically, we can actually have an enormous impact on profoundly reshaping the federal government. And I think in that sense, that the American First Policy Institute is very important. And I think this agenda is a very good starting point. And I want to emphasize that concept, starting point. This is going to be a long dialogue. We're going to learn a lot. The world's going to change. And as we're doing it, we're going to continue to apply ideas in a way that for the Republican Party I grew up in would have been unthinkable because it would have actually required reading books. I also want to say, as I look out over this, and I'm kind of amazed, it's not I've been around so long. I have so many friends at almost every single table, people who I admire, people who I've worked with. It's just remarkable to me to see all of you here, and I'm very grateful to be back with friends at a historic moment. And when I look out at Kellyanne, I look at Keith Kellogg, and there's so many people around here that are just remarkable. And I really want to try to be worthy of your time and your attention. I want to start, however, with a personal note about an immediate situation. I feel very strongly that Speaker Pelosi should go to Taiwan. And that she should take a bipartisan congressional delegation. I can say this with some authority. I am the highest ranking American official ever to visit Taiwan. In 1997, I led a delegation, and John Dingell, the senior Democrat, was on the delegation. It was a truly bipartisan group. And it was a funny little story that relates to where we are right now. We'd been having some tension. In fact, President Clinton at one point sent 2 U.S. aircraft carriers through the Taiwan Straits to communicate sincerity. I had been invited by Beijing to come and give a speech both in Shanghai and in Beijing. And then we told them, after this had all been announced, that we were going to go to Taiwan. And they were furious. And their ambassador called Gardner Peckham, who was handling national security and was our trip planner. And I remember he happened to be in my office when he took the call. And at one point he says, "The Chinese Communist Party does not dictate the travel plans of the American Speaker of the House, period." And he went on to say, if it offends you too much, he will skip China and go to Taiwan. At which point they said, well, actually, as long as he agrees not to fly direct. So we ended up going China, Japan, Taiwan, Japan. And they grudgingly accepted that. Now let me apply it to where we are now. You have the normal attitude of the State Department, which is timidity covered by insecurity, and an eagerness to appease people who aren't Americans. You have, unlike 1997, when we had a Defense Department that actually focused on defense, you have a woke Defense Department, which is as timid as the State Department, which is really dangerous. So I saw some article this morning that the Defense Department is very worried that Speaker Pelosi will somehow cause a problem if she goes to Taiwan. Well, my first suggestion is this. If the Department of Defense is not certain that it can protect an American Speaker of the House in a public visit, why would we think they could protect Taiwan? And if you're the Chinese communists and you watch us flinch after the total mess in Afghanistan, the total mess in Ukraine, you begin to think this is an administration that's just begging to be bullied. And so I commend Nancy. We have enormous disagreements on 98 or 99% of the things. But on this one, I think her instinct is right. I hope she sticks to her guns. And the only thing I would suggest is that she should make it a bipartisan congressional delegation to show that both parties are committed to the independence of Taiwan. I wanted to take that brief moment. Now, I'm going to talk about some relatively unusual things because, I mean, we're dealing with a Democratic Party which doesn't allow you to not talk about unusual things. This morning, I was doing some research because I was born in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and I am fascinated by the Senate race. I've known Dr. Oz for over 20 years. I once had a Center for Health Transformation. He worked with us. And John Fetterman, the lieutenant governor, is almost the perfect caricature of what we're going to be running against this fall. Fetterman took down the American flag in his office in the Capitol to put up the marijuana flag and the gay pride flag. Now, that might work at Berkeley. It would work at Yale. But any of you who know Pennsylvania very well know that the idea that the next time a soldier goes in to rescue somebody, instead of showing them the American flag patch, they're going to show them the marijuana patch, tells you about as much about wokeness as you need to know. And I think that Fetterman has to carry the burden, first of all, of being Fetterman, who's kind of nuts. Second, he has to, which in the Democratic Party means he's sort of a centrist. Second, he has to carry the burden of an enormous murder rate and crime rate in Philadelphia. And third, he has to carry the burden of a very anti-energy policy in Western Pennsylvania, which is the fourth largest producer of energy in the United States. And then in the middle of the state, which is a very conservative area, which actually voted for Ralph Landon over Franklin Roosevelt, he's got to carry the burden of just being himself. So I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I hope Rick Scott's not going to be too unhappy with me. We will win the Pennsylvania Senate race. We will win it by a surprising margin. And for the foreseeable future, the marijuana flag will not fly at the U.S. Capitol. I know it's bold, but, you know, several years ago, Bernie Marcus, the co-founder of Home Depot, came to me and said, given the work I'd done with Reagan and then the work we did with Contract with America, would I create an American Majority Project to try to really find out, are there issues that could bring us together in such large numbers that we could govern for several generations? And so we have been doing a lot of polling and focus groups now since 2018. All of us available to any American, or anybody else in the world for that matter, at AmericanMajorityProject.com. Now, I want to share with you, because I keep telling people, we're going to have a huge victory this fall. But it's not going to be a red tide. It's going to be an American tsunami, not Republican, not conservative, American. It starts with a comment that Joe Gaylord suggested to me and we tested, which is, do you think it is important to restore the America that works? 87% said yes. Now, first of all, that means that 87% thinks that something has to be restored because it's not working. But second, I learned a lesson many, many years ago. I first met with Ronald Reagan in 1974, first time I ran for Congress. In fact, most of what I learned about giving speeches came from Reagan. And Reagan had a very simple rule. Find an 80% issue, stand next to it and smile. Your opponent has two choices. They can stand in your shadow and nod yes, or they can stand with the less than 20% and frown. And given the nature of Americans, if you're with an 80%, even if the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the rest of the propaganda mill is opposed to you, at 80%, they can't erode you below 50. You stand next to a 51% issue, they can erode you. And Reagan understood this very, very deeply. And it's something I really worked on. In 1984, I headed up a truth squad that went out to San Francisco. And we would every morning hold a press briefing. And Walter Mondale, you may remember, got up in his acceptance speech. And he said, the other guy is going to raise your taxes, but he won't admit it. But I want you to know, if you elect me, I will raise your taxes. We closed down our shop. Didn't have another press briefing. We followed the Woodrow Wilson rule, never murder a man who's in the process of committing suicide. And of course, you went into a general election of, would you like to have higher taxes or lower taxes? Reagan, having cleverly figured out lower taxes would work better than higher taxes, and Mondale, being a good liberal Democrat, couldn't quite understand that. So I think we could have an American tsunami. But here's where we need your help, and this is why the team that Brooke has assembled is so important. The American people want solutions. They want values and they want solutions. They don't want one or the other. If you're out there today, there's a woman in Western Pennsylvania who is quoted as saying that she had to go to 4 or 5 stores to find baby formula, and given the price of gasoline, she couldn't afford to go to 4 or 5 stores. Now, she wants to know that there is somebody in America who cares enough about her that they're going to try to solve both problems. That is, make sure baby formula is available without having to go to 5 stores, and making sure you can afford to buy gasoline. These are very practical, very down to earth, very real propositions. I think we're going to have a tsunami, and I'm going to explain how to get there, which is not the Republican norm, by the way, because there are 2 really big parts to get to the tsunami. The first is campaign everywhere. Don't say, oh yeah, those are the Republicans, that's the Republican side of town. When you get double the price of gasoline, when you get a 38% increase in the murder rate in New York in 1 year, when you have millions of people crossing the border illegally, when you can't afford to buy the food you used to buy, everybody's available. And I tell every candidate, the number 1 and number 2 places to campaign are simple: gas stations and grocery stores. Because that's where people are going to be reminded that whatever Biden said yesterday was a lie, or he just didn't know. Because, all these liberal Democrats get in a government-funded car to be driven by a government chauffeur to go to a government airplane, and then they go, I don't know why you're worried about the price of gasoline. It doesn't affect me. Well, it affects everybody else in America, so I'm willing to make a swap. They can have everybody vote for them who rides around in a government-sponsored car, and we'll get everybody else. Now, that gets to be a pretty big majority. And we have that potential. In 1980, actually, the first contract with America was Ronald Reagan. And the first Capitol Steps event was Ronald Reagan. In September of 1980, we brought every Republican federal candidate in the country to the Capitol steps. David Broder wrote a column saying it was a tremendously courageous step by Reagan, because instead of running as an individual, he was deliberately running as head of a team which, by the way, in 1975 was a 13% identity in the country. We had collapsed that badly. Well, what happened? All of these candidates stood next to Reagan and pledged 5 things. We won 12 Senate seats, 5 of them by a combined total of 75,000 votes. We won control of the Senate for the first time since 1954. Nobody expected it. None of the Washington consultants expected it. Nobody who has a reputation would go out on a limb and say, oh yeah, after Reagan wins the biggest electoral vote against an incumbent president, he's also going to have coattails that bring in 12 senators. Nobody would have said that. So you move forward to 1994. All we did was, to be honest, and this is why this is so important, we were standing on Reagan's shoulders. And the truth is, although President Trump doesn't always want to admit it, Trump is standing on Reagan's shoulders. Fact is, Reagan set the base for modern conservative government in America. So Reagan in 1965, running for governor, is for welfare reform. We get it signed into law in 96. Reagan is for supply-side tax cuts. We passed the largest capital gains tax cut in history. Go down a whole list of these things. And building on what we had done in 1980, we had a Capitol Steps event, and we had people pledge to a contract. Now, I'm going to give you a secret about this in a second. But let me just say I'm confident that Kevin McCarthy is going to, in fact, have he's currently, I think, calling it a covenant with America, but it's essentially the same concept. There will be a positive House Republican document which will in many ways parallel this and be very compatible with it, and which will be designed to do 2 things. 1, to win the election, and 2, to set a standard for you next year to measure the House Republicans about whether or not they keep their word. With your help, and I know that Senator Scott agrees on this, with your help, I'm sure we will convince the senators that they should actually stand for something and that they should actually give their word, or whether they want to adopt the House document. Look, I'm a creature of the House. I'm a Speaker of the House, but I get it. I always tell people the Senate is a country club. The House is a truck stop. So I understand, you can't go to the members of the club and say, why don't you join the truck stop? I mean, it didn't work in 94 and it won't work this year. But I do think the senators have an obligation to also come up with something. Now, there's one last big thing I want to talk about here. And I need your help, because this goes against the psychology of most of our professionals and the psychology of most of our consultants. Every temptation in our modern 24-hour news system is to run small campaigns. You rush around. I mean, the January 6th committee is a perfect example. It is a Stalinist show trial disguised as a congressional hearing. It's because the national elite is so deeply, bitterly anti-Trump. It's given free time and at prime time, which means more people are watching Netflix and are watching other programs than ever in history because they're hiding from the junk that's being forced on them. But the national news media would love to rush up to you and say, what did you think about Revelation number 217 last night? Wasn't it horrifying? To which the correct answer is, why don't you get a life? I mean, go watch a soccer game or watch baseball. The average American is ready for a big campaign, not a small campaign. And a big campaign, it's a very simple model. We run a small campaign in Georgia. Warnock might win. He's very articulate. He's a professional preacher. He's got a huge amount of money. And he will run around trying to destroy the Republican nominee, Herschel Walker, with every possible distortion, misinformation, etc. That's a small campaign. Might work. Unless we convince everybody that the actual ticket is the Warnock-Biden ticket. That 9% inflation, that's Warnock. Highest price of gasoline, that's Warnock. Can't afford to buy food, that's Warnock. Million people crossing the border, that's Warnock. We run a big campaign, this is true in every state in the country. We run a big campaign on big issues. We campaign in every part of every state. We win. Part of what got us to this, I'll give you two quick numbers. Part of what got us to this was testing, Larry Kudlow's suggestion, the concept of big government socialism versus free market capitalism. Turns out, to everybody's shock, free market capitalism wins by 59-16. Now, the key is all three words. Young people who've just been brainwashed will come out, and if you just say the word socialism, they go, well, isn't that kind of a nice thing? You drop big government in front of socialism, they go, are you nuts? Because they know big government doesn't work. You just say capitalism, that's one thing, but if you say free market, suddenly it's a lot more positive. So we have a potential to run a campaign this fall of 59% who are free market conservative capitalists versus the 16% who are big government socialists, and then just remind everybody, and this is really, really important. The failures we are living through that are causing us pain are failures of policy, not failures of personality. This is not a cognitive problem in the White House. Now, why am I saying that? Because one of the things I learned was that in 1975, when she became opposition leader, Margaret Thatcher set out to destroy socialism. She pounded on it every day. It was immoral, it was illegal, it was theft, it was destroying Great Britain. By the time she was done, there's a great small book by Berlinski called There Is No Alternative, Why Margaret Thatcher Matters. By the time she was done, no openly left-wing leader has been elected Prime Minister of Britain in 40 years. Now that should be our goal. Our goal is not just to beat some doddering guy who can barely read his script. Our goal should be to make sure that AOC spends her entire life in a tiny minority in utter frustration, never once mattering. Finally, and this will again be, it's going to take your help. An American tsunami to serve the American people. I mean, I'm a Lincoln Republican. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Do I take lots of polls? You betcha. You know why? I think I have an obligation to represent the people, and I'm not arrogant enough to think I can sit in some room and fantasize my version of the people. So I want the people to tell me, one of the things I learned from Kellyanne, that is actually helpful to listen to the people, not just narrowly, but broadly, culturally, anthropologically. Who are they? Who do they want to become? What's their future? Because I had studied under Reagan and worked with Reagan, I'd learned there's a wonderful small book I recommend to all of you called The Education of Ronald Reagan. It is amazing. It's his time at General Electric. And what he learned was, he spent 8 years there, he learned that if you moved the people, the leaders had to follow. So Reagan never negotiated directly with the Democrats. Reagan recruited the American people, as he liked to say. He would shine the light on the American people so they would turn up the heat on Congress. Now that's basically what we did. Every single item in the contract was 70% or better. We wouldn't put anything in the contract that wasn't at least 70%. Well, what did that mean? It meant you're a Democrat, you go home. At 70%, guess what your voters tell you? They like it. And I'll close with this because it's so different than what you've been taught by the left-wing media. On the items of the contract that were voted on, we averaged 63 Democrats voting with us. That was the average. And we did it deliberately because we wanted to represent, it was a contract with America, not a contract with Republicans. You have a chance, and I really mean this, you have a chance to be the generation that ends the Rooseveltian machine after almost 100 years. You have a chance to relaunch this country with such energy, such enthusiastic pursuit of happiness, such belief in the rights God has given us, that 30 or 40 years from now, people look back and wonder, why did the Chinese or the Russians or anybody else think they were going to play? Dictatorships can't play with the free people if the free people have good leadership. And this is a pretty good start at getting that. I urge each of you, and I really mean this, I'm here today, I've been doing this since August of 1958. And I'm here today because I'm a citizen. The job of citizens is to save the republic. This is your job this year and in 24. Thank you and God bless you.
Amazing. You know, one of my favorite scriptures is sure that there is anyone in American life today who has answered that call more than Speaker Newt Gingrich. Please help me thank him one more time for his decades of service to this country. God bless you. All right, everyone. So here's the schedule. So all the events are in this room, which is why we kind of went a little bit lighter on the lunch so that we didn't have lots of plates to clear. So we've got about 15 minutes. You can stay seated. You can make new friends. There is dessert in the hallway. We're not putting everyone on a diet just yet. So if you want dessert, you kind of want something sweet or coffee, you can go out in the hallway and do that. Our energy panel led by Governor/Secretary Rick Perry, along with many of our other great friends, is going to get started in a little more than 15 minutes. So we got to stay on time. We're going to start again in 15 minutes. Have a wonderful quick break, and we'll be right back to you. Thank you all so much.
Introductory, speakers, and of course Newt Gingrich closing it out. First time I've seen him in person speak, and quite the individual. And he's a historian as far as it comes with the Republican Party.
That's a great way to describe it. He really is a historian, and he brought us back to the Reagan era. Talked a lot about Reagan policies and how much of the America First movement really harkens back to the Reagan era policies. And what we're seeing today is standing on the shoulders, as he said, of what Reagan did during his time. So it was a historic look of how we got to where we're at today and what he would like to see going forward.
There we go. And if you're just now joining us, Brian, Glenn, Christina, Bob, live here at the America First Policy Institute Summit in the Marriott Marquis here in Washington, D.C. A great two-day event. Of course, Brooke Rollins just said tomorrow it will shift to another room where the president will be speaking at that time. So that's what a great setting. But we're going to go over these 9-10 pillars of what America First Policy Institute likes to put out as an agenda, so that other elections moving forward, we have people that have pushed a common ground of putting America first.
Right. And she even said the next 10 presidents, she'd like to see the next 10 presidents focus on these 10 pillars that they're going to address over the next 2 days. And it really focuses on stuff that I think at this point in time, at least, the Democrats would have a really hard time countering. The energy independence, safe and secure neighborhoods with protecting law enforcement and encouraging law enforcement. And then, of course, supply chain issues, making sure that people have the goods that they need in order to live their lives and make the free choices that they want to make. So I expect to see the policies be very resemblant of the Reagan era policies and kind of just all American, true value. This is how we live our life. And it will be in stark contrast to what we're seeing from the Democrats right now, which is defund the police. It's very pro-abortion, pro-gender identity, transgenderism, critical race theory. It's pretty polar opposite of what we're seeing on the left. So I think these policies whether it comes from America First policy or just America First in general, I absolutely believe that these will be policies that impact, many presidents to come.
And to your point, it is about the messaging. I heard Newt Gingrich said, instead of saying capitalism, say free market. Yeah. We're for free markets, because a lot of people may be led to understand that capitalism is something that's very negative because they watch the very slanted, mainstream news. But if you pose it in effect that we're for free markets, who's against a free market? The left, of course, if you want a controlled market.
Yes.
But the terminology is real important here. And when it comes to kind of framing your policy to make sure that even someone in the middle or the far left can easily maybe understand it, and maybe it can resonate a little better with them.
I think that's true. And I think we're starting to see a reframing of the parties right now. I think the public had largely been led to believe that liberals were the party of love and unity and peace and inclusion and equity. How much have we heard about equity? And we're seeing the implementation of their policies are not bearing the fruit of what they claim. And so I think we're at a point in time where the American public is looking at what's happening going, you know what, maybe what the Democrats are saying isn't actually working, and it's not actually the policies that we're seeing. So to your point about word choice, capitalism versus free market, I think people are starting to take a closer look at those word choices because we've largely been deceived by the large corporate media. And I think they're willing to reconsider, okay, maybe free markets are a good thing.
Yeah, I think it is a good thing. And we've seen what happens overseas when socialism takes over, and these governments that all of a sudden they cave, they bow down to this globalism agenda, which then stifles their economy, limits the freedoms of their people, and it becomes this society, this country that no one can physically live in any longer. And that's why they flee to come to countries like this great United States that we have here. Quick programming note, coming up at about 3:30, I think, local time. We're going to have a ticker on the bottom of the screen. We're going to talk about how we'll be switching over. So if you're watching us on any other platform right now, guess what? A little bit later today, that's going to be switched all over to Rumble. So go subscribe to us on our Rumble channel. Go download our app at either Apple, your Android store, or watch us online on our website at rsbnetwork.com. So just coming up, programming note, no matter what stream you're watching us on right now, that will come to an end a little bit later, here in a couple hours. We'll put a timer up there to remind everybody, because Christina, you got to make sure that we gravitate everyone to the right platform to watch this, because I don't want anybody to be left in the dark. They're watching this on a certain platform and it goes to black and they go, okay, what happened? Did it just end?
We got canceled.
Yeah. No. We're not getting canceled. So yeah, do that and make sure you tune in for that. We're going to take a short break here in a second, a short commercial break. But coming up, we have energy policies, which we talked a little bit earlier is huge.
I think people are going to be really interested to hear what the America First policy is for energy independence. We certainly saw under President Trump's administration that we became energy independent and we became an energy exporter, meaning we were selling our oil to other nations. And so I expect to see something along those lines. I hope they go into a bit more detail about how we recover that and how we recover where we were under President Trump. And I think that's going to be the next big topic.
All right, Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn, giving you continual coverage of the America First Policy Institute. We're on day one. We got one more day after this one. When we come back, we'll have some interviews here. We're going to take a short commercial break. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting's live coverage of America First Policy Institute here in Washington, D.C.
We're back here with Brooke Rollins. Sorry, it took me a second. We're back here with Brooke Rollins, President and CEO of America First Policy Institute, and you were the assistant to the president at the White House on domestic policy. Now, it was under your leadership that you've put together this booklet on America First policy. How does your policy compare to what the policy was under President Trump at the White House?
Well, thank you, first of all, for having me on. And we're so excited to have you guys here with us at the America First Agenda, the first ever policy summit. And what a joy and what a blessing that is. Our goal is to roll out a vision, an agenda for the fall, for the new Congress, for the new White House, frankly, in a couple of years, but more importantly, really for the next 100 years. And how that aligns with our work in the White House is a great question. Not surprisingly, it aligns very closely. Could be because I was managing the same sort of project in the White House.
Makes sense.
Yes, and was getting the teams organized for our second term, which unfortunately didn't happen. But when the end of the first term was coming to a close, we realized that we have to keep the momentum going, and that at the end of the day, the policies are what matter, not the politics, not the personalities, not the the fighting, but it's the policies that make a difference for all Americans, and that's really what this agenda is about.
And you mentioned that there are 10 pillars of America First policy. What is it?
Well, so we have underneath the agenda are many, many items, but they're organized into 10 different pillars, from the economy to healthcare to education to national security to innovation, to energy, to securing the border. And what's really interesting of all the 10, and your watchers can go to americafirstpolicy.com. There should be a link there that goes through these pillars and everyone can look at them. But what's really interesting is when you take these pillars to the American people, on all of them, they are all 80% issues or above. Every American, or at least 8 out of 10, want to fund the police and secure their communities. 8 out of 10 want a secure border and not an open border. So it's really encouraging to see that the people are with us.
And it's interesting that you say that. Sorry, Brian, I know I'm like hogging the interview. I just love you.
I love you too.
It's interesting that you say that because the left really has gone the other direction by becoming fairly radical and pushing issues that most Americans don't necessarily care about, as far as like transgender ideology, critical race theory, defunding the police. So as someone in your position that's helping to try to shape policy for the future of America, because the challenges aren't, no, our policies are better. The challenges are, no, our policies are obvious. So how does that compare to what you've seen in the past?
Yeah, it's so true. So I think the magic of the Donald Trump presidency is it was all about returning the power to the people. And I think that's why he resonated in such a unprecedented way amongst not just Republicans, but amongst Hispanic, African-American, blue-collar workers. All of a sudden, we had this unbelievable coalition that we have to keep together because, again, many of those who believe in what we believe, which is most Americans, they once voted on the other side of the ledger, but now they realize that those policies have failed them and their families for generations. But by keeping those coalitions together, moving forward to a new day for the country, creating a vision that people can understand and ascribe to and know that that is what's best for them and how we save America, that truly is how we turn the ship. And I'm so encouraged. I believe we're going to do it.
I think you will.
One of the things I really like about it, Brooke, is a lot of people in attendance. You have former cabinet members, you have current city, you have a lot of dignitaries here. But more importantly, you have viewers at home that if they're thinking about getting into a political race, city council, their local governments, whatever, you're giving them a wonderful resource right now to watch this stream, go on the website and find out. So this is really for the people. Yes, it's for the people behind us. This is for the American people.
There's no doubt. The American people are that they're first, second, third, and last in everything we do. And it's not about the swamp. It's not about who gets elected to what. It's about everyone together. And one of the, I think, the great and exciting things about our work is that I have said from the beginning, this is not about Washington, D.C. Clearly, we're going to have an agenda. We want more tax cuts. We want to secure the border. It's not about the states either, but this agenda is relevant in the states as well. And it's not about the local school boards. It's about all of it. And the America First agenda hits every single level of government. And that's a big difference in, I think, what this organization brings to the table is that usually you divide between buckets. You're national, you're state, you're local. No, it's everybody.
And how do you actually make the policy? Because Brian and I we're at the rallies and we're out talking to a lot of the grassroots efforts, and then you're here in Washington actually writing the policy. How do you connect the grassroots and get what they're doing, out in the states and out at the rallies into what your actual work is?
Well, I think that's a really important question, and from my perspective, I have a long history in the policy movement, not the political, but the policy, and then of course running President Trump's domestic policy agenda. What I know, probably more than anything else, is that it's not enough to write a white paper and it's not enough to give a speech, that you have to have a clear strategic plan to implement. So on education, what is our plan? We know we want to return power to the parents. We know we want parents to be able to choose the school for their child. How do we do that? That's not a federal issue. That's a state issue. Okay, now we know that. So let's focus on 15 key state legislatures as they go back into session in January, drafting the legislation, drafting the policy to back it up, testifying to make it happen, working with the governors and the lieutenant governors and the chair of the House Education Committees, building out an infrastructure for freedom that cannot be deconstructed for the next 100 years. And that's really how we move the policy into implementation.
And so when the viewers are watching going, yes, that resonates with me, I want to push that, and they go to your website and find what your policies are, how do the viewers take what you're saying and actually use it themselves to make an impact?
So we have, thank you for asking my favorite question. So that is all.
Good job there.
Thank you.
5 points for you and control the board.
Right, home run. I should say home run. So
one of the biggest challenges on our side, on the conservative movement, is that we've got the best thinkers and now we've got the best doers, but we haven't always been good at the strategic plan and the strategic vision. Well, that's why we've got a C4 called America First Works, and their entire effort is to ensure that the policy connects to the people and that we can arm your viewers so that when they want to run for school board or they want to advocate for school choice or border security or tax cuts or deregulation, they have a go-to place, americafirstworks.com, and we're building that army in the states to move those policies forward.
Rick Rollins, Christina Bobb here at day one of the America First Policy Institute Summit here in Washington, D.C. And of course, tomorrow afternoon, President Trump taking the stage. That's pretty exciting.
I'm back. You know, it's interesting because for a long time, he and I have been talking about we've got to capture the momentum and provide the alternative vision. What I think everyone on our side knew that this White House would be very destructive to America. I think a lot of people might say today they didn't know quite how badly it would get.
That earlier. Say that all the time.
I knew it was going to be real bad on day one, but not everybody did. But I think that in speaking to President Trump, and he is the leader of the movement, he is the leader, the founder, the visionary. And while this organization and this event is not about Donald Trump, it's about the next 100-year fight for America, to hear his vision and what his ideas are and what an America First agenda is, which will probably be very similar to ours, but not exactly the same. I think it's really important for America to hear. So we're really excited. It's his first trip back to Washington.
Well, thanks for having us here as well. This is exciting for Right Side.
You guys are our go-to, and we're so grateful to you and all your viewers for being a part of the fight to save America, frankly.
We talk about that all the time. You know, when we crisscross this country doing rallies or Senate hearings or Supreme Court hearings, it is about saving this country. And Christina and I are so committed to saving this country. We'll do whatever it takes. And I don't care how many nights of not getting sleep and travel and setting up. And we don't care. Because let me tell you something. If we don't save this country, there's nothing else to do. That's it. We have to do it.
This America is truly the world's last best hope. And for those of us, I know you all know too, who have stories or friends of people from other countries like a North Korea or a China or a Venezuela, this really is the bastion of hope and opportunity for the world. That's why we've got millions of people trying to get across our border to come be part of the American dream. And we have to realize that it is slipping away from us minute by minute. And unless good people get involved and are willing to sacrifice time, treasure, and their sacred honor and our founders, concept, that it will be lost. But I think I am encouraged. I think we're going to get it back.
Do you hear much from the American people? I know policy, it's one of those things here in D.C. that it might not be something that people are constantly reaching out to. Do you get emails and letters from people, and what are they telling you?
We get so much amazing correspondence with average everyday Americans that are feeling the pain of $5 gas and $15 bacon and air conditioning that they can't afford, especially
indoctrination of their kids in schools. That's probably the number one in my circle.
Sexualization of the transgender agenda, the critical race theory. It is slipping away. But I think what President Trump and our administration was really able to prove it was such a God thing, I think, that we can get it back. And when I decided to leave Texas and come join the administration, I didn't know. I knew we had a fighter in the Oval Office. I knew that in Texas, we had really worked hard to implement many of these same policies. And I kind of knew how to do it. It's hard, but it's doable. But I didn't really know that we would be able to really effectively fight the swamp. And we were. The greatest prosperity in our lifetimes, the lowest unemployment numbers we've ever seen, energy independence for the first time in decades and decades, a secure border, a world that was arguably at peace for the first time, no lost soldiers. I mean, the agenda that was implemented and was successful is remarkable. And now we know how to do it, and we're going to do it again.
And of course, it begs the question, in his second term, now that the nation can kind of see everything for what it is, do you think that the door is kind of open for him to be even more successful and accomplish more for America First than he did his first term?
Well, to wrap it up, I think whether it's Donald Trump or any other number of great Americans, whomever it ends up being in the next White House on our side, we're going to be ready. And we've never really been ready before. The left and the Democrats are always organized. Joe Biden had something like 1,100 people show up on the first day of his time in office. We had not maybe a couple dozen. Our side's never been ready, but now we will be ready. We're going to have the plan. We're going to have the strategy. We're going to have the process. We're going to have the people. And that's what counts.
There you go. The wonderful Brooke Rollins joining us here on our little break before we get into talk about energy, and which is going to affect 100% of our viewers right now because we're all affected by energy prices. But we have Rick Perry is scheduled to speak. So we're briefly, before we get started, can you give us a quick tease of what we can expect?
I think what your viewers are going to get today is really, I've never seen anything like it in my 20 years in the conservative movement. You have the leaders of the last administration, like Secretary/Governor. He will always be my governor. I was his first policy director 20 years ago. But you'll have Secretary Rick Perry, and then you have U.S. senators and congressmen. I think Senator Scott, Congressman Hudson, Congressman Pfluger, and maybe Senator. But all throughout the day, all those key pillars we talked about each have a panel to talk about the importance of that issue, what it means for the American people, and how we're going to implement it in the next America First administration.
There you go. Moments away. One real quickly, that website once again for people who want more. Hey, I like exactly what she just said. I want more information. That website for that.
AmericaFirstPolicy.com.
There you go, AmericaFirstPolicy.com. And of course, we're moments away from that starting. That's tomorrow. We have President Trump that's taking the stage in the next room next to us. And we'll bring all that coverage to you as it unfolds. Once again, we're so honored to be here doing this with you.
It's my honor to be with y'all.
And we're learning a lot. I mean, we're always learning on this side of the camera. So we always want to make sure that we're up to date on what you guys are putting out as well. So we certainly appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead and cut to the main cam, and we're moments away here at America First Policy Institute Summit here in Washington, D.C.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to begin our program.
The stage to maybe introduce to it. Yeah, but we're glad you're joining us right now. Good stuff to hear from Brooke Rollins.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's interesting, and it's interesting that she even acknowledged that some of the America First policies, she's curious to see how closely it matches to what President Trump is going to say, because he's going to talk about his policies tomorrow night, which we'll all get to hear. And this is a separate organization from President Trump and his organization, so hopefully they match pretty closely, and we'll see. We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, and my biggest takeaway from her segment with us, Christina, was this is information, and information is power. Yep. And I wanted to say that, if you engage in, I'm hoping you're engaging in intelligent conversation with your coworkers, your neighbors, people at church about the policies in this country. And instead of trying to hypothetically try to figure out yourself, at events like this, that's what it's intended to do, to give you knowledge.
Right. It's absolutely supposed to be educational and informative. And hopefully that the speakers that you're hearing, maybe you're hearing a different take on the policies that you haven't heard before, or it goes more in depth than what you're used to hearing, certainly from what you get just from watching the the large corporate news outlets.
Yeah.
This really it's a lecture. I mean, they're getting lectures on America First policy and what it means. And the good news is, if you like it, if you don't like it, you can reach out to them and let them know what you expect to see in America First policy.
That is true. And of course, you talked about the media covering this event. Of course, tomorrow, President Trump, it's his first time back here in our nation's capital since, January 20th of 2021, I guess you could say, is when he left Joint Base Andrews from here. So this is his first time back. And so we're happy to have him there. Let's go back to the program here on day one of the America First Policy Institute Summit here in
Policy Institute. Chad Wolf.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to have take a few moments, let everyone come back in from the hallway. Everyone grab a seat. Thank you all for being with us today. You're going to see a lot of me today. I'm going to try to keep us on schedule. So if you see me creeping up on the stage, ending one panel and starting the next, you'll know why. Look, everyone here is a part of something special and historic over the next 2 days. You are all part of the America First movement, a movement that stands for freedom, equality, and liberty, a movement that says we're putting the American people first. And over the next day and a half, you're going to witness the strength of this movement with a lot of the panelists that we have. So we're going to kick off the panel portion of the program. We've got 5 exciting panels for you today, and we'll continue that tomorrow. These panels and panelists mirror the America First agenda that we are rolling and unveiling over the course of the next several days. And so we're just looking forward to having that discussion. We really want to thank everyone again for being here. So let me kick off our panel portion. We have the Make America Energy Independent panel. It's going to be moderated by former Secretary of Energy, Rick Perry. So welcome and enjoy.
How sustainable is our economy?
Gas prices soaring to the highest average ever recorded. Record high.
The pain at the pump.
Prices are very high.
Americans are spending $250 million more every day on gas.
It's painful at the moment.
Totally disgusting.
I have to think about putting gasoline prices before buying my kids' clothes.
If you drive an electric car, this would not be affecting you, clearly.
It was hard to tell somebody that I couldn't offer them service.
Well, we do have a lot of capacity in public transit.
How's that going to heat my home?
They shut down the gas line, now we depend on everybody else in their countries.
We need to restore energy independence through leadership by immediate and misguided negotiations with American adversaries such as Iran and Venezuela. Waive unnecessary permitting requirements to mitigate energy supply dependencies. Promote and protect cross-border natural gas pipelines, and reauthorize federal onshore and offshore leasing for oil and natural gas production.
And the world's looking for leadership.
What is the plan to increase oil production in America?
Oh my God, that is hilarious.
For American energy. Let's hear it. Yeah. Come on out here. Governor Rick Scott, that's the title I always give him. Rick Scott was one of my great competitors that we had through the years, and now United States Senator from the great state of Florida. Richard Duncan from North Carolina. He represents that part of North Carolina just north of Charlotte. And then August Pfluger is my congressman from out in West Texas that knows a little bit about the energy industry. Y'all sit down. I'm going to walk around for a little bit. I got to preach. But we've been given the opportunity here to talk about what I consider to be, now I'm totally biased, Ray, that energy is right at the core of everything that we do. It is right at the center of what drives the economy in this world. It's right at the core of what these 3 individuals have extraordinary ties to our national defense, and we're going to hear them talk about that in a little bit. But from the standpoint of America being secure, it's our energy independence that allows us to do that. And so I want to tie all of this together today as we talk about why America's energy independence is so important, whether it goes literally to the economy. And I'm talking about this, the next election cycle that we're going to be facing here in November. What are people thinking about? What's driving them? I will suggest to you a lot of it goes right back to the energy industry, the strangling of the fossil fuel industry in America today, the cost that's then pushed off onto Americans, whether it's the cost of gasoline, the cost of transportation, the cost of all of the materials that are created by energy, the wealth that gets created by the energy industry, and taking that wealth and then innovating. Margaret, when you think about the innovations that are happening in the world today, and so many of them are associated to the energy industry, the fossil energy industry. And we don't need to be apologizing to anybody for that. We don't need to apologize to anybody about being for fossil fuels and how they have changed the world that we live in today, the flourishing of the world. And you got a group of people out here on the left, I will call them, the woke left, the John Kerrys of the world, who think we ought to leave all of our energy in the ground while he jets around on his multi-ton emitting jet. But you shouldn't do that. They want to live their lives in luxury, but they don't want anybody else, Governor Bryant, to have that ability at all. They want to control your life and tell you how to live your life. And the use of fossil fuels is right at the core of this. And our ability to use that for the good of mankind. And I think, Senator, one of the things that we need to talk about here today is our ability to let the world flourish using fossil fuels, and American fossil fuels in particular, because we're the cleanest producing country in the world. Amen, Ambassador Sands. But the point is this. If you are an individual who stands up and say, we need to be net zero by 2050, you need to go ahead and stand up and say, oh, and by the way, if you're one of those billions of people around the world that don't have access to energy today, you're just going to die. Because that's basically what it means. Net zero by 2050 means that you're going to not allow those individuals at all to have access to any type of flourishing. If you don't have the ability to find out whether your child is sick or not with a sonogram, if you have a child that's born with a challenge and you need an incubator, and you're one of those billions out there, sorry, you're just going to die. How black has your heart got to be to stand up and profess that while you are sitting and genuflecting at the altar of the religion of environmentalism? And that's the question we've got to stand up and ask, and not be afraid to stand up and ask. No place in the world has made a bigger difference for the flourishing of the citizen of the world than America, and the American fossil fuel industry has been right at the core of it. When you couple that with our ability and our technology and our innovation dealing with nuclear power, and I know, August, we're going to talk about this in a little bit, and Richard and Rick Scott as well, as we talk about the great opportunities that American energy have and has for the future of the world. So with that, Senator Scott, I want to pitch it to you and let you.
You want to talk about how I beat you the first 2 years you weren't governor in job creation? You want to talk about that first? Or how you got number 2 in the fishing tournament we did with the veterans? Remember that?
Competition.
I thought you want to talk about that
thing.
first.
I love competition. You know, whether I was competing with Bobby Jindal, Phil Bryant, all of these governors that were out there, and it made us stronger, didn't it, Phil? It made us go do some things. You were a better governor
because of you.
Because of me.
My whole goal was to beat My whole goal was beat Rick Perry every day. He was the gold standard for job creation. It's a great state. One of my daughters lives there, and I never beat him while he was governor. But the first 2 years, I kicked his butt in job creation. So that was a good 2 years.
It was. But I want you to talk a little bit about what you see out there, head of the senatorial committee. And I don't think there's a more important job, frankly, in the political world at the moment than what Governor Scott or
Rick or something.
Senator Scott is engaged in, from the standpoint of making sure that we take over and have a majority in the Senate. And so, if you would just kind of give us a little brief peek at where you see us, what we need to be doing, what your projections are.
But I think what y'all are doing here, I think what Newt talked about is that we need to talk about why we're better for people, and we are. I mean, I grew up. I was born to a single mom. Grew up in public housing. My mom would be struggling right now. She'd be struggling. Did she put gas in the car to go to work, or did she put food on the table to five little kids? That's what's going on. So the negative about the Senate is we've got more up than they do. We have 21 open seats. They have 14. But everything's on our side. Joe Biden is not going to get better. Forget him for a second. As I think Newt said, it's just policies. I mean, 9% inflation, which is probably higher than that when you look at we look at price of housing, 11% PPI. When you can't, it costs unbelievable. I said, what'd you say? You filled up your car. Your car cost over $100 to fill up your car. I mean, that's just killing families. And as Rick, what you said is right. People are not going to have any opportunities if we don't get energy under control. And by the way, I love my mom. I hate being told what to do. Why in God's green earth would we go be begging Saudi Arabia or Venezuela or anybody else to be independent? So I think we're going to have. Look, we have great candidates. We have every reason to believe we can win. The issue we've got is we've got to raise money. Guys like Warnick he's raised I think over $30 million running against Herschel Walker, and we had primaries. Fetterman's raised a bunch of money against Oz. So we've, the Kelly out in Arizona, who we should be able to beat if we have a good candidate coming out of the primary, which I think we will, has raised, I think, over $30 million. So it's great candidates, great environment, raise money. So that's what we got to do.
And I think you really hit the nail. If there's one thing that I would ask all of you to leave with, if there's one thing you remember, you've heard it now from two of our most, I think, intellectually engaged, brightest, most capable people that we have in the Republican sphere, Newt Gingrich and Rick Scott. And they both talked about policy and to be focused on policy. That's what we really need. I mean, we got a bunch of interesting personalities. That's for true. I mean, we do. We've got interesting personalities. But at the end of the day, the American people really want us, tell us what you're going to do to help us,
and then
to help our family, and then do it. And then do it.
That's what you would do as a governor.
And listen, I'm totally biased about governors because governors are required to deliver on what they talk about. They're CEOs. They can't just talk. You got to talk and do. But here's our chance, the Republican Party, to really lay out a vision. Here's the policies that we're going to put in place, whether it's energy independence again, whether it's being able to make our country again militarily strong and having the men and the women not woke, but actually focused on how do we keep this country free and keep the bad guys pushed back. That's what the American people want to see. And do it in a way where people know we care about them. To have a spirit about ourselves that basically says, not only do we care about you, we love you, we're going to sacrifice for you, we're going to do the things that you expect government to do. I thought, again, Newt did such a fabulous job of talking about that Reagan and having the understanding of this is what the people want. It's not, here's what I believe in, here's what you're going to do. It's listen to the people, respond to what their desires are, and then deliver the best you can on that, and lead. Now, from time to time, leading it can be difficult, right, Rick?
It's a ball.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
But anyway, I want to get.
You can move people down a path, but you've got to move them down the path. We're not dictators.
Leaders lead people down particular paths, and that's what we're looking for. That's the men and women that we're looking for. Richard did a great job of doing that. And you've been in 10 years now in Congress. He represents a district north and east of Charlotte, North Carolina. But most importantly, and again, I'm biased here, he represents Fort Bragg, which is one of the greatest military facilities in the world. I had the great privilege of flying in and out of there when I was a 130 pilot, picking up the 82nd Airborne. And I want you to talk about, from your perspective, why this election cycle is so important to the men and women that are stationed at that base, who are deployed all around the world defending ours and many people's freedoms around the world.
Appreciate that,
Richard.
I'll borrow this one. Thank you so much for that, Governor, and thanks for mentioning it. I didn't have the honor of serving. My dad served, a lot of my family served. One of my cousins retired and is now instructing out there, and I see this as my chance to serve these men and women and their families. So thank you to all of you who've served and all of you in the room who've served. I'll tell you one thing, it's kind of a tangent, but these military families are suffering right now. I mean, inflation is hitting them really hard, and we don't pay them nearly as much as they deserve, and so they're struggling too. But the real key is you look at what happened in Afghanistan. To me, one of the most embarrassing, saddest chapters in our history. The way we withdrew from Afghanistan with dishonor, we left behind American citizens. And the administration just lied about it. Joe Biden and his people absolutely lied about it. They said every American that wanted to get out is out. But what they didn't tell you is August came up and said, okay, I'm here with my family. And said, we'll take you, but we're not taking your wife and kids. And he said, well, I can't do that. They go, okay, check. He didn't want to leave. There were thousands of American citizens left behind, and there were tens of thousands of people who'd helped us. And so I represent the epicenter of the universe, Fort Bragg, 53,000 soldiers and 20,000 civilians working there. I got a call from probably, I don't know what percent, but a huge percent of the folks there, because they all know someone who helped them when they were serving over there. And so it's at one point we had a list of about 30,000 people we were trying to get out of the country that this administration left behind. And it's just shameful. And we've had service members commit suicide over it because they made a promise to someone and it wasn't kept. And it's shameful. And you look at these Green Berets that we're going to deploy in the future, and we're going to have them go into a country and say, trust us. If you help me, we won't forget you. It puts the lives of these men and women in danger. So having a commander in chief who respects our military, who loves our military like these leaders did when they were governors and now in their current roles, is critical. And so we've got to get a new president.
Amen.
I kind of like the old president.
Amen.
Because he loved our military.
Hey, Richard, we behind the stage, we were talking a little bit about small modular reactors and why I'm a huge fan that we've got to push the envelope on our nuclear power in this country for a lot of reasons. Number one, because it's such a reliable base load. It's emission free. It's walk away safe now. We don't have the waste issues that we had in the past. And the modern technology on small modular reactors, advanced reactors, however you want to call them, is very important. And it's got an application for the military. And if you and Representative Pfluger would just touch on that a little bit about the potential of that type of technology, and maybe pushing the envelope even a little bit further and talking about how states could take the lead on the permitting and the licensing of those instead of having to sit around and wait for Mother May I in Washington, D.C. to say, oh, it's okay for you to do that.
Well, I'll touch those quickly and let August jump in. But The last point you made, though, is the critical point. I mean, we talk about all these things we can do to make people's lives better. We're not talking theory. All we have to do is point to the last president and what he did for people and how he made their lives better through his policies. One great example is through permitting regulations to unleash business, particularly in the energy sector. You as secretary did a fabulous job on NEPA, on Clean Air Act, on WOTUS, on the Endangered Species Act. All these different regulations got to the point that they weren't doing any good anymore. They were just laying regulation on top of regulation, and you and President Trump rolled back these regulations and unleashed American innovation. And what the left doesn't want you to know is the United States leads the world in reducing emissions. In the last 20 years, we've reduced emissions in this country more than the next 12 best countries combined. And how do we do it? It wasn't a government mandate. It was because of innovation through the private sector. It's unleashing the private sector, and they'll figure it out. When it comes to small modular nuclear reactors, this is the future, in my opinion. Nuclear, the left, for some reason, doesn't like it. It's 95% carbon free. It's base load. It's the cleanest, safest, most reliable source of energy we've got. But the new small modular nuclear reactors, they're smaller. That's part of the name. But they also are safer. They have this special fuel, HALEU fuel. I'll let August explain the scientific context of that. But it is enriched to a lower level, so it's safer. You can turn these reactors on and off, and they don't melt down. You can't upgrade the fuel into weapons grade fuel. They're great. You can move them around. 3 of these reactors could power Fort Bragg with enough excess that if we got into some kind of national crisis, they could export that energy out into North Carolina and South Carolina. What I'd like to see, and I took, when you left office, your successor came down to Fort Bragg to look at this issue because, we lost a whole lot of lives in Afghanistan and Iraq from IEDs. Why is that? It's because we're shipping diesel fuel up and down the road to get them to the troops. What if we deployed 82nd Airborne with their own nuclear reactor? They could go to the middle of the desert and be self-contained. These are the kind of future applications that I think are limitless. But I'll kick it over to August and stop talking.
Let me do a quick little introduction of August Pfluger for just a second, because I think this is really important. He graduated from, well, number one, just for the purposes of being completely honest here, he could not get into Texas A&M, so he had to. He took his second choice and went to the Air Force Academy. But I'm just kidding, sort of. He graduated in 2000. About a week before 9/11, he got his wings at Laughlin Air Force Base in Del Rio, Texas. He was one of the United States Air Force and America's next generation of fighter pilot. He's been in conflict his entire military and political career. This guy understands the price that generation has paid. And having an individual like August in Congress is really important, so that when they sit in front of a committee that's got a woke Secretary of Defense and really ask them hard questions about what are you doing and why are you doing it, having somebody like August Pfluger is really important for our team to have there asking those kind of questions. And so, August, I'm really proud to have you as my congressman and working for us, and thank you for your selfless service throughout all these years, the last 2 decades. God bless you.
I will say that I did marry an Aggie, and that puts me into a higher category. Mr. Secretary, I think, first off, thank you, and to Brooke Rollins for the leadership here. I mean, this is such an important topic. I'm going to go back to something that was said by, I think, everybody on this panel, and that is unleashing innovation, unleashing American ingenuity. And this president, and I grade him on 2 simple things, very, very simple. Is he making us more prosperous, and is he making us more secure? And it is unequivocal to both of those. Absolutely not. He is not making us more prosperous or secure. And it's because he's stifling this innovation. I represent a district Any Texans in here that know where Midland, Texas is? Midland over Moscow is that is my signature piece of legislation. And it's not just a catchy phrase. I gave the secretary a hat. But it's what the president is against. He's against the American dream. He's against innovation. He's against unleashing American energy, and it hurts our military. It hurts our economy. It didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way. And whether it's small modular nuclear reactors or whether it's taken the energy out of the Permian Basin and not having to go beg for it from MBS or Maduro or any of these other leaders, we have to remember that in World War II, American fossil fuel industry was the tipping point that pushed us over the edge and allowed us to win that conflict and win freedom for this world. And now here we are, and every American family is hurting at the pump. They're hurting at the grocery store. They're hurting paying the bills. Some of the electrical companies are saying that 1 in 5 Americans are going to get disconnect notices this year. How sad is that? The people that can afford it the least are the ones that are going to have to pay the most. And when it comes to the innovation and the ingenuity, we need a president who's going to stand up for us, just like the secretary did when he was Secretary of Energy and Governor of Texas, saying we can do this more inexpensive, we can do it cleaner, and the underpinning of our economy comes from energy. Let me give you a quick stat here. In the next 15 to 20 years, and this is a conservative estimate, 1 billion people will be added to this earth. 1 billion people. I'm tired of hearing the word energy transition. Those billion people will demand 50% more electricity than is currently being demanded today. We are in an energy expansion, and we have to do everything we possibly can, whether it's small modular reactors, whether it's LNG, and the secretary has done a wonderful job abroad telling our partners and our allies who we want them to rely on us and not go to Russia. We want Zelensky to be able to say, you know what, the United States is reliable, and we're going to get that energy from them, not from the Russians, not from the Chinese, not from the Iranians, so on and so forth. Those billion people who now will have access to clean, inexpensive, reliable energy, we can't go backwards. But that's what this president is doing to us. It is time to put Midland over Moscow, and it's time to put America first and use the resources that we are so blessed with right here in this country.
Well done. Well done. Rick Scott, from the standpoint of if you were just to give some advice to a Senate candidate that's out there who's looking at you as a successful governor, a successful senator, the head of the senatorial committee, and if they were just to sit down one-on-one with you and say, Senator, give me some advice on how I need to respond to and interact with the constituency. Give them a little bit of your philosophy about here's how you run a campaign, here's how you successfully bring it to a fruition.
I've only had one primary and 3 generals, so I'm not an expert on it, but the approach I've taken is very similar to Governor Perry's approach. The first thing is nobody's going to vote for you unless they think you care about them. So I think the first thing you have to do is you have to show people that you really care and you understand what issue they're dealing with. Number 2, if you've had the opportunity to govern, show that you're competent. So actually show up and do the job you said you're going to do, and then go talk about the issues people care about. Don't talk about things they don't care about. Talk about an impact of gas prices and food prices, and impact of baby formula shortage, and their kids not being taught the right things at school, and living in a bad neighborhood, stuff like that, because that's what people care about. And talk about your background and why you're different. I was talking to Mehmet Oz last night, and we talked about the fact that one of the reasons why I think he's going to win is he's willing to tell his story. Here's a guy that his family came from Turkey. He's busted his butt and had success, And he's doing this because he wants the same thing for everybody else. And how do you not vote for somebody like that? Then, of course, the last thing is, if you're not willing to ask everybody and their brother for every dime they've got, don't get in this job, because it's part of the job. You have to raise money to get your message out. So, but the big thing is show people you care, and talk about the issues. And if you've had an opportunity, all of us have now had the opportunity to govern. Right on, show the people we did what we said we cared about. So, play with the ball. You should run for office. It's if you haven't run for office, it is an unbelievable opportunity. You meet the most wonderful people, and you get to hear their stories. I love all the stories that people I've had the opportunity to meet, and then you actually do have the opportunity to help people, which is the most rewarding thing you get to do.
Yeah, Richard.
You also save a lot of money on vetting when you run for office. I coached my son's school team, and they had me fill out this form so they could do a background check. I said, look, Nancy Pelosi spent $7 million doing that last year. You can probably waive that $35 fee. But what was the question?
I don't even remember now. Yeah. But what I want you to do is just talk a little bit about what Rick discusses about people knowing that you care, and I mean, knowing it when they see you, when they hear you. And one of the things that I know about you in my times with you is that you really care about the men and women in the military and the things that you're doing to assist on the veteran side. And I'd like for you just to kind of share with the audience here a little bit about what you've worked with, engaged with, and the difference that you make, and so that the constituents they see that in your eyes, they see it in your actions.
Well, I appreciate that, and I do agree with the senator that you have to show you care first, and we as Republicans also have the advantage that our ideas will actually make their lives better. And so if you engage in that conversation and you talk about what people are going through, you bring up veterans, veterans, they've seen it all. They've been told, they've been lied to in some cases. They've been told a lot of things. When you're dealing with veterans, they're looking at you and saying, all right, is this guy going to tell me the truth? Or this woman, is she going to do what she said she is going to do? And so I think particularly when you talk about our veterans, they're tired of being told, made promises. They want you to deliver. I think that's what President Trump was so good at. And Robert Wilkie, I think, is here. He's going to be here. He was a tremendous Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Under President Trump and working in Congress, we were able to speed up the wait times at the VA. We were able to really make some improvements so that we were delivering better quality care. One of my biggest issues when it comes to veterans is I want you to be able to go to any doctor you want to go to. If you want to go to the VA, great. If you want to go to the private doctor, great. If you're 100% service connected, we ought to pay for either. Absolutely. And so when you talk about America First, looking at this issue, I think we've got a pretty good track record of keeping our promises to our veterans, doing what you said you were going to do. Our veterans kept their promises to us. They put their lives on the line. They put their families through hell in some situations. We got to keep our promises to them. And so I'm proud of the America First.
Well done. Hey, August, give the audience here a little high level view of the EPA's attack, if you will, on the Permian Basin, the Delaware Basin out there, and why, when the president gets up and he talks about, or more likely his press secretary gets up and talks about the fact that there's 9,000 permits out there, and give the folks in this audience just a little bit of on the ground view about here's why the oil and gas industry is a little bit averse to going out and spending all this much money and not knowing what the future landscape is going to look like because of this administration's clear disdain for the fossil fuel industry.
Let me take 10 seconds to thank my wife, who moved with me 11 times. When you're talking about the sacrifices, thank you, Richard, Senator, for those those spouses, the family members, they're the ones that are sacrificing, not the service members as much, but the families. You know, the fact is that this president has pretty much kept true on his promise to do what he said about ending fossil fuels from his perspective. And he thinks he's on that path, although it's not going to happen. But every tool, every weapon, every available avenue to kill this industry is being used right now. The lesser prairie chicken and the sagebrush lizard, two species that most people probably haven't heard of. Last 10 years, they've actually increased population by about 30 to 40%. Despite the fact that in the Permian, we're at record levels of production right now. Thank goodness we are as well, or else we really, that $5 average around the country could be $6, $7, $8 average. But instead of using a common sense approach, what the administration is trying to do, which is not a new tactic, but the ferocity and the magnitude of their efforts, especially on endangered species, of trying to shut down land in the name of, you know, these species and saving these species with what I just told you, a 30% increase in population. So they take these issues and they run with them. Recently, the EPA has come out and said, well, we're going to name the Permian Basin on the Texas side a non-attainment zone for ozone purposes. And this is what it does to investors, to institutional investors, to people that want to put their money in there. I like to use this example of, anybody in the room want to invest in a pipeline in Yemen right now? Probably not. Political risk is pretty high, but the President of the United States right now is doing the same thing in our country by canceling Keystone Pipeline, going after endangered species and saying, we're going to shut down the leasing and the federal lands and the drilling and the permitting, and doing the same thing with this non-attainment zone, what I'll call is a joke, because they have these tools in their arsenal, and it undermines the investment attitudes, the certainty. It's so uncertain that people don't want to invest in that, and the price of capital is extremely high. Access to capital is extremely difficult, and that's going to end up hurting every American more than it didn't have to be this way. And we've got to get to a point, this is back to the unleashing, where we're taking advantage of our resources. And those countries around the world, think about Moldova, a small country in Eastern Europe that is buttressed up against Ukraine, not a NATO country. Putin wants that country. And Moldova needs a reliable source of energy. And our president could do that. He could do it today. All he had to do was quit the assault, the war on fossil fuels through things like the EPA and endangered species.
Thank you. Do you have the Texas, the national, or not the national, but the state park? Is that in your district? Do you run that far out and take Big Bend?
Not to Big Bend.
Okay, you don't have Big Bend, no. But we're right at the end of our time. Dawn Buckingham, stand up just a second. Dawn Buckingham, right over there. She is the candidate for the general land office in the state of Texas. And the reason I bring that up to you is that she has the oversight for all of that state land out there and all of the oil and gas production on that state land. She's for the production of the oil and gas in the state of Texas. And her opponent is not, just for the record. Just want to make sure everybody knows that. We're for using, she did. Dawn, stand up again. See, there you go, right there with the orange top. I couldn't get her to put a maroon top on, but that's a whole nother story. I want to wrap up by saying thank you all for being here today. What you are about, it's not maybe, is about the future of this republic. The America First Policy Institute has the potential to change the arc of history. And I know that sounds like maybe some big, but it's true. What we are doing, what we are about, has the potential to change the future of this country. We are a blessed organization. Let me tell you, I've known Brooke Rollins since she walked in my office in 1991, and she had hair this tall. As a state FFA officer, she came to see her agriculture commissioner. This kid impressed me mightily with that one meeting. I hired her to come and work with me as the general counsel at the governor's office after I became the governor of the state of Texas. I saw this opening with the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I told him, I said, you need to hire this young lady to come and run it. When President Trump was looking for someone to come help with domestic policy, I said, you need to go talk to this young lady. This is one of the most talented, capable, intellectually advanced, and wise people that I've ever dealt with in my life. We are blessed to have Brooke Rollins at the head of AFPI. She will lead this organization properly, and the best years in front of America are in front of us because of the America First Policy Institute work that we're going to do over the next 2 years in preparation for the inauguration of a president in 2025 that puts America first again. God bless you, and thank you all for coming out. Richard Hudson, August Pfluger, Rick Scott, great Americans. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Well, what a great panel. We've got, again, another round of applause for Governor Perry, Senator Rick Scott, Congressman Richard Hudson, Congressman August Pfluger. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back here at 2:30, so we're going to give you about 9 minutes, all 9 minutes. We're coming back. We're going to talk about safe and secure communities. We're going to talk about the rule of law, and we've got Pam Bondi and Matt Whitaker who are going to moderate that panel. So short break. We'll be right back with you.
Welcome back as we continue coverage of day one for the America First Policy Institute. Brian Glenn joined with Christina and Bob as we just heard Rick Perry wrapping up a few comments about energy independence. And we heard the price of oil several times in that conversation.
That was the hot topic, of course, on this energy panel, although they were talking about the importance of just being able to heat your home in the winter and cool your home in the summer. And Rick Perry was making the point that this is actually an issue of life and death when there's extreme heat in certain areas, like you live in Texas, or in the winter in the cold. People need to be able to heat their homes, and he was making the point that it's quite heartless and actually very cruel to not try to make energy affordable, because there will be people who aren't able to afford to heat their homes, and it could cause some death.
And I love the line he used towards the end: would you invest in a pipeline in Yemen? And of course the answer is no, we would not. But then why would he, shut down the Keystone XL pipeline? So we talked about energy. Now up next, we're going to talk about safe and secure communities. And that was one of the things that ranked up to the top of what people were concerned the most. And Christina, I ask you, we've seen this list of cities around the country. Starbucks just released a list of where they're closing their stores due to unsafe communities. I ask you, where do you think this ranks on the list as far as your typical American?
I think it's quite high on the list, actually, but it's interesting because it's one of those issues where law enforcement is a state and local issue. It's the county sheriffs and it's the the state attorney generals. Those are the ones who run law and order in a state. And so I think it's very high on the list, but it's interesting because I think conservative states actually have law and order by and large, for the most part. It's not necessarily an issue in areas where you have strong police presence. So it's one of those issues that I think conservatives are looking out at Democrat-run cities, like in places like Seattle, where Starbucks has now closed many of their stores, going, we want to crack down on law and order because we don't want to be like those Democrat areas.
But wouldn't you think at this point, and we keep trying to pull a page out of the Democratic playbook, you would think at this point they think the defund police, chant doesn't work. The American people don't want that, and I think they did it. They tried to bend the knee to BLM and some of these other activist groups about what was going on in the police department, but they should know now that type of mindset and agenda does not play well with the American people, and that we need more law and order in these cities, not less.
Well, I do think they figured it out. I think they tried to backtrack that a little bit, but let's be very clear that the left does not like law and order on a local level where it impacts everyday Americans, but they are very pro-federal law enforcement.
Wow.
Like the FBI, they have given them a lot of power and a lot of authority to influence school boards, which is a state and local issue. So the left is moving very much towards big government control and crackdown on law and order by empowering the federal law enforcement and taking power away from state and local law enforcement, which is actually where it impacts the people, throughout the country.
That's a wonderful perspective. I've never thought about it like that. You're right.
No.
They don't want it on the local level. They want it on the federal level.
They want to control it.
They want to control it. And they, you remember they wanted to lock up, disgruntled mama bears that went to a school board meeting in Northern Virginia. They want to criminalize those individuals, but yet the individuals that loot and riot during the summers of 2019, we will let those guys go.
And January 6th is a great example. That's an example of federal law enforcement politicizing federal law enforcement against your political opponent. So they want to have the ability to frame and set up their political opponents. I think the vast majority of people who hear anything about January 6th recognize it for the ruse that it is at this point, trying to prevent Donald Trump from gaining his second term, because everybody knows that if he runs, he will win. The people are working to secure their elections, and I fully expect Donald Trump to gain his second term, and they're scared of that, so they're trying to come up with other ways to prevent him from running, and they're doing it under a law enforcement ruse. And so that's why I think, for me personally, that is one aspect of the law enforcement issue that is concerning to me, because we need to empower our state and local law enforcement to do what they need to do to secure the cities, but we need to disempower the federal law enforcement to make sure that they're not heavy-handed and using it against their political opponents on either side.
Great point. And also, if you want to look at the growing Latino vote going to conservatives, Latinos have historically placed safety in their communities as number one priority. They know exactly what that looks like in a country that does not have law and order. So as you see the left pushing aggressively this anti-police, anti-law and order, I think what's happening, Christina, in return, Republicans are getting a large share of Latino voters because they want to feel secure. They fled areas that had insecurities.
They do, and they also tend to have large families and place a lot of value on community values. They're very much a community culture, community-oriented culture, and defunding police destabilizes communities, and it destabilizes local areas. And of course, Latino communities are very collaborative, and they tend to work together and have extended family and live as a community. And so I think they're starting to recognize that the liberal policies are run very contrary to what they stand for.
Yeah. All right, Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn joining you. Let's get a quick check of the time here. Locally, it's 2:28, which means in about an hour, we're going to cut all the streams that you might be watching us on right now, other platforms. We're going to go exclusively on Rumble, our website, and our app. So make sure that you make that conversion before about 3:30 here local time on the East Coast in Washington, D.C. Make sure you make that conversion.
Yep.
We've got a little bit of a warning here. We've got to ask people to take their seats several times here because people like to socialize. It's a social event. But we're glad coming up next, we're going to talk about law and order and keeping our community safe. And that is absolutely one of the top pillars of what's concerning for most conservatives in our communities. And so they're going to talk about that a whole lot more. We appreciate you joining us today. If you want to follow Christina Bobb on social media, it's Christina_Bobb. You want to follow me on social media as well, you can do that at Brian Glenn TV. We're going to start posting up some behind the scenes stuff here at this summit, especially as we kind of go throughout the day. We're running into a lot of old friends, things like that, nice to post that up and say we met so-and-so there. So I kind of share the word of who's at this summit, because what we have behind us is a group of elected officials, former cabinet members, and just people that's been in the public policy business for a while. So that's
and I'm curious to hear what our viewers think of the speakers in their positions, because certainly America First policy means different things to different people. And the panel of speakers, there's a number of different directions you can go with who's speaking. And, there's a lot of big conservative leaders, whether they're elected officials or activists. And the panel of speakers certainly was intentional. I'm curious to know what the viewers think of the positions of the panelists.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think America First in itself, those words, putting America first, there should be no gray area on that.
There shouldn't be.
It's black and white. You either put America first or you don't. So hopefully we're hearing a little bit of your feedback on that today. But we're glad you're joining us. Don't forget to follow us on all of our other social media platforms. We're all over the place. One way to stay in tune to what's going on. And don't forget also to sign up for our newsletter at rsbnetwork.com. Couple of clicks, your name, your email, things like that. You get that newsletter sent to your desk every Wednesday. Grace Saldana, our editor-in-chief, and a staff of writers. Let's turn it over to the program here as we're live.
America is founded upon the rule of law. It is the foundation of our prosperity, our freedom, and our very way of life.
The radical left has been pushing hard, teaching that the law is an oppressive, evil thing, something that must be defunded or even eliminated. And this dangerous way of thinking has led to the rampant crime epidemic we are seeing in our major cities. Fortunately, citizens outside of Washington realize this and are tired of the elites pushing for these radical policies.
America First Policy Institute is an organization that has America's best interests and safety at heart. We are going to champion law and order.
Our common sense approach puts the safety and well-being of Americans first in public policy.
What is in the best interest for the average American? Correcting the narrative in that the rule of law is a bedrock of any civilized society and is something to be followed and upheld.
Respecting law enforcement as those responsible for legitimately upholding order.
Ending human trafficking, one of the most egregious crimes of our time that treats human beings as a commodity.
Enforcing the law. Laws on the books are designed to keep our country safe and running.
And they are to be enforced.
We need a reversal of this past year, where we have seen parents treated as domestic terrorists, law enforcement deplored and denigrated, and federal entities abscond from their responsibility to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law.
The people need to speak up, and at America First Policy Institute, we will show them how. They need to establish that politicians pay a price for years of removing deterrence for crime, not prosecuting or incarcerating those who commit crime, and shaming or eliminating law enforcement responsible for upholding the law.
And freedom, the bedrocks of our republic, putting America and Americans first.
And Americans first.
America first.
America's future is America first.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us today. This important panel, which we're going to discuss keeping our communities safe for all Americans, making sure that families can live in peace, and making sure that every child can play safely in their front yard. I'm Matt Whitaker. I'm the co-chair of the Center for Law and Justice at the America First Policy Institute, working right alongside my co-chair, Pam Bondi, who I'm very proud to work with. As many of you know, prior to joining AFPI, I was the acting attorney general in the Trump administration. I've been a former U.S. attorney in a previous administration and have been at the Department of Justice over 7.5 years in total. I have been attracted to being part of AFPI for a long time, as many of you have, because when it was formed, it was a creation of a lot of people that I thought were rock stars in the Trump administration. No one bigger or better than Brooke Rollins, who is just an amazing leader of this group. And one of the most important interests, I think, for the preservation of our republic is what this center works on, which is maintaining the rule of law. And supporting the rule of law requires a commitment to many key principles, including adhering to the original intent of our founding fathers as evidenced in the Constitution, understanding our shared commitment to the rule of law and the law as written, and not at the whims of unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats or judges in black robes, and making sure, in addition to all that, that we hold criminals accountable to the law when they violate it. Respecting and defending the rule of law necessarily touches upon several issues that are important to the America First agenda. First and foremost is supporting the men and women of law enforcement, making sure and ensuring that we have a stable and robust law enforcement community that upholds constitutional rights of our citizens, and making sure that, again, we back and support the men and women of law enforcement who stand as the bulwark against criminality and lawlessness. We must also protect our cherished Second Amendment rights and recognize that the right to keep and bear arms is essential to a free people. We must hold elected officials accountable when they refuse their responsibilities of office, whether they, through their executive leadership, support defunding the police and compromising safety of communities. We need to hold them accountable when they're social justice activists masquerading as prosecutors and refusing to seek punishment against criminals who repeatedly ravage our communities. And we also need to make sure that the rule of law stands for combating human trafficking and illegal drug trafficking. And finally, we need to keep our most vulnerable citizens in our communities and in our schools safe from violence. And so that everyone can have, like I said, a safe and stable environment to learn, to live, and to flourish. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Pam Bondi.
Why, thank you, General Whitaker. So because we're all about law and order today, I can't think of three better human beings to be on this panel with us, and I have the honor of introducing them all. Representative Mike Johnson of Louisiana. He has represented Louisiana's 4th District since 2017, and you sure have distinguished yourself as a conservative among conservatives, a true leader. He's vice chair of the Republican House Caucus and previously served as chair of the Republican Study Committee, which, if you're not familiar with it, look that up. It is the largest conservative caucus in Congress. Prior to being elected to Congress, he served in the Louisiana House of Representatives, and before that enjoyed a distinguished career as an attorney and true champion for conservative causes. And I got to know him briefly during impeachment round 1, and he is a true hero and an American patriot who is just a great man. So thank you. Our next panelist is Sheriff Bill Waybourne, who is also a friend of ours. And you've got a cheering section over there. All right. Sheriff Waybourne has over 40 years of law enforcement experience, currently serves as the elected sheriff of Tarrant County, Texas, a position that he's held since 2017. Since assuming that role, he's been on the forefront of developing the department's first human trafficking and intelligence units, drawing on his experience to modernize and enhance department operations. He's worked with Texas lawmakers to expand Texas's concealed carry and open carry handgun laws. And it's an honor for me to introduce you, Sheriff Waybourne. Thank you. Next, but far from last, is Matt and I are very close with General Eric Schmidt. Thank you for joining us, Eric. When I was Attorney General, if I needed a conservative cause, a conservative brief signed, my first call was to Eric Schmidt. Thank you for everything that you've done as Attorney General to fight for all of conservative causes. Eric has been the Chief Law Enforcement Officer in Missouri since 2019 after serving as the state treasurer. He also is the one who was able to obtain a preliminary injunction against the Biden administration over its attempt to end Title 42 that we know has been at the forefront of maintaining border security. A.G. Schmidt also served in the Missouri State Senate. And Eric, thank you for everything you've done for our conservative causes. So, thank you. Matt?
Yeah, so my first question is going to be for you, Sheriff. And, Pam said you spent 40 years in law enforcement. You've distinguished yourself. And as the Bible says, there's nothing new under the sun. However, I'm sure in 2015, when Ferguson happened and Baltimore and now, Minneapolis, you see this movement to not only defund the police, but to recommission, redirect, to take resources away from law enforcement and put them in other community services. How has that affected the law enforcement community? I mean, as a law enforcement officer yourself, how has that impacted law enforcement? How does it affect your recruiting and retention? How are we going to make law enforcement a career that is once again, I don't think it was ever not admirable. So I don't want my questions, because I think law enforcement has so much respect for the minimum of law enforcement. But as a public policy consideration, how do we restore it to what kids grow up to want to be, wear the blue, and to protect their communities?
Well, first of all, thank you all. It's an incredible honor to be on this panel with you all and here today from Texas. It's a lot cooler here, by the way. Is the Ferguson effect was rolling along, and we thought we were recovering from it. And then, of course, 2020 happened and all of that business and the defund the police movement. And in Texas, our legislatures took a stand on it and outlawed it. Said you can't defund the police in Texas, which was incredible. And I hope that the other states follow suit. But it still, the philosophy and the attitude has still affected every city across the country, every place, every county and state, because the difficulty of recruiting today because of those things is just incredible. Every agency that I know is down, and you look at the big agencies across the nation, like Chicago, that's 800 officers down. Dallas is 600 officers down. Over in Tarrant County Sheriff's Office, we're nearly 200 down, and they're not coming in the door. And so it had an incredible effect on recruiting and retention. People are bailing out. They're just saying, we don't need this. And they don't feel like they're back. They don't feel like the politicians are going to make sure that they're okay, that they're going to hang them instead. And so they're backing way off of that.
And Sheriff, I really feel like it's coming back around more towards law enforcement more than ever. The polling shows that, but take that out of it. I mean, the policies people care about, number one, being safe.
Absolutely.
That's what they care about, safe in their communities, and that includes respecting the men and women in blue. General Schmidt, speaking of that, we talk about a lot these rogue prosecutors. And, we've been talking about it, I think, before it was popular to talk about them. And now I think folks are seeing the impact that they're having on their communities when they're letting murderers out of jail, when they're arresting a store clerk in New York who is a victim of a crime for defending himself at his place of work. I mean, people are seeing this more and more and more, and how important it is to our country to have great elected officials at the state level. Can you, with your vast experience in law enforcement, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean,
prosecutor.
Yeah, we've seen it in St. Louis, for example. You've got a Soros-funded prosecutor. It's been a total disaster, And St. Louis has suffered, the surrounding region has suffered. It's hard to have a growing economy when people are afraid to walk from here to there. So we've experienced that in Missouri. You've got that in Kansas City as well. And I think it's emblematic of a much larger issue, which is the left's acceptance of lawlessness. You see it at the southern border. You see it with a lot of the actions that the Biden administration has taken, totally ignoring the law, knowing that they're wrong, and it's up to then the state AGs to push back and ultimately win. But you see this permeating. It's sort of a party platform now. When you had the leadership under the Trump administration and President Trump specifically, who was unafraid to stand up and say, this is wrong. We are going to support the men and women of law enforcement. We need to make sure we're prosecuting the bad guys. And it, you know, regardless of your woke lexicon, this is the right thing to do. And so we've seen it specifically with these prosecutors in big cities like St. Louis. The numbers are a disaster. And the police officers will tell you they won't even take the cases that they're bringing to them. The warrant officers won't take the cases. You also see when those folks get into office, you have a lot of experienced prosecutors in those offices who find meaning in, prosecuting. And when the leadership at the top is telling them not to do these things, they've left en masse. You have over 100% turnover in that office. The conviction rate has plummeted. They have people who got out of law school a year ago doing a lot of their grand jury work. So it's worse than people think, because the headlines will show you the murder that's been let out. But the truth of the matter is all these other cases are being handled by folks who are very inexperienced or who are these sort of woke ideologues who have no, desire to really prosecute violent crimes. So I think it's very important for America First conservatives to be out there, be unafraid to talk about these things, to talk about the challenges and how we need to support law and order. We need to support the men and women of law enforcement. When these defund the police efforts start to actually hit the budgets, we got to stand up and we have to fight back. And I think that's the key.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on that, Eric. I think we've seen a movement to recall in California, especially a couple of the prosecutors that are Soros funded. I mean, a lot of what America needs is just the people to be restored to their rightful place as the sovereign in this government, whether it's state, or local or even federal. What are the mechanisms? Each state's different. California does have a recall. What are the opportunities for the ordinary citizen to take back kind of the rule of law and have it executed by these prosecutors?
Well, I think we need to demand better, number one, right? And it's up to us as leaders, people in this room, and talking to our friends and neighbors to demand better. But you also have a situation where, every state's different. We don't actually have original jurisdiction. My office, the Attorney General's office, doesn't have original jurisdiction on state crimes. We have to be asked to come in and help. That happens a lot in rural Missouri, but not so much in the cities. And so we've had to get creative. So Missouri was the first state in the country to have our assistant AGs deputized as assistant U.S. attorneys. So we could prosecute violent crime in the big cities in St. Louis and Kansas City under federal law. And so we were, carjackings. And so I recognized very early on that the prosecutors weren't willing to do their jobs. And so we have over 800 charges to date, over 600 indictments to date. We have also taken on clearing the backlog of sexual assault kits across the state because a lot of local prosecutors weren't, in the big cities weren't interested in that. They're talking about normalizing human trafficking in many ways by decriminalizing sex work is what they call it. And we know that human trafficking is a real problem. So we've taken that on. We've partnered with federal and local officials on human trafficking. And so I think a lot of this is leadership. It's finding the deficiencies of what they're doing, which are stark and have real impacts on real people. And I think that's important to point out. I had an older Black woman come up to me she said, I'm tired of sweeping up glass on Sunday mornings. And so these are communities that we need to fight for. And a lot of that is just enforcing the law, prosecuting the people who are committing violent crime, partnering where we can, and making sure people have respect for the men and women who wear that uniform.
And Eric, it's not just about what you said before. It's about helping everybody, not just going after the violent criminals, because often we have so many drug courts in our country now that help so many people. And if we don't have the right law enforcement officers out there and the right AGs and the right prosecutors to help these people, to put them in diversion courts so they can get the help they need, our country's really lacking there in that respect too. So it's across the board.
And I'll bring up, we had the big opioid settlement in Missouri. A lot of states have, and I know you have been a leader on this for years on the opioid epidemic. Those dollars, we made sure they're not just going to general revenue dollars to be lost. They're going to treatment. and to help people who really need it. And so again, those are issues that we can take the lead on as Republicans, and I think show the folks in our states and across the country that we are the right folks to lead us forward.
That's right. And on a very serious note, Sheriff Wayborn, let's talk about Uvalde for a little while. I was Attorney General when Parkland happened. Valentine's Day, on the ground, notifying those families, still talk to them. Liberal, conservative, doesn't matter to this day. Still talk to so many of those families. A lot of mistakes were made there. We know Uvalde, a lot went on there. Can you give us your feelings on hardening these schools and keeping our children safe while they're in school?
Absolutely. And first of all, on behalf of Texas law enforcement, we're very sorry there was an epic failure of law enforcement in Uvalde. That is not the typical response of law enforcement. Is that I believe that we have got to look at hardening schools and take it serious. If I was saying one thing to a principal today, are you ready? Are you ready to go? Are you ready to harden this target to protect our kids and the beat officers that are around that? Because what happens is for those of you who don't know about active shooters, the job of the cop is the first one on scene goes in and goes after the bad guy, and we keep coming in until we neutralize him. And as Sheriff Judd from Florida says, we're going to shoot him and shoot him a lot. But is that I think that we've got to recognize that we've got to do it. We need an immediate response, not a first responder. And what I mean about that is a good guy with a gun inside ready to go. Whether it be a retired police officer or active duty police officer or a well-trained, vetted staff member in that school. In Texas, many teachers are out qualifying today as we speak, and they're getting ready to go.
And so at America First, we have a school safety issue brief that we've released. You can find it in the back of the room and also on our website. But I don't think we can talk enough about school safety now and protecting our kids.
Yeah, and Pam, in the Trump administration, we issued a school safety commission. President Trump appointed various departments and agencies to come together and come up with best practices to take a sense of what everyone was doing and just then share that information. Congressman, I'm sure you feel it from your constituents, but every time we have an event like Uvalde, sort of the American people rightly say, do something, Congress. And the real question boils down to the media immediately goes to gun control, immediately goes to infringing our Second Amendment rights. In your experience, sort of what can Congress do, but most importantly, what should Congress do in response to these tragedies?
We could do an entire panel on that. And of course, there's a knee-jerk reaction every time there's a tragedy and our hearts go out. But often the effort is directed in the wrong way and towards the gun instead of the person and the human heart. In the House Judiciary Committee where I serve, Jim Jordan and I were just talking about this in a podcast on Friday about how they always bring these misguided efforts. We have a responsibility to oppose the radical left's legislation because it's not only misguided, in most cases, it's also blatantly unconstitutional. Instead of going to the root problem, I think it was Thoreau that said, there are thousands hacking at the branches of evil, the one who is striking at the root. And we need to go to the root causes of this. And what I love about AFPI and the America First idea is that we're advancing the foundational principles of our country. The rule of law is one of those, right? Along with individual freedom and limited government and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility and free markets, human dignity, the sanctity of every single human life. I think we need to begin there in addressing the problem, go to the root of it instead of trying to infringe upon the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens, which is ultimately where this leads.
Mike, what can Congress do regarding our Second Amendment?
We have a lot of work to do, and when we take back the majority in November, we're going to get right on that, yes. I think my voice went lower instinctively because the offensive line here, I feel like a little bit inadequate. Okay, so
I was a tight end, by the way.
Okay, sure, yeah. I was the water boy. I'll help you out. So Pam, there's a lot that Congress should do, that we need to do, and in the majority we're going to. One thing, for example, you talked about the good guys with the guns. Just 2 weeks ago in the Indiana Mall, a good guy with a gun, a good Samaritan, stopped an atrocity there, right? We have to recognize that law-abiding citizens have the right. Thankfully, the Supreme Court has had some good rulings as of late. Recognize that you have a right to self-defense, and it's not just in your home, but out in public as well. Congress has a role there. I love the idea of concealed carry reciprocity. You know, think about the logic of this. I mean, Sheriff, thank you, yes. When I drive across state lines to go visit a friend in another state, I don't have to go get a driver's license in that state, right? Why, if you can pass the basic requirements to conceal carry in your state, you ought to be able to do that everywhere. And it just makes sense. That's a fundamental freedom that we have.
Completely agree.
I thought I'd get support from you. And there are lots of things that we're talking about, and this is worthy of discussion, but maybe there should be uniform standards for concealed carry permits, you know, for all the states. There's no reason that a law-abiding citizen in California and New York should not be able to protect themselves and carry their firearm just as all the rest of us.
Well, let me tell you how this is playing out now. So Missouri led the briefing on the New York pistol and rifle case, which was the seminal case that just happened this term, where basically you had the Heller decision 15 years ago that affirmed, yes, this is an individual right. This well-regulated militia stuff that the left talks about, this is Second Amendment protects your God-given right to defend yourself individually. And then what happened, the lower courts start chipping away at that. And so you have the New York pistol and rifle case, because in New York, you have to go to a bureaucrat and prove that you are at risk or that you are in danger. And then that bureaucrat might give you a concealed carry permit. So we challenged that, took it to the Supreme Court, and we won. So that's a big case. But what do you see happening now, though? In Missouri, just last week, the FBI, which has become completely politicized, it's going after parents showing up to school board meetings objecting to masking and CRT. That's what they're doing. And by the way, not arresting people who are trying to intimidate Supreme Court justices. Right. But now they're going and trying to audit local sheriff offices to figure out who has a concealed carry permit in Missouri. And we fired back a letter that day once we became aware of it. You're not doing that in our state. We are going to push back. And Missouri is a constitutional carry state, so we don't, you don't even really need a concealed carry permit. And, the left thought that was going to be the Wild West and the shootout at the OK Corral. That did not happen. People have a right to defend themselves. But to your point, it gives us a great opportunity. Why this organization is so important, it gives us an opportunity to explain to folks what the foundation of this country really was. What the founders said is that everybody had it backwards. You don't need these rights. You don't need permission from a king or a queen. They come from God. And government is just this shared project to protect your God-given rights, certainly not to infringe upon them. And the Second Amendment's a big piece of that.
And your lawsuit just had, if you have to ask the state for permission to exercise a right, it's really not a right at all, correct? So yeah, that was a great piece of litigation.
Matt, let's talk about a little bit about these big cities. You're hearing Starbucks now. They're pulling out of some of their biggest liberal cities because even Starbucks, they're scared to have stores open for their employees. And I don't know exactly, it was the big liberal cities we can name, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, probably in New York. But I've always said bad people are always going to be able to get guns and any type of weapon to hurt us. But it's the law-abiding citizens who have a Second Amendment right to defend ourselves. But what do you think more, gentlemen, I'll pose this question to all of you, about these big cities now where they're burning, they're crashing, they're falling apart. And I just heard in some town an entire police department, I just heard it on the news, just resigned because they don't have the backing, because sheriffs, of course, are independently elected, but most police chiefs report to the mayor. And, if you don't have a mayor to back you up and not not fund you, and you want to reimagine the police in the middle of the night and send a social worker, we love social workers, but out to a domestic violence call, that's fraught with peril.
I guess I'll just use the St. Louis example. We have a mayor who's a radical leftist, along with that prosecutor I mentioned earlier. The city of St. Louis owes the state of Missouri $5 million for some judgment like a decade ago. I did not make a big deal of this. We sent an email to their office, said, look, keep the $5 million if you use it for more police officers. Okay, you're 200 police officers short. You're trying to defund the police. Here's $5 million to hire more cops to keep people safe. I didn't do a press conference on it. She holds a press conference the next day. Well, the attorney general is not going to tell me what to do. If he wants to give us the money for vaccine incentives, that's great. But so there is a natural disposition for them to be opposed to these efforts to actually fund police departments. So they talk about that. The city of St. Louis is figuring out a way to find $1 million to transport people outside the state of Missouri to get abortions now, because Missouri has different laws, of course, than the state of Illinois. And so it's a pervasive attitude of not supporting the rule of law, to figure out a way to build up their woke bona fides. This is what we're up against. And I think it's really important. I mean, when President Trump was in office, I mentioned our Safer Streets initiative, where we had lawyers designated in the U.S. Attorney's Office. When Operation Legend happened, remember, you had this in 2020, you had, all these, sky-high murders, record-breaking numbers in St. Louis and Kansas City. There was help from the feds, wanted to help because of President Trump. And we had the ability to prosecute those additional, crimes that, or bring those additional charges because we had the infrastructure and the bandwidth. So I think this is leadership. It's the cities, they won't prosecute the bad guys. They use the money for these other initiatives. And I think we just have to be strong and just say law and order matters. It's fundamental for people to live their lives and be free.
And I didn't answer a good question. The rule of law, as you just spoke of, is so incredibly important. And for this thing called the American dream to flourish, we got to have rule of law in face. And the gatekeepers on that are the American law enforcement, period. It starts right there before it ever gets to the court. And what's happening in these woke cities is in some cases, there's been some incredible police chiefs there. And being a former chief is that they have got to be willing to be fired to stand on principle and walk away from that job. And until we see more chiefs that have the courage to say, no, not here, not now, and the first rock thrown, we're going after you. And but that's not happening in those cities. So with entire agencies responding is not surprising. Who would want to work there that you're going to? And I've traveled the country, and I know boots on the ground, and that's what they're telling me. Says we don't have the backing, and so they're walking away.
Can I just add that ideas have consequences? And I was doing town halls back in Louisiana the last couple of weeks. We were out of session. And anywhere I go, Louisiana is kind of a microcosm. My district is for the rest of the country. And people are so distraught over what they see happening. They're so distraught with the leadership, not only of the big blue cities like we have in New Orleans, but these other cities around the country. And they can't understand why. And you have to break it down to its simplest terms. And it's what the two of you are alluding to, is that there are two different philosophies. We're in a battle of worldviews right now, right? And we are. And the America First agenda believes in the greatness of America because we believe in the foundational principles that we've all been discussing here. We believe that's worthy of defense. We believe we need to pass it along to the next generation. As Reagan said, it's not inherited in the bloodstream. It takes our effort and work in defense. But the other team, the other side, believes they have a very different vision for the country. They have disdain for the founding principles that we all believe in, and they're trying to trade it for something else, a European-style socialist, utopian dream, which is folly, of course. It begins with the premise. You said something a moment ago, General, that's so true. We recognize that the Declaration 246 years ago, we made the bold proclamation that we recognize that our rights don't derive from government. They come from God. Because if the government's the one that can give you your rights, yeah. Obviously, if the government's the one that can give you your rights, the government is also the one that can take them away. So we believe in inalienable rights. And, I just say, we just had our 246th birthday as a nation. We're still an experiment on the world stage. Self-governance is an experiment, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We're only going to preserve it if we keep these principles first and we defend them.
Yeah, that's such a great point, Mike. I want to pick up on, I guess, a theme that's running through this, but as a former prosecutor, I sort of want to hang a lantern on it. And it's something that General Schmidt mentioned is we have, especially in our major cities, as Pam was alluding to too, we have prosecutors who aren't taking cases from the cops. You have 80% of gun crimes in New York City are not being prosecuted. They're being dismissed. So you catch a bad guy with a gun and it's dismissed. And God, heaven forbid, I hope they don't give the guns back. But, some of these police departments are messed up in how they respond to these things. But it's these low-level offenders and the lawlessness
which those cases not being taken up by the prosecutors. I'd like each one of your thoughts on your perspective. And Pam, I know you lived this in Florida while you were Attorney General, but what is the importance of doing those lower level cases, you know, the smash and grab cases, the stealing in broad daylight, those types of cases, and how that by doing those cases makes actually a better environment for law and order and for peace and prosperity in our cities.
If you are working traffic and you give a tolerance of 25 miles an hour over, people will do it. And the broken window theory is alive and well, and it should be enforced. If you're the nickel dime things, if they're not enforced, you're going to get bigger and bigger issues. If code enforcement's not enforced, you're going to get bigger and bigger issues. It is an incredible thing that they let those things go, because all that's going to happen is more trouble is going to come walking in.
It was said one time that what we tolerate in moderation, our children will excuse in excess. You think about the implications of that. And going to the root of this, the root of the cause of this is that this other side that we're battling against right now in a legislative sense, legal sense, they don't recognize right and wrong. The reason they begin with the incorrect premise, the false premise, is because they've denied the existence of the creator who tells us what is right and wrong. And so it's all relative. It's all, you know, they believe in the inherent goodness of all people. They don't believe in the fall of man, the fallen, corrupt nature of man. They don't then believe that power can corrupt, and absolute power can corrupt absolutely. So the checks and balances and the diffusion of power amongst many, that's not an important principle to them. If you begin with the wrong idea, it leads to dangerous consequences, and that's what we're seeing.
Well, we don't talk about this enough, by the way, this moral relativism that exists, which is a much more kind of philosophical discussion that permeates all sorts of institutions, and certainly the left. But when the rubber really meets the road as a prosecutor, those folks, if they believe there are no consequences to actions that endanger other people, right, that burglary leads to the carjacking. And you see an epidemic of carjacking now. And by the way, just by way of technology, there's more and more carjackings, because in order to steal a vehicle, you almost need someone in the car now. You're not hot wiring a 78 Buick. Like, you know, these are key fobs and people are in the car. It's very dangerous. And so I think that we need to, you know, again, be resolute on that. One of the things that I'm most proud of in my time as Attorney General is we don't normally get cases in the city of St. Louis, but there was a conflict case actually from my predecessor, Josh Hawley. I would never get a conflict case now from the St. Louis prosecutor, but it existed. And early on in my term, I actually wanted to prosecute that case myself. It was a murder in the city of St. Louis for someone who actually had come here legally, was about 2 weeks away from Ethiopia, 2 weeks away from bringing his family to the United States. He was working 2 jobs, worked at a convenience store. Antonio Muldrew walked into that store, waited for everyone to leave, pulled out a gun, and shot this individual 3 times, went to the back of the counter, more people came in, actually made change and did transactions while this individual was on the ground begging for his life. When the rest of the people left, put a bullet in his head and ended his life and the dream of his family. And walking, you know, being 4 feet away from him and making the case in front of that jury, we got the conviction, and stood on, you know, outside after in front of all the cameras. And I wanted the people of St. Louis to know that there was someone who actually cared about crime and violence in the city and was willing to take the time to prosecute someone who had done that. And I think that if we do that more often, if we actually the city and was willing to take the time to prosecute someone who had done that. And I think that if we do that more often, if we actually go to places and tell them how important this is, and this is why this forum is so important, what AFPI is doing, the law and order, it is a foundational matter. People deserve to feel safe in their communities, no matter what their zip code is. And they got to know that we care enough that we're going to do the hard work. And we're going to call out this nonsense that's happening across the country, because people intuitively know it's wrong. They know it's wrong, and we have to have the courage to say it's wrong and take those actions, like prosecuting the bad guys, clearing this backlog, of sexual assault kits, working on human trafficking, all the things that people can see, and we bring more people to our side that way.
So at AFPI, when the amazing Brooke Rollins called me and asked if I would co-chair with Matt Whitaker, the Law and Justice section of AFPI, and with the great work of Linda McMahon and Larry and so many others, and Chad now as our executive director, I don't think we ever dreamed that we'd be having to talk about all of these issues. And that was just a year ago. But I think on a good note, I think when people are driving to get their $5 a gallon gas at the gas station, they want to be safe while they're pumping their gas. And I really think we're seeing a turn in our country for more good. And that's something that Matt and I really want to highlight at our center at Law and Justice, is all the great work that our great police officers do. And our federal officers, you hear us talk about the FBI, 99% of them are great agents out there working hard every day. And all of our sheriffs and law enforcement who we want to continue to be law enforcement officers, and our great prosecutors out there to support them and be there to have their backs. So you're going to be seeing a lot more positive things coming out, highlighting and focusing on all the great men and women. And it sounds corny, but you thank them. Whenever you see a prosecutor or a military person, of course, I'm sure you do, or a police officer, I think it just goes volumes now. If you're thanking them, if you ever notice now how they really react and smile and say, thank you for saying that, I think people appreciate it now more than ever in this world.
I agree with you. And we actually in our office started something called the Back the Blue Award. And so we go around Missouri for acts of valor and kindness, big and small. We go around and we reward and recognize those individual officers. And it could be somebody pulling somebody out of a burning vehicle before first responders get there, somebody going above and beyond and the ultimate sacrifice, obviously, but also the officers who are helping those neighborhood kids with the lemonade stand. And I think that's just so important for us to recognize the work that they do.
We haven't touched on it yet, but one of the responsibilities we have in Congress is oversight in the next Congress as well. And we have to work on first depoliticizing the Department of Justice. It's been completely weaponized under this administration. And when we're talking about the foundations and the institutions, the greatest jeopardy of this is that if a free people, if a government of, by, and for the people don't believe that their system of justice is actually blind, there's a reason Lady Justice wears a blindfold, right? Equal justice under laws is chiseled into the marble above the Supreme Court building. If people begin to lose their faith in that system, it's very difficult to hold a constitutional republic together. And that's where we are. The faith in our institutions is at historic lows, and it's treacherous for our survival. Ronald Reagan in his famous farewell address, he said, they call me the great communicator, but I really wasn't. I'm paraphrasing him. He said, I was just communicating great things, and they're the same great things that have guided our nation since its founding. Our challenge, our calling, the work of AFPI and all of us individually is to defend the great things. They don't change. That's what made America the most exceptional nation in the history of the world. And we lose those things at our peril. And I'm so grateful for y'all's work if I don't get another chance to say it.
Thank you. That was beautiful. I agree with what Pam just said. I still believe, as Ronald Reagan said, we're the shining city on the hilltop. We might need to change a few light bulbs. But we still that shining city, and we still got great optimism. And I believe that law enforcement is going to come back to where it needs to be. I'd love to see on television some more Andy Griffiths and Adam 12s and those type of shows. But I believe the nobility is coming back in the eyes of the people, and we will once again be a place where you can walk the streets with safety and feel good about it and not worry about it and flourish.
Good. Well, this has been a great discussion. I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this. I think actually the rule of law is restoring. I think it's going to take every single one of us working at every place. I think it's going to take everyone in this room. I know that there's a lot of patriots in this room, and I would encourage you to do exactly what Pam said, which is to every time you see a member of law enforcement, thank them for doing their hard work. Tell them that you thank their family for the sacrifices that they make every day to keep us safe as an American people.
This is such an important piece of the America First agenda. Making sure that the rule of law is the bedrock principle of our republic, and making sure that we have those that are standing in the gap and defending the rule of law every day. So I want to thank all of you for being here today, but especially I want to thank our panelists and Pam. Thank you for co-chairing this wonderful center with me.
Thank you all. God bless you.
All right, great panel. We are going to take another break. We've got our next panel, which is our Peace Through Strength. We have Director Radcliffe and General Kellogg. We're going to see you guys back here about 3:30, so in about 16 minutes. Thank you.
Really one main concern for pretty much all Americans, as we've seen these cities just be deteriorated by the lack of police and lack of leadership.
Yeah, and I think the message of defunding the police, they try to manipulate the public and make it sound like it's the compassionate thing to do by not enforcing the law and not having consequences for crimes. And then when you see the consequences of not having consequences, people suddenly like consequences. So I think that message has resonated loud and clear with most Americans that we support law enforcement. They're good for communities and people want to see it.
Yeah. Brian, Glenn, Cortina, Bob, broadcasting live in day one of the America First Policy Institute Summit. We're so glad that you're joining us right now. And as a program reminder, here in about 15 minutes, we'll be cutting exclusively on Rumble, our website, and our app. So if you're watching us on any other platform, you're going to have to gravitate over to our Rumble, our platform, our app, and we'll put a countdown clock on the screen so you know when to do that. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about some military, some strength through leadership. I got Jessie Jane Duff will be joining me here in a few minutes as soon as he makes her way over to the media riser. But we're going to talk about the military, and we're going to talk about maybe the lack of leadership right now that we're seeing from our leaders.
I think there's a lot of issues in the military that we need good leaders to tackle, whether it's mandatory vaccines. And, I was in the United States Marine Corps. I'm a Marine. I served, and you kind of just accept, at least I did, several years ago when I served, that you have to take certain vaccines and you have to have certain medical procedures done to be cleared for deployments and to be cleared to do certain things. Now, that was kind of just accepted. But it's gotten to the point now where I'm looking around going, are we using our military as guinea pigs? Are we doing medical experiments on service members? I have the anthrax vaccine. I was vaccinated from anthrax because I deployed to Afghanistan and you had to do that. Now I'm thinking, I don't know, is that a good idea? Is it not a good idea? Who knows? So I think that's something that people in the military community want to know. And certainly we saw when the Joint Chiefs of Staff disagreed with President Trump and General Milley, and we saw the problems that it creates when you have a rogue Pentagon that tries to exert too much authority and goes against the commander-in-chief and really tries to influence that. I think we need to see personally, I would like to see some trimming down of some of the general officers. And I don't mean specific people. I just mean the number of them. Right. To try to make it more aligned with the American people, American values, and have the president, the commander in chief, who's elected by the people, actually have the authority that he, in this case, should have.
Yeah, and you also got to look at the dwindling number rather, of young people signing up for the military. I kind of think back in the late 80s, early 90s, and I was kind of making that way out of high school into college. We had a lot of my friends decided to join the military, and of course, even after college, decided to join the military in the early 90s. But do you see that willingness to serve your country now, despite, especially in the middle of all of this turmoil and controversy and this doctrination of hating this country? Is that necessarily working against people wanting to sign up and serve our country?
I think the younger generation does love our country and does want to serve. I don't think they want to do it through the military. I think it's a different generational issue. When I went through officer candidate school and joined and became an officer in the Marine Corps, at that time, that the military was still valued and considered heroes, which they are to some extent now. However, the left has tried really hard to demonize the military, demonize law enforcement, and strip the benefit of being considered a hero. We like to think of our men and women who serve as heroes, and what they're doing is very heroic, and it is. But when you have the left constantly trying to tear that down, and then you've got the forced vaccines, and then you've got the transgender ideology, and all of this stuff is forced on you. And oh, by the way, if you don't like it and accept it, it's not like a job where you just get fired. You could get court-martialed, and it could ruin the rest of your life. The consequences are so high for simply disagreeing with the political ideologies of the military that I'm not surprised people don't want to serve in the military today.
And you hear stories, Christina, people losing millions of dollars in compensation and benefits, not just cash, retirement, but the value of the health care and things like that for not choosing to go through with that. So there's a lot at stake. And of course, we've heard about, your Army Reserve, your the Border Patrol, and other aspects of our defense, of our military, government being forced into something and having to either take it or quit their job. And I'll even go a step further into the private sector. Pilots.
Right.
What did we just learn just a couple of days? We had a crew that could not get here from an event because of a lack of crew. Well, that's AKA we have no pilots. And so there's a pilot shortage. And the reason being because we pushed this narrative for far too long that if you didn't get the jab, you were not going to be able to work. And now we're seeing the effects of that. So it not just goes from the military, it goes across the private sector as well.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And I think, of course, that flows, the consequences of that are stronger in the military simply because you have that added level of court martials and military justice, which, for whatever reason, commanding officers in the military seem to be very, very comfortable issuing very harsh rulings and findings. I was a defense counsel. Full disclosure, I was a defense counsel, so I very much act as a defense counsel. But, I think there's a lot of reasons why people are concerned.
Yeah. Christina Bobb, attorney, journalist, and the people just now tuning in on that. Very accomplished individual and definitely knows all sides of the issues. But we're glad you're joining us here on day one. It's been a very interesting discussion so far of the different America First agenda opinions and people that are putting out some policies there and hopefully can adapt to what you would find from a Trump administration.
Yeah. I think that's going to be kind of the litmus test for the America First Policy Institute is President Trump's speech tomorrow night, because, you've got panel after panel talking about their vision and what they believe to be the way policy needs to go in this country. And then that will be compared to what President Trump says tomorrow night. And I think I'm curious to see how closely it matches. It seems, for the most part, it seems on par. We'll see how it continues to go. And I think not just so much the policy, but the people behind the policy and who's going to be pushing it. Because I think I think the viewers and I think the American people want real fighters. They want people who are going to fight for the policies and not just put something nice on paper, but actually implement them and actually push back and fight to make sure that those policies are enacted. And, you know, whether these folks do that or not, I think the American public still needs to decide.
Well, Christina, we can just go back to where we were this past weekend in, you know, Arizona on Friday.
Yeah.
The Arizona legislature, as far as your leadership, if you know, between Lake Fitchum and Wendy Rogers, Sonny Borelli, you have fighters. I guess what I'm trying to say is Arizona has put front their fighters.
Yep.
Every state needs to put front their fighters. But you know what? Guess what? It all starts with our legislators, starts with our cabinet members. It starts with our president. So President Donald J. Trump obviously showed that he had fight for the American spirit.
And that's why people love him, because he fought and he pushed back and he didn't take the path of least resistance. And he actually tried to make the change that he said that he was going to make. And conservatives have become so comfortable just letting go there under the rope, compromising on the issues that matter to get smaller victories on issues that don't matter to their constituents. And we're at a point now that's untenable because we're losing the nation. I shouldn't say we're losing. It appears to be that we have lost the nation that we love. We are regaining it. The American people are doing the work to clean out their state and local leaders and state and local officials. And I think the more they do that, we're going to see, you know, the swamp drained and the shifts made. But people want fighters. They don't want talk. They don't want, you know, just panels of people. It's great to have panels and it's great to have them talk about the important issues, but they want to see the people that are actually going to fight and push back against both the Democrat and Republican establishment.
And it's interesting because as soon as someone comes forward and they don't show that fight, they will get replaced in the election. And that's why we saw some of these primaries. I mean, obviously you got a primary in Arizona on August 2nd, but the ones you had before, like the voters want to come out. They know whether you're just all talk or are you action. And the American people want action. They're tired of lip service. We don't need a word salad. We don't need somebody telling us what they think we want to hear. We want to see you do what we want you to do. And maybe that's maybe we have to officially, turn the page on that.
Well, I kind of think we have actually, because I think the viewers, the American public, have learned that we need to see action from people and they're engaged. Like we've got people watching this right now. We have lots of people watching the rallies and people are engaged in what their state and local leaders are doing. I think the public is engaged in a way where we haven't necessarily been engaged as much in previous elections. And I think we've all kind of come to the realization that we need to fix this. It's not going to be the policy makers that fix this. It's going to be the American people who fix this. And I think we're there.
Here we go. Here in a few minutes, we're going to make that Rumble transition. Matter of fact, let's do that right now. I do have an interview that's scheduled to come on, and perhaps this is the perfect timing for this. We'll take a few-minute timeout as you're watching Christina Bobb, Brian Glenn live here at the America First Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. We've got continual coverage of this two-day event coming up on the flip side of the break, everybody. We'll see you back here in a couple minutes. Philip from Birch Gold is joining us now. Philip, people are calling you guys for several reasons. They see what's going on in the markets here. They see what's going on in the markets overseas. It's got some people nervous. You guys have a wonderful way of introducing investing in precious metals and gold. But what are some of the reasons why they're calling you?
Look, the short answer is quite frankly the Biden economy. I mean, look at every aspect of it. There really isn't any good news. The bond market, worst start to the year since 1842. Okay, we've got stocks down 25% for the year so far and continuing that decline. And we have US national debt now at over $30 trillion. This is the position that we're in economically as a nation today. And it's those issues that are really driving people to precious metals. If you look at our problems, right, inflation, 41-year high today. What that means for anyone who's sitting in bonds with interest rates so low, they're losing money, they're losing buying power. Obviously, those sitting in the stock market losing as well. Precious metals are safe havens, and they're very conducive for climates like this. Inflation drives them up, stock market crashes drive them up. So it's really those concerns that are driving people to us and to precious metals today.
And you guys have made it really simple for people to take that first step in investing in precious metals and gold. Let's talk about ways they can get a hold of you and get started.
Listen, it's very, very simple. So we have a lot of good information here at Birch. For people out there, they can text Trump to 989898. What that will give them is access to our information package. It's over 20 pages. It tells you exactly how to go about doing this, as well as talking about the market. So really good information. And of course, there's a lot of people like myself that are there and available to guide people through step by step by step. So it's as simple as texting Trump to 989898.
Well, Philip, we certainly appreciate all your help trying to save Americans' retirement plans as we struggle through this Biden economy. So I just encourage everyone right now to text Trump to 989898. Philip, it's always good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my new product, My Coffee. I get products all the time from entrepreneurs for my new platform, mystore.com. And when I tried My Coffee for the first time, I was blown away. It is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. I spent the last 4 months doing my due diligence, and this family-owned business micromanages every step from the fields to the cup to ensure the best quality coffee you're ever going to have. It starts with the beans that are grown in Honduras. Honduras's volcanic soil and humid climate make the perfect growing conditions for coffee plants, which produce the best beans ever. Then each batch is tested for its aroma, taste, and other aspects to meet the highest standards in the coffee industry. And after that, it goes into production, which is all done right here in the USA. It's like you're getting that small batch specialty coffee, but delivered right to your front door. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code and you'll get your very own My Coffee for 25% off. You guys all know that I've traveled the country for the past year and a half. I've stayed in hundreds of hotels. I've tried every coffee out there. Well, some of the coffees have that terrible aftertaste, some that leave me jittery, or I get an upset stomach. Well, My Coffee is different. It's the richest, smoothest, best coffee I've ever had. My Coffee comes in a variety of flavors. You get them ground or whole bean. Plus, it's certified organic and non-GMO. I guarantee it'll be the best coffee you've ever had. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get My Coffee for 25% off. And I'm going to give you deep discounts on all my store products. That's mystore.com. It's my new platform for USA entrepreneurs. Please order now.
All right, welcome back here. We're live inside for day one of America First Policy Institute. We got the next panel started behind us. Let's listen in.
Challenging paradigm of orthodoxies that have been in place in the last few decades.
When we are a strong America, we're also a prosperous America.
John Ratcliffe.
Keith Kellogg. America First foreign policy means the first thing we look at is the support to the American people.
Challenging paradigms and orthodoxies that have been in place for the last few decades that really don't serve the American people well.
You must use military force for a concrete reason. We should not be involved in nation building.
What's really important about the work that we're doing here at the America First Policy Institute is we can be that foundation. We can be that set of shoulders that the next generation can stand on.
What we're seeing today is what happens when a president doesn't push back on other nations. They see a weakness out there. They saw no weakness in the previous 4 years. Strength really does matter. Not only military strength, but economic strength.
Making decisions that will actually secure the border, that will actually bring peace to the Middle East, that will actually take on a rising China.
We are carrying the torch forward
to advance those policies that really allowed for successes and victories over the last 4 years that Americans have been waiting for.
And when you remain an economically and military secure nation, America does well, and the American people will prosper because of that.
America's future is America First.
Well, thank you all for being here this afternoon. I appreciate it. I'm Keith Kellogg, co-chair for the Center for American Security at AFPI. I'm pleased to be joined by the co-chair, John Ratcliffe, who is going to introduce in a minute our three members on the panel. Today, we're looking at a very unstable world. I think we all know that. 16 months ago, I was on a Fox News special with the host, Martha McCallum, on the future of war. In closing the program, Martha asked me and the other two panelists, one who's in the room today, I know he's here somewhere. There he is right there. Tony Tato was with me. She said, what keeps you up at night? And I said to her, look, the inability of a president to lead, make the hard calls in national security, and protect America and our way of life. We all know that global leadership is hard, and American leadership does matter to allies, adversaries, and to you, the American people. Today's conversation focuses on the importance of pursuing an American first foreign policy. And we saw how much good that policy did for the American people. And everyone on this stage, and several of you in this room, were part of that process. But America first is not isolationism. It is America leading in the world, but asking, demanding that every economic, political, military, strategic interaction benefits the American people first. A very learned professor, Paul Kennedy, who's director of international securities at a major university, I was going to say Yale, but Speaker Gingrich kind of hammered that one. He was the author of a great book called Rise and Fall of the Great Powers from 1500 to today, was asked why great nations fail. And he wrote primarily because of economic and strategic overreach, protecting others before taking care of their citizens first. I think it's worth talking about, and it's part of the discussion today. John?
General, very well said. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today. I think another component when we talk about America first from a foreign policy perspective is the understanding that America first does not mean America alone. America first means that our allies see us as a reliable partner, that they know that we are going to do the things that we promise to do. Too often, politicians and both Republican and Democratic administrations haven't kept those promises with our allies. It also means, from an America First standpoint, when we talk about our adversaries, that we understand that they are our adversaries, that they are not strategic competitors. In the Trump administration, that meant that China and Russia and Iran and North Korea and Venezuela and Cuba and others were not competitors. They were our adversaries. And we set very clear boundaries for what we expected and what we would allow. And when we had red lines that were crossed, we enforced them in very public ways. Qasem Soleimani and Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi come to mind. We are distinguished we're very fortunate to have three distinguished members of Congress with us today. I have served or worked with all of them in some capacity. Bill Hagerty, I have known for 10 years now, and I'm gonna embarrass Bill by letting everyone in the audience know that he was one of the first people to write a check for me when I ran for Congress in 2014. It's your fault. Since that time, of course, he has been the United States ambassador to Japan in the Trump administration and now serves the people of the great state of Tennessee as their senator and will be an important part of our discussion today. He serves on a number of important committees, including the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. So, Senator, thank you for being here.
John, thank you.
Also joining us from the Senate is Joni Ernst from the great state of Iowa. She's kind of a classmate. She doesn't remember this, but we actually came into Congress at the same time. We were both elected in 2014. And so, for the last 8 years, she's represented the great state of Iowa and has really been not just a supporter, but a promoter of America First ideals and principles. And before that, has even lived it in a greater capacity. She served 23 years of military service for our country, retiring as a lieutenant colonel in the Iowa National Guard, and now serves on the Senate Armed Forces Committee. And then there is Mike Waltz from the great state of Florida. Mike and I served briefly together in the House of Representatives, but Mike also served our country and lived by America First principles as a Green Beret, serving our country, multiple tours around the world, including Afghanistan. But I will tell you, in a very short period of time in the House, I think Mike has become one of our leading voices there in countering our adversaries, particularly China. And, you know, God willing, if Republicans take the House come November, I expect Mike to be one of the important voices setting our policy agenda from a foreign policy perspective. So we are honored. We are all honored and grateful that the three of you are here to talk today. So, Senator, let me start with you because you were part of the America First administration. You were part of the Trump administration as ambassador to Japan in a part of the world where our greatest adversary lies. So I think give us our perspectives to the point that I made about America First does not mean America alone. Your insights about hopefully that an America First policy really means that we can put America first, protect and improve our national security posture, but through cooperation and through sharing, even burden sharing, we can improve this national security posture of our allies.
Well, indeed, that's the case. And I'll say this, you coined it exactly right. And the term adversary needs to be part of the lexicon. And I say China is our greatest strategic adversary. It's a force to be reckoned with. I've seen it develop. I lived in the region back in 1988. I first moved to Tokyo, Japan. The firm I worked for there was called the Boston Consulting Group. They sent me out there for 3 years. And I've seen this dramatic change in China's posture. They are the greatest predators, not only in the region, but I think in the world, with respect to their military predatory practices, their economic predatory practices, their diplomatic predatory practices, and you know very well what they're doing from a technology standpoint. We have to wake up and understand that. And if I could take you all back in time to 2015, 2016, I think if you ask the average American what they thought about China, oh, it's our friend. We get cheap T-shirts and goods at Walmart and that sort of thing. It took President Trump stepping up and actually talking about this, actually waking the American public up. And frankly, I think he woke up the rest of the world. But I'll say this, what the Americans need to understand here is that America first means a strong America too. And if I think about the policies that were implemented when President Trump came into office from an economic standpoint, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017 set off economic growth beyond anything that had been imagined before. You remember the magic wand that Obama talked about that would be necessary? Well, abracadabra, we did it, right? And if you think about it, our economy was growing at twice the pace of any of the GDP. That made us strong as a nation. I saw my great friend Bob Lighthizer here. He is the best U.S. trade rep I think we've ever had, certainly the best trade lawyer in the world. And Bob told me after we negotiated it was a tough negotiation, but we negotiated a strong trade agreement between the United States and Japan. He said that's the best trade agreement that he has seen between two nations, particularly for the United States. We were able to do that because we were speaking from a position of strength and clarity. No leading from behind. When you think about the situation I found when I got there, John, 2017, do you remember what was going on? I land in Japan. Kim Jong-un launches the first intercontinental ballistic missile over our heads. Then he does it again. He's still reacting to the buildup that he was allowed to deliver back in 2016. And, you know, it took us standing up. It took some real strength. And I'll share a personal story if I could, and I don't want to go too long, but after Kim Jong-un detonated a thermonuclear weapon, tensions in Japan were just through the roof. I'm serious. School children were literally doing evacuation drills with hard hats on. They were testing the subway systems and stopping them. Japan was in deep fear that the next launch was going to be on Japan. The tensions were amazing, and we needed to do something in the region to show America's strength. So we did not have a U.S. ambassador in South Korea. We didn't for some time. I spent a lot of time with U.S. Forces Korea, a lot of time certainly with U.S. Forces Japan. And I think many of you know this, the largest component of U.S. military presence anywhere in the world is in Japan. That's where our strategic assets are for the reason, and for good reason. But working closely with our U.S. military, I took my family. We went and crossed the border from South Korea into North Korea. Chrissy and our 4 kids. They were aged 8, 10, 12, and 14 at the time. I can tell you, my wife was a little bit nervous about this, but I reminded her that Kim Jong-un knew if he touched a hair on our heads, that President Trump would pave North Korea. And again, with the military escort, we crossed the border. We went into North Korea. But why did I do that? Because I wanted to prove that I had complete confidence in the U.S. military's ability to take care of me and my family the same way we could take care of the entire peninsula and the entire region. That's America first. That's American strength.
Well said. Keith?
Yeah, I'd like to ask somewhat of a similar question to Senator Ernst and Congressman Walz. Before we start, though.
Got a mic?
I'm sorry, that does help. I'm an infantry officer. It takes a while. I'd like to ask, we're going to travel a similar path with Senator Ernst and Congressman Walz. But before we start, one thing, Senator Ernst and I would have something in common. We both have daughters that graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point. We're pretty proud of that. So it's a family business, which I think is pretty good. And with Congressman Walz, there are 2 Green Berets on this stage. With Mike and I are both Green Beret Special Forces in the Army. And so this is going to, we'll ask this question in a minute because the congressman just came back from Ukraine. He was in Kyiv and met President Zelensky and the team there, and we're going to get that in a second. But today, from a military standpoint and also a political standpoint, specifically looking at NATO in the European region, what does it mean to have equal burden sharing with allies when it comes to collective security? And I'd like to start with Senator Ernst.
Absolutely, General. This is really important that America continue to lead, and we have to understand that NATO is a security relationship. That's all it is, a security relationship. And with that relationship, we have the commitment from all of the countries that engage in NATO that they will provide 2% of their own GDP towards their own national defense. And it's calculated a number of different ways, but we have many, many of those countries that fall short. And we all remember when President Trump was with NATO and he said, hey, folks, y'all need to step up, right? So we do have a number of very close allies that are providing that 2%. They provide for their own national defense. But by and large, over 2/3 of NATO does not meet that 2% threshold. So President Trump really had his foot on the pedal when he was really pressing these countries to do more for themselves. And we see right now in this administration where we've really throttled back and no pressure given. There is no leadership emanating from the White House on this issue. But what we see now through NATO is how important it is to have that security alliance in Europe with the invasion of Ukraine. So much so that Finland and Sweden said, we want to be part of this group, even though historically they have never wanted to be part of a security alliance. So Finland already meets that 2% threshold. They are a great partner to bring into the NATO alliance because they're already there. They are fully committed. They have an over 800-mile border with Russia. So they now know how important it is to have a strong military defending their country. So we can see that they can really be an exporter of security, not a consumer of security. So they're going to be a fabulous partner in the NATO alliance. Sweden, while it's not quite at that 2% yet, they have already established a pathway in the near-term years to get to that 2%. And they have a very broad defense industrial base already existing in Sweden. So it is an exciting opportunity for those countries. They fully get that they have to participate at that 2% range. But what we really need again is leadership in NATO. Hello, President Biden. We need that leadership really pressing on our partners that don't meet 2%. And some of them, I mean, pretty obvious. It was very striking to me. The NATO summit was held in Madrid, Spain, right? Spain is at 1.2% of their GDP. And here they are hosting the summit. So I brought it up in our discussion with the folks from Spain that they need to step it up. But we don't see that leadership right now, but we do need our partners to do what they are obligated to do in NATO, and it's for everyone's security.
Thank you, Senator. Congressman?
Yeah, so in a previous life, I worked in the Pentagon for Secretary Rumsfeld and Gates, and if I had $100 for every speech I wrote, begging and pleading the Europeans to do what they promised to do, I miss President Trump kicking them in the rear end, not only on their defense spending, but gee, he was kind of right about Nord Stream 2 as well, right? And so I just got back from Kyiv last night. We met with President Zelensky, and a couple of key takeaways. You know, number one, the United States is doing a lot and has done a lot. The Europeans have promised a lot and aren't doing very much, especially the Germans. They're already backsliding on what they promised Ukraine. And the fear is once we get to this winter, they're going to backslide even further because obviously it's going to get cold. And that's when they're even more dependent on Russian oil and gas. And what did President Trump do? He turned our energy independence on steroids and had us exporting LNG. And had those terminals been built like they should have been built, right now they would be completely able to walk away from Russian oil and gas, or at least get a lot further and be on American gas. And which, by the way, is a heck of a lot cleaner for the environmentalists out there, is a heck of a lot cleaner than Russian gas. So key takeaway from Zelensky is the Europeans are not doing what they promised to do, shocker. And we need leadership, not welcoming back into the good old boys club to help them do that. The Brits are doing what they promised. They actually have advisors on the ground helping actually use the equipment in the most effective way that we're providing. Look, here's my worry. I've been fully supportive of fighting for freedom and the Ukrainians fight for freedom. Zelensky has stepped up in a way to be a leader that I think a lot of the European leaders should mirror and should image. But this administration is helping him play for a tie. Actually, right now, they're helping him lose slowly. And if the Brits have advisors on the ground, seeing where all that equipment is going, my worry is we're pushing that equipment over the border with Poland, and we don't know where it's going. We don't know if it's getting to the front lines. We don't know how it's being maintained, how much ammo is being used, whether it's being used effectively. And while I do not support American troops in the trenches, I do support us keeping an eye on the billions that we're providing, making sure it's going to the right place, and at a high level, helping the Ukrainians with their planning, their logistics, and let's win this damn war. Right? I mean, Zelensky's ready. The problem is this administration is going to let this settle into another stalemate, and we're going to head into winter. Putin will be able to rest, refit, and you know what? All he's going to do is hit the pause button and be right back at it. And instead of going for the kill, instead of going for the win right now and helping the Ukrainians when they're at their weakest, we're going to, fiddle fart around and just provide them just enough rather than help them with what they need. And he's thankful to the American people, but he's frustrated with this kind of piecemeal approach from the administration. And he's frustrated with the Europeans that have promised a lot and given a little.
That's a great segue to the next question, which is going to go to all three of them. But before we go a second, I think everybody, when you hear the news about an Article 5 for NATO, an attack on one's attack on all, you probably have heard that till you're blue in the face. What I would ask everybody to do is look at Article 3. Article 3 is what I call the funding article, where all of the NATO members have agreed they will provide for the individual and collective defense of the alliance. They agreed that that would be in 2014 at the Wales Declaration, the Wales Conference, that would be 2% of GDP, of which that 20% was going to be spent on modernization. When the Trump administration first came into office, I think there was 4 countries that were 2% GDP. And Senator Ernst just made the comment about Spain at 1.2%. Fortunately, we have the Swedes and the Finns coming on, and they're closer to 2%. In fact, I think the Finns are over 2%. So that is going to be helpful. But moving into the Ukraine right now, so let's focus a bit more. And I'd like to start with Senator Haggerty, then Senator Ernst, and Congressman Walz. To you all, without wading into the assistance packages, help us understand on a strategic level what assisting Ukraine means, what is you believe the end state should be, and what an America First approach would look like in this approach. Senator?
Well, I'll start with multiple points there, Keith, but I appreciate your asking. One, I just want to go back in time a little bit. I remember a tremendous amount of grousing from the international elite, from the elite here in Washington when President Trump complained that our allies should step up and pull their weight. And at one point, I got together a group of NATO ambassadors, and I asked them a simple question. How do I explain to my children that America spends 3.5% to 5.5% of our GDP every year on defense? We're defending you. You have bigger social safety nets than we do. We're subsidizing this. We're in a deficit spending situation, and my children and grandchildren are paying for your defense. You are not stepping up. You're not doing what you should do. We've got to hold the line, and we got $400 billion more, right, John, out of the Europeans. So they groused and complained, but that's the right thing to do. And sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes it doesn't sound great. You'll be criticized right here in this town for doing it, but it had to be done. And I think now they're waking up to the fact, Germany, I'm going to leave them aside. That frustrates all of us. But I think they're now all waking up to the fact that they need to step up. With respect to Ukraine, I have been supportive, as Mike has articulated so well, of winning. What I have not been supportive of is dumping billions of dollars of cash in with no plan, with no timeline, and putting ourselves in a position where before the latest package went in, we were pretty much at parity with our partners in NATO. We're way ahead of them now. So I'd like to see NATO step up shoulder to shoulder with us. I'd like to see us declare some very specific milestones that need to be met. And I'd like to know where in the hell that equipment is too, Mike.
Yeah, yes, thank you. No, I agree. And I'm going to back up a little bit in time as well and take us all back to August of 2021. This administration has operated under a doctrine of appeasement. And when we saw the fall of Afghanistan with this administration's very little regard for Americans that were trapped in the country, as well as those Afghan partners that we had in the country of Afghanistan, pulled everyone out, did not notify those friends and allies who had been helping us on the ground in Afghanistan. It set the stage for other bad actors to take advantage of the United States. They knew that President Biden wasn't going to lead. He was trying to appease, and we've seen that all along the way, not just with Afghanistan, but in the months after then with Iran as well, and continuing to engage in dialogue with the Iranians, ironically through the Russians, to try and come up with a new JCPOA, which we know Iran cheated, which is why President Trump took us out of the JCPOA in the first place. They'll continue to cheat. They're closer to nuclear capability. They make no bones about it. So he's been appeasing there. But what Vladimir Putin saw was a weakened America, at least weakened American leadership. And so he saw this as prime opportunity to roll all over Ukraine with no American intervention. Now, there were plenty of opportunities ahead of the invasion to, again, put your foot down on Vladimir Putin and press against the Russians. This administration chose to do nothing and just continue to watch the buildup of equipment along the Ukrainian border. So we have seen them enter into Ukraine now. And yes, I do believe, I'm with Mike and Bill, that we've got to provide what it takes to win that war. And the sooner, the better. You know, my outcome that I want to see, Keith, is that we absolutely annihilate the Russian forces and we get them to crawl back into Russia so bloodied and bruised that they can't come back. So the fact that this administration is just slowly doling out, you know, what they can a little bit here and there, instead of actually engaging with President Zelensky and offering to provide what they're asking for, we're maintaining a status quo. We're just killing a bunch of Ukrainians and killing a bunch of Russians. That's all we see on the news. And it's status quo. We've got to get to a point where we're providing them with what they need. You know, the missiles that you can launch from the ground to ships, we need to provide them with more HIMARS. We need to provide them with the artillery that they need to, again, pound the heck out of the Russians. We need to do that. But this administration is so risk adverse that they're not engaging the way I think the American people want. We want this over quickly. We want this over quickly. And I also would agree that we don't have people on the ground in Ukraine. Just like Afghanistan, this administration, what did they do when there was a threat of invasion? They immediately pulled out the personnel from our embassy, immediately pulled them out of the country. They pulled out the special operations forces that were training the Ukrainian army. They're just pull and run. That's the modus operandi of this administration. Pull and run. Get the heck out. You know, leave these folks alone, let them fend for themselves. Well, now we've got a real crisis on our hands. We're not getting anywhere fast, and we absolutely must do more. We cannot be a country that leads from a position of appeasement.
Yes, ma'am. Well said. Keith, I think we need to continue to explain and remind folks, why is this in America's interest, right? And I'm utterly convinced that if Putin cuts through Ukraine like a hot knife through butter, he's going to keep going. He said it. And he will go into the Baltics, and he will go into areas where we are treaty obligated to then put American boots on the ground. The Ukrainians are willing to do the fighting and dying. But as they're just asking for the beans and the bullets to do it and fight for all of our freedoms. As Joni said, look, it was appeasement after appeasement after appeasement that sent all the wrong signals to Putin. How many of us remember the Colonial Pipeline and the hack of our ability to deliver gas to the entire East Coast? What did Biden do in response? That Russia was clearly behind? Nothing. In fact, he awarded Putin with a summit where he said, "Mother, may I, will you please not hit this list of key priority targets? Like, here's the things we care about the most." The New START treaty, which President Trump was holding the line on in terms of our nuclear reduction, Biden just gave it to him for free, right? And they know, Putin knows that he surrounded himself with the same team that was around Obama, that in 2014 threw blankets and MREs at the problem. Who was the first to give the Ukrainians lethal aid? The Javelins? President Trump was. That's why they didn't do it on his watch, and that's why you've seen them invade on Obama's watch and now invade again on Biden's watch. They knew they could get away from it. They knew they could get away with it. I was out there in December. The Stingers that they were asking for, too escalatory from the White House. Now they're giving them. The jets that they were asking for, too escalatory from the White House. Now they're thinking about giving them. The harpoons that they were, if we had just given those things, I don't know that we would have had an invasion, and they certainly would have been much better off in the first place. Guess who's asking for all of those things now? Taiwan. Taiwan's asking for all the same things, and we might get around to giving it to them by 2028, 2029. Well, guess when Chairman Xi has told his military to be ready to go? 2027. So that means if Xi stays on his timeline, the next president could very well be a wartime president. And I don't want that to be Joe Biden. I'll tell you what, please, for all of our sake.
Well, that
Anyway, yep.
that's a great segue to where I want to go next. But let me see if we put a bow on the Ukraine discussion here. I think to remind everyone, the difference between an America First approach and what you had from the Biden administration. Remind people of the dates. The Putin's invasion of Ukraine started on February 24th. Does anyone remember what happened on February 26th? It tells you everything you need to know about the Biden administration approach to this. 2 days in, Joe Biden offered President Zelensky a ride out of town to take the same course that he had advocated and that we took, unfortunately, in Afghanistan. And so, had Zelensky not stood up for the Ukrainian people, Vladimir Putin would have had a very quick victory. The only thing worse than that, and I think what you're hearing all three members of Congress here agree on, is the only thing that may be worse than a quick victory against Ukraine would be a slow victory against Ukraine and all of the NATO countries. There's a difference. What you're hearing all of them say is there's a difference between helping Ukraine and helping Ukraine win. We can disagree about whether we should be there or not, and people have different approaches, but if we're going to be there, we need to win. So to that point, and to your point about the segue there to, because we're running out of time, and I want to get to our top threat and our top adversary, and that is the Communist Party of China. So in the bowels of the Senate Intel Committee, there's a transcript where I was asked a question by a senator when I advocated and did increase our spending, our intelligence spending on China by 20%. And the question was, well, Director, why do you want to increase spending on China by 20%? And my response was, and I can tell you this much, my response was, because I know you won't let me increase it by 40%. Now, we laugh about it, but the simple truth was, as the Director of National Intelligence, I had access to more intelligence than just about anybody. And it was so clear the threat that China was economically, militarily, technologically. So I want to move to that. When we talk about that and talk about winning in different warfighting domains, Senator Ernst and Congressman Waltz, you're both, Senator, I think you're chair of the cyber subcommittee. You're on the emerging technologies committee. I know you're on the Intel subcommittee on science, space, and technology. So our audience hears a lot about, China and emerging technologies, things like hypersonic missiles, things like quantum computing, quantum sensing. I want to get your perspective on that in terms of how you see our capabilities from a technological standpoint with regard to all of our adversaries, but particularly China and what we need to be doing. And for you, Senator Hagerty, since you were in such close proximity to China as our ambassador there, going back to Ukraine and tying it in to what Congressman Waltz was saying, what do you think China's takeaway is from Ukraine and how they're viewing the response of the United States and what that means for Taiwan and what we should be doing? So let me start with you, Senator Ernst.
Yes, thank you so much. I am the ranking member on the Emerging Threats and Capabilities Subcommittee in the United States Senate that falls under the Armed Services jurisdiction. And we deal with all of those issues. So whether it's hypersonics, it's AI, it's quantum computing, you listed it all. And that all falls under the jurisdiction of that committee. One other area that falls under that committee is Special Operations Command as well. And they are involved with a spectrum of issues that we see out there. But when it comes to keeping up with China, we absolutely must continue to invest in these types of developing technologies to make sure that we have that edge, but then also being able to employ them properly as well. Mike had mentioned earlier the Colonial Pipeline. So things like that gray zone activity where it's, activities that are out there. We know a state actor or other bad actors are engaged. How do we respond? So as we're developing these technologies, what is the appropriate way to respond when it's an act that is short of war? So all of those issues we grapple with in the United States Senate, and what are the authorities that we can give to our military commanders, and how can they react in an equal response, or a response that might block them or take them down. All of those discussions kind of happen behind closed doors, but we have to be aware of them. We have to continue to work in that area, develop them. Another area too you didn't mention, but one thing we're paying attention to, because we've noticed more and more of this, is drone technology too. And we're not talking just the $300 drones that you can buy off of Amazon. We're talking about China engaging in swarm technology, where they can employ 100 to 200 drones operating in concert to go after a piece of equipment or military personnel on the ground. And so we have to not only have our own drone technology, but also work on counter drone technology. But there's so many bad things out there, and you hate to wrap your mind all around it because it's scary you so bad you just don't want to sleep at night. But those are the things that we have to engage in. Like it or not, we have to engage in them.
Yeah, I'm sorry if we make you want to drink early this afternoon, but look, this is the toughest adversary I believe the United States has ever faced in its history, because it's the first one with an economy as big or bigger than ours. And so we sit on armed services. We see now that the Chinese Navy is bigger than the United States Navy. They're building ships at a rate of 5 to 1. Compared to us. Their space force is larger. They've launched more into space than the rest of the world combined. They're on track to have a manned station on the moon. That's not with their version of NASA. That's with their military. And oh, by the way, with a brand new space station that their military is occupying as well. The thing that pisses me off the most, as we desperately try to get our military ready, is they're funding their military buildup with your dollars, with our dollars, with our tax dollars. And it is completely unacceptable. They are going to seek to win. This thing isn't going to be won or lost in the Taiwan Strait. This thing is going to be won or lost in the economic competition. And folks, we are drunk as a society on Chinese money. Wall Street, academia, sports industry, NBA, politics. They have a thing called elite capture. I think they captured Hunter Biden pretty darn well in terms of influencing our operation. I mean, we can go on and on. Our research institutions, the 400,000 students that are paying above freight. You don't think our academic institutions, universities are drunk on that money? And so I tell the Democrats all the time, they want to talk about defunding the police that are defending our neighborhoods and keeping our families safe. Let's defund dictatorships. Let's put your money where your mouth is. They want to, they want to cancel companies, Major League Baseball, over some voting rights and voter integrity, rightly so, out of the Georgia elected legislature. But all of those companies, Coca-Cola, Airbnb, Nike, totally turn a blind eye when they're building their products on slave labor. Over there. And we're going to keep calling them out. But folks, we have to start voting with our wallets. Conservatives have to step up. And I got to tell you what, when we are sending our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marine over there to face this threat, and they've built their military on our money and hypocritical corporations that are just all, want to preach social justice at home, but turn a blind eye when it comes over there, it's absolutely unacceptable. So my message to everybody is, when you see made in China, put it down. It's not just a jobs issue, it's a national security issue, but we are all part of it. I know it's hard, right? We're watching all those stimulus checks that they unleashed for a virus that they unleashed flow right through Amazon and Walmart, right back to what? Chinese manufacturing. So we got to bring our supply chains back home. And I can tell you what, when we get the House back, when we get the Congress back and the Senate back, that's number one. That's number one on the agenda. Fire Pelosi.
Well, John, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about this. Keith, you were in Japan with me on multiple occasions dealing with this. My post before coming to the Senate as ambassador to Japan was looking China right in the eye every day. And the size and the scope of the threat continues to grow. I think we pushed back on it significantly when we came in 2017. I think China had to wake up. But I'll take you back to 2015. I remember President Xi standing in the Rose Garden telling President Obama that he had no intention of militarizing those islands that he was building in the South China Sea. And I would encourage you to write this down if you haven't seen it. Fiery Cross Reef. Google it. That's what these islands look like out there. They're completely militarized. They're occupying one of the busiest sea lanes in the world. Their aggression is unimaginable to us. They don't play by the same set of rules at all. And I'll just bring something very small home. My son was studying what was happening in the Taiwan Strait last summer. And he came to see me after a while, and he brought a book that I'd given him a few years ago, and he laid it down in front of me. He said, "Dad, it's all in here. What they're doing to Taiwan, what they're trying to do to us is all in this book." It's a very thin book, but some of you may have heard of it. It's called The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And I would encourage you to read it, because then you can begin to get a sense for the Chinese psyche. Then you can begin to get a sense of the direction that Xi wants to take his country. And perhaps we can all get a sense of the threat that we've got to wake up to and address. Thanks.
Yeah. And I know we're running out of time, but I want to do just one last question. It's like a lightning round, if we could, because now we'll close the triangle here. We forgot about Iran. Iran's out there. And it's a class reunion of the same Obama team that brought you that before. And we're not there on a deal. But the big concern I have is Iran is marching towards a nuclear weapon. It's going to destabilize the Middle East. But what I'd like to do is get the comments from the senators and the congressmen on what they think we should be doing going forward with Iran and what it looks like into the future. Senator Hegarty, let's start with you. Then we'll go to Senator Ernst and then to Congressman Walz.
We should get back into the domestic energy business today. That will take down global prices of energy. That will have an immediate economic impact on Iran. We need to go back to reinforcing the sanctions that we put in place. I'm talking about the secondary sanctions. I worked my tail off to get secondary sanctions imposed to get the Japanese to stop buying their crude. Now everyone's looking the other way here in this White House. And guess what? The Iranian coffers have been flowing right back up. They're selling that crude oil now. And we are funding their development of this nuclear weapons. We need to put the pressure right back on them. We need to force our allies to do the same.
Ditto. No, that was so well done. We really do have to unleash American energy. And we had reached a peak of production during the last administration, President Trump. And this administration has throttled that production way back. These are American jobs. These are American producers that should be out there working and producing more. We want them to do better here. So let's unleash that American energy and be less reliant upon our adversaries like Iran and Russia. And let's make sure that we are developing every avenue possible to support our friends and allies then around the globe as well.
Yeah, look, Iran it's all about the signals you send from the commander in chief. And what does Iran see right now? They see Russia getting away with literally war crimes and murder and invading their neighbor. And how are they getting away with it? They're getting away with it under a nuclear umbrella because they see that every time Putin says boo, Sleepy Joe jumps about a foot. Because of that nuclear umbrella. They see what they can get away with, and that's why they are racing towards a bomb at this point. What do we do about it? Well, the thing that a dictatorship cares about the most, obviously not its own people, is its wallet. And the Trump administration had a maximum pressure campaign in place. Iranian oil had dropped from 4 million a day to about 200,000. There are now, the sanctions regime looks like Swiss cheese because the Biden administration, I think deep down, wants us to buy Iranian oil. And they certainly don't mind the Chinese buying their oil and the Russians buying their drones. Look, why? I think we always have to bring this back from America first. Why does this matter to the American people? 2 reasons. Number one, we cannot let our ally Israel, our main ally Israel, literally be threatened with a nuclear weapon to wipe them off the face of the map. Can never let that happen. And number 2, if Iran gets the bomb, the Saudis are going to get it, the Turks are going to get it, the Emiratis are going to want it, and that is not in any American's interest to have a nuclear arms race in the Middle East. But as long as they think they can have their cake and eat it too, which they believe they can with this administration, to unlock billions to actually help them fund terrorism and fund their bomb. And by the way, the Iranians right now are holding Americans hostage, literally chained to the floor of Evin prison. We shouldn't be having a single conversation with them, much less tea and crumpets in Vienna, with a regime that is holding Americans hostage. That should be thing number one before we get back to maximum pressure.
You know, we've all been fortunate today to listen to three great American patriots with Senator Hagerty, Senator Ernst, and Congressman Waltz. I live here in the Washington, D.C. area, and they battle daily for America, and they are on the front lines of this. And we've been very fortunate today to allow them to tell you what's being done in the House and in the Senate, and what they continue to do as well. So to all three of you, thank you very much. It was a great panel and really appreciate it.
Sure. Well, no, you go that way. Yep. All right, we got to give directions up here. Stage right. All right. Well, we're going to keep the party rolling. We're going to take another break.
All right, welcome back. We are here live at day one of the American First Policy Institute. Christina, Bob, Brian, Glenn joining you now alongside the Honorable Eric Hargan, who is with the Health and Human Services during the Trump administration. And of course, we've been talking off camera about some of the problems that this country faces right now in terms of the opioid problem, and how under the Trump administration, we didn't necessarily have that problem.
Right. Well, what we did was we had achieved in 2018, we got the first downturn in overdose deaths in over 20 years. So we really cared about it. As you may remember, the president had a public health emergency declared. I was actually declared by me, was acting secretary in 2017. And we really devoted a lot of resources, a lot of smarts in the federal government to try to turn the situation around, because we're seeing an absolutely unacceptable amount of deaths that are happening, and they've only increased in the last couple of years. So it's an absolute disaster for the United States.
And certainly the opioid epidemic is heightened by the border crisis and open border policies under this administration. And I think some of the viewers might be interested that Health and Human Services actually does have a role in the border issue and the people coming across, particularly with the minors coming across. What do you see, and what did you see with the opioid epidemic and the border crisis from Health and Human Services?
Well, what you see there is that the fentanyl and a lot of the illegal drugs, the illicit drugs, are coming over the border. They're not manufactured in the United States. So they're either produced overseas, or they're transshipped from where they were originally made. And that is a huge flood. It's incredibly cheap, potent drugs that are coming across and causing a huge amount of havoc, because, you know, you get well over 100,000 deaths per year in the opioid epidemic right now. And that's not just counting the overdoses and the lives that are ruined, the families that are ruined because of this thing. And so they really have to turn it around. And you know, we had some initial but real success, limited but real success in turning this around. And then came the pandemic and everything went.
So what needs to change from the way that the Biden administration is implementing their policies right now to, say, an America First agenda? What specifically needs to change to curb this epidemic?
There's going to have to be a lot of attention on interdiction of these illicit drugs. They're going to have to really focus on who's bringing them over, where are they coming from, trying to figure out how can we put a stop to these things flooding into U.S. cities. And it's methamphetamine, it's fentanyl, it's all different kinds of illicit drugs. When I was in office, I met with a sheriff, and he said, I can always tell when a shipment has arrived from overseas because within 24 hours, I have an uptick in crime. He said, I can tell it from the crime statistics, even if I didn't find the drugs.
That's interesting.
That is interesting.
You know, and that kind of leads me to my next question. You've got several states that have pretty much legalized the use of marijuana in their city, in their state. What's your thoughts on that? And does that tend to go down that path of more hardened drugs or more opioid addictions and violence?
Well, marijuana marijuana is a background drug for a lot of different things. So, and there are lots of what they call polydrug users that use a variety of different drugs at the same time. And so addressing the issue of marijuana, you're talking to a health guy here. So, the fact that we have a smoked intoxicant that's becoming more and more popular every year, and people are pretty relaxed about it. Seemingly, people are more concerned about tobacco than they are about marijuana. They are more concerned about smoking a cigarette than they are about smoking a marijuana cigarette. I think it's an unusual situation we're in right now as a country, where people get more worried about tobacco than they are about marijuana. And the fact that we worry about intoxicants and smoking, but you get to a smoked intoxicant like marijuana and people go like, oh, well.
Great point. That's a good point there.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And this opioid issue has been something that has kind of rumbled beneath the surface for quite some time now. Why do you think it hasn't already been addressed? And what is the biggest factor that we need to do to end it?
Well, it was not simple getting into it, so it's not going to be simple getting out of it, just to be honest, right? There's a lot of different things that have to change, things that we have to deal with, some of it's even research to get a non-addictive painkiller that isn't in those category of painkillers that people rely on. We have to figure out exactly how things are getting into the country, what's motivating people to get on illicit painkillers. Those are the things that are really driving people, and why are people turning to these? Like, there's a lot of despair out there in a lot of working families and a lot of working areas about what's going on, and I think part of that is causing people to turn to these drugs.
Now, I can't help but ask you, since you were the Deputy Secretary at HHS, Health and Human Services, the new Secretary and Deputy Secretary at HHS are taking quite a different approach to health in general, and there's been some focus on some of the gender issues and gender identities. I'm curious about your thoughts on how HHS has transformed just from the Trump administration to the Biden administration.
Well, a lot of it has had to do with them trying to implement their own priorities of them and the current president. And I think that foremost among it is a focus on equity and all the things that they have brought to their new political priorities. So that's filtering down through the department, and also trying to manage the end of the pandemic, right? Trying to tail that off has been a huge change for them, because they came in the midst of it. I mean, we sort of handed it over right as the warp speed vaccines were being launched. I mean, it was 6 weeks before that. So there was a lot of activity that they were having to manage and now release. I think one of the big transition points is how they're going to get past the perpetual state of emergency, because that has to come to an end. And they have to figure out how they're going to transition the entire part of the sector that they oversee to non-emergency footing. Because there's a lot of money that's given out because of the emergency. There are lots of grants. There are lots of different ways of doing business. And it's a very complicated factor. Getting into it was complicated. Getting out of it is going to be complicated. I wish them well. I wish us all well in trying to manage that very complicated process.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate you joining us here on the set at the America First Policy Institute, Day 1. We're going to take a quick commercial timeout. We'll come right back. We've got a special guest coming up after the break. Don't go around. We'll see you in a few.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I want to give each and every one of you one last chance to get my original My Slippers. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now. Use your promo code, and you'll get your very own My Slippers for only $49.98. That's $90 off and the biggest savings ever. What makes My Slippers different is my exclusive 4-layer design that you won't find in any other slippers. My Slippers patented layers make them ultra comfortable, extremely durable, and they help reduce stress on your feet. Not only that, they come with an indoor-outdoor sole so you can wear them anytime, anywhere. I guarantee they'll be the most comfortable slippers you'll ever own. And now you can get them for the best savings ever, only $49.98. Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen now to get your very own My Slippers for only $49.98. That's $90 off. We have extremely low quantities, and once they're gone, they're gone. So order now.
All right, we're back here live at America First Policy Institute, Day 1. Joining us now, and he's walking on the media risers as I speak, and we tried to take that quick commercial. Come on in right here. We're live. Chad Wolf joining us. We're doing fine. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. It's an exciting day. We got a lot of good panels. We got more to come.
It's been a great turnout. You've had a lot of people show up.
We do, and I think that really speaks about kind of the message that we're talking about here, the policies. I think when people look over the last 17 months and they see the crisis after crisis what's occurring here, they want to understand there's a better way to do this. There's a better way to run the country, putting Americans first, and that's what we're doing here. And that's what we're talking about. And I think a lot of people are excited.
I think most people associate you with the wall. That's probably mostly what you're known for at DHS as the secretary there, although you did more than that. But as things stand today, what do you see when you look at what they have done and have not done as far as the progress that you made on the wall?
Oh, boy.
What do you want to see going forward? And
I'm not sure you have enough time. I mean, we can talk about all the things they're not doing right, and there is a lot. I think, just their overall approach to border security, which is, there is a strategy. I keep talking about they have a strategy, and that's really what's been unfolding over the last 17 months. And so if that strategy delivers you astronomically high illegal apprehension numbers month after month after month, if it delivers you more human trafficking than we've ever seen, more illegal narcotics into our, you have to say that it's a failed strategy and you need to change course.
Right.
And yet they continue to double down on it. So I would look at, again, new border wall systems, right? You need to build the physical infrastructure, but you need Remain in Mexico. You need the asylum cooperative agreements. You need the variety of network of policies that we had put in place. We called it a patchwork because there's not just one thing that solves the crisis. You need 5, 6 different things all working at the same time. And I keep saying that, the cartels are like a big business, like any other, and every business wants predictability for their business model. And this administration over the last 17 months has given them predictability. And we have now the cartels have more control over territory, more money, and more power than they've ever had because of the policies.
I'm hoping to squeak one more question before they start again, but I saw how hard you worked and how hard they worked at DHS in order to make the progress that you did make. Seeing how quickly it has collapsed, does it appear to be intentional to you, or is it really just bad policy? Is bad policy alone enough to make us collapse the way that we have?
So it is bad policy, but they're not. Well, I think it's arguable or whether or not they're incompetent or not. But I think it's a plan and it's a strategy they have put in place. If you listen carefully, the DHS secretary says we have a plan and we're executing on our plan. Well, you have to say, well, over the 17 months, that plan has been an abject failure, time and time again. So I think everything they're doing is intentional.
Okay.
It's by design, and they have choreographed it in a way that you're getting the results that you have today. And I think it's not the right approach for Americans. It's put Americans last, and you're putting illegal aliens first. And I just think that's not what this country is about. There is a way to be compassionate about those that need asylum protections, but it's a fundamentally a different way to go about it.
Yeah, it's just not people coming from Mexico and Central America. It's a security risk. A lot of people coming in from overseas that are on the terror watch list that are being caught. And how many of those got away that we don't know about?
Well, hundreds of thousands, right? So if you talk about those that they've apprehended on known or suspected terrorists, I think it's somewhere in about the 40 to 45 range over the last 17 months. You have to look back over about a span of 5 years to pick up 20.
When you say 45, you mean just 45?
Well, these are 45 individuals on known or suspected terrorists that were, as I say, stupid enough to get caught.
Right.
Right. These are individuals that bumped into a Border Patrol agent, or Border Patrol agents sought them out. Sure. These aren't you don't
sophisticated.
Yeah, really sophisticated ones know how to game the system, and so you probably aren't capturing them because why? Because Border Patrol agents aren't on the line doing that national security mission. They're back in their facilities, just processing paperwork.
That's it, to get those people underneath the bridges. That the optics are horrible for the Biden administration, so they shifted people in the administrative roles to shift that line out of there to make it look like the border is under control. But you and I both know it's not.
It's certainly not. Absolutely not. And so when I hear phrases like the border's secure, the border's closed, or we have operational control, all three of those are a lie. And what's worse is that the law enforcement individuals on that border that live in those communities, they know it's a lie.
So Chad Wolf joining us here. We appreciate your time as we get into another set.
The decision is out. Roe v. Wade has been overturned. If you look at over 60 million babies that have been aborted and loss of life, to see that stain, that mark removed from our nation, that means hope for me. That means victory for me.
But all that means is our job is just beginning to continue to defend life.
What is radical in my mind is the position they take. They say no limits, and that would include all the way up. And this I don't even like to talk about this because this seems just so wrong. All the way up until just moments before that little child is about to be born. Is that right, Ms. Foster?
On their birthday. At its core, the pro-life movement is a movement of charisms. We offer compassion for the unborn baby. We offer compassion for the mother. And we offer compassion for the father as well.
As we fight for policies for all Americans, there's no demographic more important than the fatherless youth of this nation. Every year, over 1.7 million kids drop out of high school that are fatherless. We really do have an issue in our nation. I was blessed to be able to see the difference between the way that I was able to prosper and how others had difficulty around me that didn't have the fatherly influence. 18 million children living in our nation, fatherless.
Coach Kennedy will prevail in the United States Supreme Court and will have his job back as a high school football coach and be allowed to quietly pray on the sidelines because that is his right as a citizen of the United States of America.
America first means that we don't give away our power or walk away from the values that we were founded on.
We're winning this battle because people understand that life is precious and we should be defending it.
America's future is America first.
Real quick, get out of your seat, go to at least 3 people, say, I'm probably your biggest blessing and you don't even know it yet. Just let them know, welcome them to America First Values, and come on and just greet someone, go to somebody that you haven't talked to all day long. You guys can come on up front, gather up from the back and come on up. And I'm going to ask Alveda to come along. And Alveda, why don't you get us going? I know that you love to start with a song. Put your hands together for Dr. Alveda King.
Hello, hello. Hey, do this for me. Look at the person on your left and on your right and smile. And if you smile, you might not even like them, but we'll never know. So look left and right and smile. This is a wonderful time. All hands on deck. You should have learned this when you were in Sunday school. So sing this with me. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Sing, y'all. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I can't hear you. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Give God the glory and let that light shine, Pastor Paula. Let it shine.
Amen. Let Alveda and our panelists know how much you love them. We'll introduce them. We're so glad you're here. We want to thank you for the warm welcome and thank everyone in the audience for joining us here in our nation's capital today for an exciting time as we continue our great work of putting America first. Your voice is so important and your presence is even more important. The basic purpose of the American government is, in the words of the Declaration of Independence, to secure our unalienable God-given rights in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. America was founded on timeless and universal truths of humanity, that all men are created equal. We fought wars to stand up for this belief, and we've sacrificed entire generations of young men to defend these principles that we know to be right, Ralph, and we know to be just. I learned so much from Ralph Reed. Love and appreciate you guys. Today, our primary opponents are no longer abroad. Now these rights are under threat from a multitude of ideas and influences right here at home, all of which run counter to the foundational American values. Liberal agendas and far-left curriculums seek to strip away the primary rights and responsibilities of parents to train up a child in the way he should go. The freedom to worship and even our fundamental values of Christianity itself is being driven out of the public square and replaced by secular humanism that operates without any regard for faith or for truth. Even with the pro-life movement's historic victory, and what a great victory, in the Dobbs decision, which came in huge part because of the courageous acts of President Donald Trump. Even with that, the left still wants to codify right to abortion up until birth in federal law for the entire country, even though their abortion radicalism is far with the extreme up to 9 months than the opinions of the American people and the laws of much of the rest of the world. With this in mind, we must realize that our task to restore America's commitment to freedom, to quality, equality, and self-governance becomes all the more urgent. In doing so, we will protect the American values that have always made our nation great and honor every human life and provide hope for America's forgotten families and communities. Today, our panel will focus on 3 main topics. First, we will discuss parental rights in education and preserving the biological reality of sex and gender in our nation's schools. Second, our second topic will be the pro-life movement and our work ahead in a post-Dobbs America. And third, our final topic is defending religious liberty and the freedom to speak one's belief in the public square. Joining me on stage for this discussion are actually experts and wonderful citizens and servants who have given their life to make such a tremendous difference. We have 4 panelists and allies in the American First Movement. Let me introduce first Senator Daines, a staunch conservative and defender of American values from Montana, who is the founder and chair of the Senate Pro-Life Caucus and member of the Senate Finance Committee. Senator Daines. Next to him is Representative Virginia Foxx, one of North Carolina's finest pro-life voices, an historic constitutional conservative who is the Republican leader of the House Committee on Education and Labor. Representative Foxx. Right next to me will be Mr. Scott Turner, an NFL star and former executive director of President Trump's White House Opportunity and Revitalization Council. He's a pastor, a former Texas state representative, and a pro in football, and one of the best guys, I should say, great men that you will ever get to know. Come on and put it up for Mr. Scott Turner. And of course, beside our psalmist and the one who brings us so much joy every day, we have the pro-life icon and civil rights advocate, Dr. Alveda King, niece to the late Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., prominent evangelist and former Georgia state representative. Thank you all so much for being here. It's an honor to share this stage. And today, as I take my seat, let's start out with parental rights. We will get right into our panel as I very gracefully walk across and don't fall off. I did that pretty well, amen? Come on, guys. All right, so as we start off today, we have so many topics to cover, and any one of these issues could be an entire panel. They're all so important. It's hard to even believe that we're sitting here having to discuss what we are with parental rights, with the battle that we are in. As a father of 4, Senator Daines, you're well aware of the importance of parental rights in education. As you know, the Biden administration is presently pushing the extreme and almost unthinkable policy of withholding school lunch funding for kids in school systems that do not implement the radical policies, and they are radical, on sexuality, even in elementary schools. It's crazy. How can the U.S. Senate block this harsh and punitive policy from taking effort?
Well, Paul, thank you. We are the parents of 4 children. We have 2 boys and 2 girls. We now have 3 grandchildren. For those of you in that chapter of life, it's a very sweet chapter. But I didn't think I'd live to see the day where the federal government would be saying to poor children, you can't have your lunch money unless your school allows boys into the girls' bathroom, boys into the girls' locker room. As a father of 2 daughters, I'd say, have you lost your mind? For the safety of my daughters and my granddaughter, little Emma. But this is where we've come to this moment. They've lost their minds, and we can never forget that, as we think about religion, we think about the Trinity, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The left, the Trinity they worship is climate craziness, abortion, and LGBTQ. That is what they wake up to every day. And every policy, it seems like now, Paul, on Capitol Hill is seen through that lens that they worship. Now, how do we stop this? I'll tell you what, we've got to get the gavel out of Chuck Schumer's hands this fall. That's how we start. Because in the Senate, we're in the personnel business. They have to get our approval, Biden does, to nominate and put anybody in a federal position that's a political appointment. And so that's where we start, is we've got to stop these radicals that have infiltrated the Biden administration. And then I think another great idea is in 2024, we elect a new president. That'd be another thing we got to do. So between the controlling the gavel for the last 2 years under Biden's administration, the U.S. Senate, combined with a president in 2024 that will reject these policies, that is how we stop it. But elections have severe consequences, Paul, and we're seeing that today in our country.
They certainly do, Senator Daines, and thank you so much. I mean, again, who would have thought we would be fighting for kindergarten and first and second and third grade, possibly not even having lunch if they don't go along with this extreme.
Just the fairness question. We talked the safety question, but what about the fairness issue here? About allowing biological men to compete in women's sports. What's going on at the University of Pennsylvania and Leah Thomas, it's outrageous. And somebody asked me the question, what about, should we have a special league, special division here for transgenders? My answer to that is we already have that. It's called the men's division. That's what it's called.
You're so right. Representative Fox, what would you have to say, and what would you like to weigh in on this topic of education?
Well, the House has already introduced the Parents' Bill of Rights. We know that's not going to go anywhere in this session of Congress, but we will be bringing that up as one of our first bills in the next session of Congress when we take the majority. We also are doing everything we can to raise the awareness of the American people of what the true agenda is of the left. And some of you may have heard that Randy Weingarten and the American Federation of Teachers recently did a survey. And in that survey, Republicans were 1 point ahead of Democrats in the survey when parents said, who do they trust to run the education in our country? They said they would trust Republicans more than Democrats. And the parents are saying, we don't want our children being taught about transgender and about sex roles and all these other things that the left is pushing. We want them to learn how to read, write, compute, and be literate. They want financial literacy. I just left my office and left some folks from Edwards, what's it called? The Main Street people who help people with financial literacy, and they're partnering with groups to go into the schools. Edward Jones, that's what I should have said. Sorry, Edward Jones. And they want to partner with groups to go into the schools and teach financial literacy. But we do not need the left's agenda, and they are hell-bent on continuing their takeover of schools. We need parents to have choice. The money given by the taxpayers, don't ever say government money, say hardworking taxpayer dollars. Those hardworking taxpayer dollars that are going into the school systems should be allowed to follow the children to wherever they want to go to school. And if they choose to stay in government schools, then they have a right to know what's in the curriculum, know where the money's coming from, know where the money's going to. They have a right to privacy. They have a right to be heard, and they have a right to meetings with the teachers. But we need more transparency at all levels of education. We need it at the elementary and secondary level, as well as at the collegiate level, because people need to know where their money's going and what's being taught. We're pushing those ideas very strongly in our committee. All the Republicans are on board on those issues, and we will continue to do that. We need the majority this fall, just like the Senate needs the majority, so that we will be able to control what the agenda is.
Thank you. Representative Fox, while we're talking about this, could you touch on the Biden administration's Department of Education's, their consideration of the new rule on Title IX, which would turn the clock back on the due process and redefine sex discrimination to include gender identity?
Yeah. Well, you just said that part of it, which I would have said. They want to reclassify what discrimination is. You know, President Trump and Secretary DeVos worked 3 years to come up with an excellent Title IX rule, which was adopted. The Biden administration wants to roll all that back. They want to take away the rights of the accused. I've met over the years with many people who've been accused and lost all their rights, found later to be totally innocent, but their lives were ruined. The regulation that the Trump administration put forth would protect the rights of the accuser as well as the accused. That's what's fair in our country. We believe in due process, and we had a due process. The way it is now, the colleges and universities are judge and jury and prosecutor. And so the rights of the accused are thrown out the door. So the Title IX regulations that were put in place under the Trump administration were excellent, well thought out, vetted, and should be left in place. But the Trump administration has the most radical agenda of any president we've ever had, and pushing to the left. We need to stop that, and we need to protest it. And I'm doing everything I can. I've made many, many speeches about it. I've issued statements on it. We need to push back on what they're doing with rules and regulations. It's not as much the legislation. They can't get legislation passed. They couldn't get legislation passed to do this. It wouldn't pass the smell test, but they'll do it through regulations. And that's an even greater threat to the American people.
Is there a way, or how could Congress start to block this sort of action by the executive branch?
We do have the Congressional Review Act. And you might or might not know that under President Trump, the first 15 bills that were passed were Congressional Review Acts, which rolled back Obama administration rules. And you would often hear President Trump, when he spoke, say, it's not just the tax cuts that are making our country more successful, it's the rollback of rules and regulations. We have a tyranny of the bureaucrats in this country who pass these rules and regulations. They're unaccountable. They do things, you can protest all you want, but they'll pass them. But under the CRA, the Congressional Review Act, within a certain period of time, we can roll those regulations back. But it takes the signature of a president.
Right.
So on some of these, it may take a while to be able to do it. But I can promise you that with a Republican majority in the House and in the Senate, we will roll back as much as we possibly can. And then people will need to put pressure on President Biden to have him sign those bills.
Thank you so much, Representative Fox. Mr. Scott Turner, as we turn to you as a former NFL player and a professional athlete, when you have a unique perspective to see what's at stake for the future of college sports, having been there yourself. How deeply is the attempt to redefine the biological sex threatening the future of college sports, especially as we look at for female athletes, and what can we do?
Well, and thank you, Paula, and thank you to all the panelists that are here. And Representative Fox, I think you hit it, on the head that We have to let our voice be heard. And when you talk about sports, and I was talking to my wife about this on my way here, because as a former athlete at every, from Pee Wee through the NFL, there's a lot that goes into competition. And a lot of parents here have young people that are competing in sports. And I actually have a son. So I've been to many football practices, many baseball and basketball practices, and we all know what it takes. The sacrifice, not just physically, but emotionally, financially, what it takes on your family. And when you have young children and you want to encourage them that you can be the best at this sport. If you work hard, if you trust God, you go to practice, you do what your coach tells you. But now you think about it, in the back of your mind, you're saying, I have a little girl who wants to be a gymnast or a swimmer or a golfer or what have you. And you're teaching them and you're making all of these sacrifices, but in the back of your mind, you say they may have to be in the locker room with a boy. That doesn't make any kind of sense. Just from a common sense, it's ungodly, it's unbiblical. That makes no sense. And so one thing I believe we can do is that we as parents, we as Americans, we as people have to shout it from the rooftop that this is wrong. We're not going to stand for it. We can't just sit by. And a lot of people, they say, well, I don't have any kids, so it doesn't pertain to me. It absolutely pertains to you because that's the next generation of leaders. So now you're talking about mental health. You're talking about kids being confused. Young people being discouraged because they say, I've worked so hard, but now I got to compete against a boy and he's in my locker room. It pertains to all of us. And so, and I'm sorry I'm on my high horse about it. Y'all can tell I'm passionate about it because it makes no sense. And so I do believe that we need to let our voice be heard. We do have to put pressure on our elected officials, on the president. And we pray, God, that we can take back the House and the Senate and do these rollbacks. But I think in the meantime, us as parents have to be very strong in voicing our conviction on this. Because I can tell you as a former athlete and as a parent of an athlete, there's a lot that goes into this outside of worrying about whether our young women have to be in the locker room with young boys. Right. And so adding that to the equation is a heavy, heavy burden. The first thing we could do is pray and ask God to intervene. Amen. And the second thing we could do from a natural standpoint is that our voices be heard as Americans. Whether you have a student athlete or not, if you care about this issue, speak up and get in the fight. That's right. And so that's what I have to offer from that standpoint of how we can help, just as common citizens. And it's for those of you that are parents that do have athletes, know that we're fighting on your behalf.
Amen. Yes, we are. I know right now we've offered out to people to do a weigh-in on something that pertains to this within the Biden administration with HHS. And those are so important to keep up with America First and the great organizations that are putting the information out. Dr. King, how do we stand up for our children whose parents are not engaged in their schooling and help drive parental involvement in the lives of their children?
I believe we can take a look at what happened in Virginia in the last election, and they say, wait a minute, no, we have to say something, we have to do something. Yeah. And so the parents became engaged, involved, even in the electorate process. Now, in the Christian community, sometimes Christians will say, oh, all of that is of the world. And sometimes Christians actually don't even vote and don't use that voice. And when they don't use the voice, then all of the other people are elected and many things happen. How did this happen? What in the world is wrong? So we have to use our voices and our votes, but we cannot depend on a Republican Party or a Democrat Party or the independents. We have to depend on God, and that God will guide those who are in office. We pray for those who are in authority so that we can have peaceful lives, and then we elect folks who fear God. That's very, very important. And then once that happens, you see the victories that are occurring across the land, Mississippi, Texas, all over America. Virginia. And so it becomes our responsibility. We're dealing with human beings. Human dignity is very important. I'm the chairman of the Center for the American Dream at AFPI, and I always remind us of human dignity. For example, there was a case where a transgender person, Pastor Paula, was incarcerated, and it was a male, biological male, that wanted to be a woman. So the person was put into the jail with the biological women and impregnated 2 women. So can you imagine the torment and the confusion of even the person who did that? One moment I'm a girl, the next moment I'm a boy. And so we are dealing with human beings, but we cannot allow and be silent. Oh, that's terrible. I'll just keep all my children at home. Well, that has not worked in our education system. It has not worked for us. We'll stay home and not vote, and we'll just take care of it ourselves. So we have to be engaged. We have to be active. Our pastors have to teach truth. Our elected officials have to have courage. I'm so pleased, Pastor Paula, you and I have talked about it, Supreme Court justices, against all odds, threats for their lives, everything, just went ahead and did the right thing, not just for Roe v. Wade reversal, but there was an education decision and a religious freedom decision right before that. So we have to engage as parents, as grandparents, as concerned citizens, as Christians, as human beings. That's just what we have to do.
Thank you so much. I love when we talk about how when parents got involved, the difference that made in Virginia. Senator Daines, you have just been such an advocate for the pro-life movement. And you're the founder of the chair of the Senate Pro-Life Caucus. Many of your colleagues in the Senate recently voted for the misnamed Women's Health Protection Act, which would codify the right to have an abortion up to 9 months of pregnancy into federal law and remove the issue from the states. Now, first off, this is just so out of touch with the American people, because this radical approach is just wildly so far from the 1 in 5 Americans that share the absolute view that abortion should be allowed up to 9 months. So that's only 20%. But what's even more so is that they put it in law. Only 6 other countries in the world practice this. I know when I went into the administration as advisor to the president with Faith Initiative and Opportunity, and we were working so hard on our pro-life, I was in shock. I said, well, what countries do this? What countries would allow late-term abortion? And immediately it was North Korea and China. And I thought, how can we even be in the same sentence as that? I mean, it just was unbelievable. And by the way, the first year in the Biden administration, there were 18 pro-life policies from the Trump administration that were overturned, and 12 religious liberty right away that were overturned. As you said, Senator, elections matter. So can you reflect a bit on the left's radical approach on abortion and share what a pro-life legislation can do at both federal and state level to protect all stages of life?
So I'm about 30 minutes away from going back to Capitol Hill. We've got a vote tonight.
Wow.
It's a 50-50 Senate. Now, just for a moment, go back in time to 2012, 13, coming into 14. In fact, I had the honor of serving with Representative Fox in the U.S. House for a term. If you were to walk up to Capitol Hill on one of those nights, it was a 45-55 U.S. Senate. And then what happened in 2014? There was an election. It was the last time there's been a midterm election when there's been a Democrat in the White House. That was Barack Obama. And we picked up 9 seats that night. It flipped the Senate from 45-55 to 54-46. In fact, I was elected to the United States Senate that night in 2014. I was the first Republican elected to this seat in 100 years. Wow. One of those 9 pickup seats. Now, nobody knew it was going to happen in 2016. If you remember, the Supreme Court was very, very different back then.
Yeah.
And then if you remember, in February of 2016, there was a presidential election that was heating up. And you remember Justice Scalia suddenly died.
Yes.
I remember I was flying back into an airport in Montana and I got the message. And if you remember, within 2 hours, your Republican senators locked arms and we said, we're going to wait for the election before we fill that Supreme Court position that Justice Scalia was probably one of the smartest and most conservative justices that we've had in our generation. It was a gut punch, but we had to stand up and fight. And you know what happened? The rest is history, and it's a great history. President Trump was elected that fall. And then he took power in 2017. And we had the ability then, remember, we held off Merrick Garland. Can you imagine if Merrick Garland were a Supreme Court justice? But we didn't know we were going to have that fight back in 2014, but there it came. And we held our ground. And then, you know, we put Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett on the bench. And little did we know, and by the way, President Trump had that wonderful list of Supreme Court justice nominees that he would put forward, that he'd pick from. And I would argue that was a really important part of the victory we had in 2016 and then this important consequential Roe v. Wade decision where this court held the Dobbs decision, came out of Mississippi, that basically said up to 15 weeks. You cannot abort a little baby after 15 weeks. And I don't think any of us probably thought we'd live to see the day when Roe v. Wade and Casey will be overturned. Yeah. But ladies and gentlemen, we did. And the courts that government did it. And by the way, you're exactly right, Paul, in terms of if you look at the polling data, and listen, we need to lean into this as conservatives, not lean back, but frame it in a winsome and persuasive way, because it's a winning argument for us. Because the contrast could not be clearer. The Democrats want to codify Roe v. Wade, which means they'd allow an abortion up until the very moment of birth. And as you said, Paula, there's only 6 countries in the world that do that, and it's North Korea, China, and the United States is one of those. And so they have taken the radical position. When you paint the radical contrast between where the left is on life compared to where we are. By the way, 47 out of 50 European countries have greater protections for babies than we do. So we stand in our own horrible, horrible league in terms of not being one to protect the unborn. But now overturning Roe v. Wade allows the states, elected officials, the decision was very clear. It says we're returning the power back to the people and elected representatives, that's state and federal. So that'll be the battle going forward. And by the way, when you poll that, over 70% of the American people want to see limits on late-term abortion. So just paint that radical contrast. They want to take it right after the moment of birth. We want to protect life. We want to protect babies and moms. It's a winning argument for us. We just need to go on, I would call it a compassion offensive, looking out for babies and moms, and just lay out the truth, and we'll win this issue.
Amen. Thank you, Senator Dane. So true. Dr. King, you've been such an advocate with life for so many years and decades. And with the decision of Dobbs and the overturning of Roe versus Wade going back to the states, many American women, and we recognize that there are 2 lives involved here. There's the mom, there's the child, and there's more. There's a father in there too. Women are concerned about the resources that are available to them. And when they face these hardships, what do we need to do in a post-Dobbs America to help the vulnerable? And how can the pregnancy crisis center step up? And how can churches, and what can we do as a community and a people to be effective now?
Thankfully, even prior to the overturning of Roe v. Wade with the Dobbs case, we began to ask that question. And we had no idea the kind of onslaught that would come against the pregnancy care centers. We knew that that would be backlash, but we had no idea how much. So one of the main things that we need to do is to support those pregnancy care centers across the land in every state and in every city with prayer, with volunteers, with finances. Elect officials who can be elected that will give that same Title X support that was given to Planned Parenthood for so long. That kind of support should come to those centers that provide social services without abortion. Yeah, those hardworking tax dollars can actually help. We do know that adoption is a very viable option, but adoption needs to be safe and secure situations, and the church should be allowed to help with that. And when I say the church, it doesn't matter about the denomination or anything like that. And so we need to elect officials who will support life. We must support the pregnancy care centers. We must support adoption. We have to take a look at the foster care system. The foster care system is not healthy in America. That must be addressed. We have to have programs, and that goes even back to education. For example, parents who have not completed education, high school or whatever, need to get that GED. They can begin to focus on building and having a life that will be successful and safe. And religious freedom has to come into that as well, so that there will be freedom to worship and everything. So that's what gives you that shift. Now that everybody is beginning to say, oh, wow, it's more difficult to have a baby in Texas, for example, or Mississippi or Georgia. Now, we've got companies saying, oh, well, we'll just give money and we'll pay for them to go across the state line. We'll get them an airline ticket. Now, interestingly enough, Pastor Balla, it's not that the companies who are doing that care about the mother, the baby, or the father. It's the bean counters. It's cheaper for them to pay for that abortion than it is to keep that mother, help her have the baby, get the insurance. And so it's bean counting. It has nothing to do with really wanting to help these mothers and the babies and the fathers. So we have to take a holistic approach and to take a look about the sanctity of life from the womb to the tomb. That includes the education, the family, and everything, and then beyond into eternity. That's the full formula. So now that the babies are coming home, the babies are being born, we have to meet that mother and that father and to help with the baby, not just to birth the baby, that's important, but what happens after that.
So agree. Thank you, Dr. King. I know I love serving with Brooke Rollins. She's just a go-getter and phenomenal epitome of a great woman in every way. And she called me right away and said, we've got to do something with adoption. And I was all over it. We see that there's about 137,000 adoptions in the United States. Perhaps there's going to be now 300,000-400,000. I said, we have to be generous, open up our homes, our hearts, and our pocketbooks to stand up. And I've had the great privilege and ministry of leading one of the biggest, strongest foster care training programs. So with people like Kellyanne and Lynn Johnson and their team at America First, we really are in a very hands-on way tackling these issues. And I'm excited about it. Representative Fox, the American First Policy Institute and the Center of American Values strongly believe in preserving religious liberty as the cornerstone of the United States. And efforts within this current administration to discriminate and even eliminate the faith-based contractors and its grantees that saturate the federal bureaucracy, even though many charitable services cannot be provided without faith-based stakeholders putting their beliefs into actions. Will you address it and what's going on in this arena?
Certainly. I have been telling people since the beginning of this administration what a threat to religious freedom this administration is. And I am the lead Republican on Education and Labor Committee. The Democrats call it Education and Labor. We call it Education and Workforce, which is a more appropriate term for it. But they really are trying to take away our religious freedom. And coincidentally, over the weekend, a prayer warrior friend of mine contacted me and said, I found this pamphlet written by a couple of Democrats, and I want to make sure I get the title exactly right. It was presented to President Biden's transition team by Secular Democrats of America. It was called Secular Democrats of America Blueprint